Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMR B. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the analysis desk for today's matches at the start of the day, we've got Maui Snake, we've got Dus Murray. We've got a lot to talk about, is what we've got, because yesterday, I said it at the end of the show, I think the day one of European RMR B eclipsed almost everything we had in European RMR A.
I love starting these segments with a little bit of small talk, but we don't need to this time. This major has already shaped up in a position that we could see favorites going home. We could see some underdogs making it through. I mean, I think that this RMRB is basically changing the face of all of what's happening in Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, look at the 2-0s on the standings, Dust. It's actually crazy. I mean, G2 less of a surprise. And by the way, that wasn't academic. If you think they just cruised, that isn't what happened. But big passion and 3D Max, that was unthinkable at the start of the day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, everyone, I think, was kind of expecting to see, Spirit obviously be 2-0, probably Eternal Fire with the 2-0 start also would have been a lot of people's guess. So to see G2 really be the only favorite that have put themselves in position to 3-0 and guarantee themselves a direct slot into the elimination stage is incredible. And even they, like you were kind of alluding to it, that Dust 2 game went into overtime, and they basically relied on snacks of all freaking people to pick up a second op. It helped drag them across the finish line while Nico was really struggling, which is a wild sentence I never thought I would say out loud. That was actually factual. So pretty incredible stuff, but was cool to see some of like the smaller teams get theirs, at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, that's the Swiss bracket thing that I always say this graphic's complicated. I guess I've just got a peanut brain, so that's fine, but you can look at that at home. I'm going to start setting us up for one of the first upsets of the day, guys. I mean, we've got to talk about Spirit versus Passion, because what a story about Passion. Youngest team at the major, average age 19. I mean, you did say it as well, Dust. You earmarked them and said, keep an eye on these guys. They play a lot of CS. They're actually better than you might think. Not even in anyone's wildest dreams would you have had them beat Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, this team are grinders. They've played almost 150 maps of CS in the last 90 days, which is unbelievable. I mean, just, typical grinders. But, yeah, you're right. It's a collective of young players. I think the oldest player on their team is Fear, and he's in his 20s. Everyone else is a teenager. They have, obviously, an old-school coach in Kane, who's been around the scene for a very, very long time. But one of the cool things that I watched with Passion when I was looking at their online results is that they are just a complete unit. They're one of the few teams, Navi being the only other one I could think of, where everyone on this team is willing to entry frag at any given point in time. They have an equal distribution of opening attempts on the T side. In fact, the guy who takes the most opening attempts is their opper, who is an incredible hybrid, by the way. Like, Yambo's rifle is really solid, and they just look like a well-composed team, man.
I also just love the way that they played against Spirit yesterday. It actually felt like they were playing in a LAN setting where pressure has reached so many of these teams and tore them down. I felt like Passion UA was playing as well, if not better, than they do online. Sure, Spirit messed up a couple little moments, but that's not even how I necessarily characterize that game. I felt like Passion UA were consistently looking for advantages, consistently pushing the edge, making sure that if they had a T-side plan that they followed it to a T. And I feel like for Spirit, they were actually pressured. They played a more default kind of just like basic style because they thought they were the favorites, but in an MR12, BO1, I feel like being the aggressor, dictating the pace is always going to be advantageous. It's why Fury used to be good at RMRs, because they used to be so good at BO1s. And it's actually lightly because Art would just always send it every single time.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like really two takeaways for each team for me. And then one for Passion UA, it's a situation where they were fearless in that game. They didn't care who they were up against. That one round where they just kind of gathered up as 4 players inside of a smoke outside B main, just walked out into B site, just making ballsy plays like that against one of the best teams in the world is impressive to watch in a LAN setting. And then, on the flip side, you look at Spirit, this just goes to show what can happen to this team when the supporting cast doesn't show up. Sure, Donk and Shiro can carry you through a lot of games, and they probably are strong enough to get you through this RMR, but unless Zontix clicks on and becomes that third guy, when you go up a team like Passion where all their players are firing on all cylinders, that's the issue you're going to run against. And that's why this team has struggled against some of the more skilled teams out there, is because if they don't get that third guy in, it really does just become the Donk and Shiro show, and you just can't expect them to carry him every single time.
Moving on to 3D Max, they were able to overcome Eternal Fire. That was an epic game, an epic cast from Harry and Hugo as well. Definitely one for the ages, which is incredible when you think about the two teams. You know, you're probably not expecting them to serve up a classic. This was a legit, really cool back and forth game to watch.
Lucky was fantastic in this one. He was everywhere his team needed him to be in every single moment, it felt like. I feel like there was no significant fight happening on the map that Lucky wasn't involved in. And even though sometimes, I mean, the nerves did get to 3D Max, they had an advantage. It went to overtime. They were able to recover. And for Eternal Fire, I mean, this is a pretty damning performance for them, because when you have this many rounds, usually the team that's higher ranked, that's got a little bit more experience, that has been under big pressure moments, is going to actually come out on top. But I felt like 3D Max frequently were in great positions to play to punish, to make sure that their edges were actually seized upon. And that's something that, like, for 3D Max, I just honestly was shocked by the individual firepower too between some of their players in terms of multi-fragging. Like, so many things went well for them in this game. And I do think this is the peak of 3D Max's power, though. That's the one caveat for this whole thing.
Sure. I mean, I remember them back when they were the Heat lineup, it was, right? And obviously they kind of struggled historically to kind of, you know, get over the line and get to majors and come through the RMRs. This is the best I've ever seen this particular core of players look, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, they had like a decent trajectory coming into these RMRs. Like, they were putting some solid results on the board. They weren't, you know, just like blowing the lid off the place, but they were putting themselves in contention in several tournaments and doing well in some smaller events, and clearly showing that they have some talent and ability to do well. I had them picked to go through. I kind of had them more like towards the tail end of like maybe that 6th, 7th position to go through.
Yeah, like 3-2 or something.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't have expected them to beat Eternal Fire in a best of one like that, but credit to them, man. I mean, coming in and being able to have Lucky deliver such a big performance right off the bat, and being able to take down a win against Eternal Fire, one of the favorites in the group. I mean, that's good stuff for 3D Max.
That game was so good. Everyone on social media started like tweeting and messaging Valve, going, please don't get rid of the RMRs. We love them. It's like, no, guys, let's get rid of them, actually. But whatever. Let's take a look at the schedule. This is what we got coming at you today. We're going to end on this is the secondary stream, I should stipulate. We're going to end with Astralis versus Bait. Yes, Astralis went 0-2. Lots to talk about there. We'll get into it.
Much to think about.
Today. Yeah. Many such cases. Sad. TSM versus PWE. Eternal Fire versus Sashi. And Virtus.pro versus 9 Pandas. And then this is what we're going to be focused on over here on the mainstream. G2 Esports and 3D Max in that 2-0. Best of 3, just kind of crazy. And then the real crazy one, Passion with a chance to go 3-0 if they're able to overcome perennial underachievers big. I mean, it's the best opportunity you're ever going to be served up. And yeah, I was going to say, Dust believes they're going to do it. Heroic versus Nip in a best of 1. And the first game, we're going to see if Team Spirit are able to bounce back versus Aurora. And that brings us to the desk for real. I'm going to start with you, Dust, because you already raised the point. The supporting cast at Spirit. The peak Donk and peak Shiro, enough to win you a game, you would think, but actually increasingly what we're seeing is they do need a little bit of help from somebody else on the lineup, and when they don't get it, they can be vulnerable, particularly to aggressive teams that aren't intimidated by what Chopper wants to do with his squad.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me with Spirit really throughout the course of this year has been that, yes, you know what you're going to get from Donk on an in-and-out basis. This guy is a brilliant entry fragger. He's a top 3 player in the world. He is one of the most aggressive entry riflers as far as how many opening attempts he'll take on T-side. And he's also like in the 55% range for success, which is, I don't think people get like how impossible that is, and he's able to do that. To be that aggressive and be that successful is amazing. And then yeah, Shiro, fantastic opper who can also rifle pretty well also. But here's the situation, is like when you go up against some of the best teams in the world, or a hot Passion UA, which obviously we couldn't have expected that, and they have more people clicking than your team is, like eventually you are just going to fall behind, even if it's just by a little bit. And when Spirit have been at their best is because Zontix has been able to contribute in a massive way as like kind of the third star of the team, and he plays a lot of important roles for this team, different anchoring positions, different extremity roles on the T side, can be a big trade fragger for them whenever they are going for their aggressive executes. And so for me, that's the player I always watch out for on Spirit, because I know I'm going to get from the other two on pretty much a regular basis, but when Zontix clicks on, that's when this team becomes like a contender.
And I think when I think of Spirit in terms of what they should be accomplishing at the RMR, they should have gone through this 3-0.
Sure.
Even though Passion UA was clicking and they were firing and they were, calling some pretty gimmicky and sometimes risky strategies, you should still be able to rely on the other guys on the team. And that's what's so worrying for me about Spirit. I feel like, yes, we do harp on this when they play the best teams in the world, like say, the G2s and the Navis out there, Vitality, what have you. But when you're facing off against teams that are like Passion UA, that are out of the top 30 on HLTV's world ranking, you should still have Magics and Zontics and Chopper cleaning those people up. But honestly, when they were getting attacked on their bomb sites, they looked lost. They looked like they couldn't hold their mice against those kinds of kids. And so that's the one worrying thing here. And as we head into the Veto here, I feel like there is a bit of middle ground here.
It's Ancient and Nuke are the two middle ground maps for me. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, okay, we could see. I think Ancient's possible. I also thought Dust 2 was possible though too. So
wow. I'm actually surprised by this.
I think
personally.
Well, wait. Why is it surprising?
Just because Aurora haven't done that well on Dust 2, in my opinion. They have like an 0-3 record offline. Their online results aren't that great either. So I just would have thought that they would have rathered a different map. But it is one of those things where if you're Aurora, Ancient is one of your most comfortable maps. But Spirit's one of the best teams in the world on Ancient. So maybe that's more of just like a respect thing and thinking they have a better chance on Dust 2 despite the results not being that great.
Yeah, and historically, Dust 2's been, it's a good map for Team Spirit. Maybe they, could have took it away. I think, look, while Passion has surprised us, we should talk a little bit about Aurora before we get into the game. Obviously, there's players on that roster that have been in the scene for a long time and have kind of been in the wilderness.
We have to look at people like Deco, people like Kenzie. I feel like those are, and that's what's a little bit worrying about Aurora in this matchup is that I do like Deco. I think he's great as an opera. I think he's actually, the way he likes to play, like I've seen this guy jump top hut on Nuke, for example, with an op, aiming it down into door. Not like the play that other people make where they jump down and into the door. He like is opping from top door using it like a rifle. Like he comes up with very creative ways to use the AWP, and he also has the skill to frequently back it up. Kenzie, on the other hand, great rotating rifle for this team too, but that's the problem with this team. I feel like my praise for them ends at those two guys. Klax is okay, but I feel like Resalt, once again, to talk about the narrative leading this, like Resalt really hamstrung this team by leaving.
All right, guys. Well, we are going to get into the action on this one. We're going to throw you over to Moses and Dinko.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, Spirit's time to bounce back, Jason. I do feel like they should. Against Aurora, this should be no problem for Spirit, but I would have said that yesterday versus Passion.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Yeah, you didn't feel like Spirit was going to have an issue with Passion either, so no. I don't know. Weird day yesterday for Spirit. I think obviously coming back to Dust 2, a map that they dominated on to start the RMR run, and this is a little bit of comfort for them. So CT side, remember we saw Donk being really aggressive in lower dark yesterday in that 13-1 victory over Bait. We saw him pushing. We saw him getting double kills. So, I mean, this is one that Spirit should come into and just be like, all right, business as usual. We know exactly how we like to play. Let's just get stuck in and let's not even be concerned that we're going to drop this game.
Yeah, they looked so good yesterday on Dust 2. And Magic's getting towards the pit, just cleaning his monitor, making sure there's no dust on it as he gets himself into the pit.
I wonder if he just hides here and just takes the risk that they don't clear it.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. Get your gun out, bro.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. That's a bit much.
There we go.
They're not going to clear it.
Yeah, not looking like it right now. Magic's. Oh, he just starts firing straight away.
Oh, my lord. No trigger discipline whatsoever. That's a disaster. Shiro going to take this peek off the flashbang. Nice defensive utility, but he misses his opportunity as well, and he's got to start backing away.
Well, Shiro diving down, and Donk, he's missed his opportunity to take a player out of short. So Donk's going to get in a fight with Klax, and Aurora getting the bomb plant secured already. Here comes the fight. Zontics hops up on top of the boxes. Spirit down to 3 players. Now, they still have a kid on the back of Choppers. They want to pull this retake off, but it's not allowed to happen as Aurora are taking every single kill in this pistol round. Donk left alone in a 1v5, and he's just going to sit on short and see what he can get here, but Aurora going 1-0 up.
Yeah, they throw that smoke to try and make it feel like they're not going to be sending anyone to retake from Catwalk. It actually backfires. It isolates Donk away from the retake. It gives some safety over to a player to watch the jump-up box. And really, this is just a story of missed opportunities for Team Spirit. Magic's not able to hold his nerve. It could have let them progress up long and taken some shots at range. Could have been a nuisance. The flashbang from Shiro, he misses his opportunity, and Aurora just steamroll his defense.
Aurora's run to this 1-1 game is by losing to Return on Fire in the opening game 13-8. They get dominated in that matchup, but they were able to beat Bait 13-9. That was the team that Spirit beat 13-1 on Dust 2 yesterday before they lost to Passion UA and Anubis 13-11, and probably one of the biggest upsets of the RMR so far, and well, the biggest upset of the RMR. I don't think there's any question about that. So I think it's obviously a problem with Spirit is the fact that sometimes it can be way too top heavy, and you get Shiro and Donk at the top, and the rest of the cast not really that. Can't afford to let that happen today against Aurora.
Careful, that's probably not a duel you want to go for too much if you're Deco. You don't want to give Shiro a chance with the scout to thin you out.
Like that?
He's done just that. He's offered it up. And that's a silly death to take. You took your 2 shots, you didn't land it, and now you've put your team in a tough situation. 4 versus 5 as they progress up Catwalk. Very early control.
Shiro would love to damage up a few more opponents. Soften them up, allow the 5-7s, dual brothers, P250.
Well, the bomb coming along is a danger point as well. If Magic's with this 5-7, that's a nice Molotov to force him into an awkward angle, tucked into the corner. He'll return back behind the door as soon as the Molotov fades.
If they give him the timing, which they do just about give him that timing, and it's a double kill for Magic's, bomb down at long, and Aurora may have won the pistol, but they are not able to convert it.
Yeah, been an ugly second round. The drop down, Lackey's brought low, Doolies can't handle it, but bomb is out towards long, so you're still in a recovery mission, and now Lackey's extremely low. Yeah, Aurora have let this one slip, and you can't do that when you're looking to cause an upset. You have to try and bury Spirit when you have the advantage.
Shiro holding for the swing, low HP player gonna peek into it. Still not enough damage done. It was Magic's to finish him off. And Kenzie hunted down here by Shiro, applying the pressure, forcing Kenzie back in towards CT's spawn away. But the rest of the plays at long, and Shiro switches out to the MAC-10 and closes it and gets himself a lot of money picked up alongside that Galil. So he can throw that Galil over, can get the AWP out if he wants, but also has the opportunity just to stick with it.
It's just way too easy of a round for Spirit. You get that pick from Shiro, you have Magic's behind the door, they just kind of wander in, and Aurora just kind of lose track entirely. Exactly. Yeah. No one clearing to the left when that Molotov is up, when Magic's is exposed, having to have a really wider angle, which would be easier to clear. And it's 1-1. Deco going to go for this pick again with the scout. Smoke is going to obscure his vision. 3 players cross. Out long we go. Chopper's going to back away with that smoke break. MAC-10, you don't want that fight. So just fall on back.
Team Spirit won 11 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2 yesterday.
Still on pace for it?
Yeah, still on pace. They've lost 2 rounds so far on Dust 2 in this tournament. Donk pushes in towards the tunnels. He's got a lot of space to play with, and now as Aurora come towards them, it's going to be quite difficult because they realize, oh no, we've lost the tunnels. They've just smoked deep into the tunnels.
You have to disrespect it. Norway's going to have a flashbang, but that's going to give away the signal that they're coming to the B bomb site. That'll pull Donk back to the B bomb site. Zontix will call him over. He's got a defensive smoke as well. But they need to take this control a little bit early. There's the smoke. Do they want to disrespect this one as well? He actually breaks the smoke open for them, but Donk is here, so it's all good.
Yeah, Donk is cleaned up and he moves to the back of the side. He's low HP, but a fantastic flashbang from Chopper. And Donk's even able to just keep peeking with the USP and finished off by Chopper on that MAC-10. So Aurora's play into the B-bomb site does not pay off. They're going to have to take a full eco here. This is going to allow Team Spirit up to a 3-1 lead. And not only that, but building so much money on the CT side.
Yeah, that cash flow is going to be quite nice for Spirit's economy.
And on MR12, you know, if you get a good start in the halves, you build up money. Generally, you're guaranteed a good scoreline going into the second half. And considering how good Spirit's CT side was yesterday, you just have a lot of faith in the fact that they're going to be able to leave with a significant portion of round wins.
And you know, I feel at the end of the day, like the upset from Passion yesterday is a crazy result over Spirit. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to be more of a incredible positive to say about Passion than an incredible negative to say about Spirit.
Think of some of the rounds that Passion won too, right? You had the Ninja Defuse, you had a lot of those crazy rounds going down, and those are what's needed to get a best of one upset.
But just more than anything, you look at the field of play in this RMR, and it's like, who's going to be which of these teams is going to be beating Spirit best of 3? You know, which teams is Spirit going to lose to twice to get eliminated from the RMR? They're going to be all fine in terms of recovering. I think the problem is, like, it's kind of what I said yesterday when it opened up, is like, I want to see Spirit just come in and dominate and just wipe the map clean, which they did yesterday morning, not yesterday afternoon. I'd like to see it again here in this matchup against Aurora. It's more about the eye test of, like, what Spirit are we getting? What are they going to build up into at this RMR and into their major run?
5 players stay alive for Spirit in this round against the Eco. So limiting casualties, building the money. And now Aurora can return to the buy. So AK-47 is going to come out. They're not going to get the AWP out in the hands of Deco. Not yet anyway. Earlier in the year, there was conversation around Deco and whether or not he was going to continue to play professional Counter-Strike. He was perhaps considering quitting and going into streaming instead, but I'm glad he stuck around for at least this major cycle.
And he didn't become a streamer, which is all, we don't need more of those.
Yeah, it's true.
We have a lot.
Yeah. Well, he's so young as well. I think he's only 23 years old. Still, maybe he's turned 20. Yeah, he's still 23. So, such a young player. You don't want to see him around for a little bit longer. Kenzie and Deco, they're going to take short control, and Shiro's just jump spotting at range, not looking to put himself in harm's way, and he'll toss out the utility as soon as he spots a player.
Yeah, showing catwalk control, showing a catwalk take, like they want to posture for an attack into the A-bomb site and backing off it. A lot of utility spent by Team Spirit. Shiro maintaining some information. Flashbang is out. They're already going to cross in. And now can challenge up catwalk. So applying pressure to this A-bomb site. It feels like, well, the bomb's out towards long. So they are going to execute a split onto the A-bomb site. 3 coming long, Magic's to defend. Shiro's going to be playing Goose. And remember, he's just used all of his utility on that catwalk play. So Chopper's got to slide back towards ramp, but only a Galil. This defense isn't as strong as you might think.
Oh, the first bullet not clean, but he's got Chopper to come and try and help him.
But that makes Shiro isolated.
Oh, this is a little awkward now. That Long needs to shut it down. Chopper only getting 1, and Magic's is not doing anything, and all of his teammates going down. Oh, Magic's has had a tough time. Pitched around into the pinch, you can forgive. But, I mean, this round really should have seen a little bit more out of Magic's from that position.
I like that round from Aurora. Nice and simple. Really, really easy. Handling the crossfire. Magic's not super aggressive off ramp to combine with Chopper as well. So yeah, I'll tell you what, if I just mentioned I want to see the eye test of Team Spirit look good in terms of what they're going to bring to the table, these first 5 rounds aren't anything special. This looks like a susceptible Team Spirit.
Clearly, Hallie agrees with you.
Yeah, it looks like they're very, like communications, it doesn't feel like it's there. The cohesion is not exactly there. The crossfire from pit towards long corner wasn't really all that strong. We saw a little bit of a bottleneck in the previous rounds against Glocks. Everyone tried to fight pit from a choke point at CT spawn. This is a Spirit at the moment that looks like they're going to be susceptible to what Aurora can bring to the table. Yeah, so let's see what happens with the double op setup.
Giving Aurora a chance into this fight.
It's still early going. Maybe they're waking up.
Yeah. Double op setup. Donk on the AW.
He's hearing all the conversation around how versatile Modesty is, and he's like, I'll show you.
Yeah. Turns out, let's see. I'm waiting to see. Let's see what Donk has got on this AWP. You know, hopefully it's not like early Nico.
No, but it's an interesting concept, right? Because with the AWP, it takes away the opportunity for some of Donk's aggression that he likes to do in mid-rounds. We've seen him clear upper B tunnels. We've seen him push mid yesterday on Dust 2 in the mid-round as well to gather information. You're taking away that dynamic aspect to his game, but obviously parked in the back of the B bomb site, very strong position.
Nice and slow here from Aurora. Clearing out tunnels, going into lower. Dark smoke going out towards B.
Yeah, that'll make Donk a little bit nervous. Counter Molotov, counter HE to break it open, see what's coming in. Doesn't completely break the smoke. Up catwalk we go. This time there's a 2-man defense. Chopper and Magic's both at the railing and inside the A-bomb site. Chopper's going to start chucking out utility. Shiro's up at the long corner.
Ooh, Chopper's going to dive down and try and stop them from going for the B split, but in fact they're coming up short. They're coming through that CT smoke. It's a great call from Aurora, and Chopper wasn't ready for it. And now Shiro, it's tough shots, and he's missing them eventually, able to chime in, but he has to get back to safety, and his teammates have all fallen down. Donk got absolutely wrecked by Clax, and Shiro's trying to re-peek and draw this one back, and that's not a kill you needed to offer up if you're Kenzie.
No, go back to that jump up, get up towards catwalk with some safety for the post plant inside the bomb site. Still a strong position for these two players. Are Shiro and Zontix, okay, gonna come back. One's gonna come back around towards catwalk. Shiro's up.
Okay, so they're switching positions. So Zontex is going to send the rifle as the next peek out long, and the AWP is going to try and come from short, but letting Zontex move first. Shiro is still passive. Zontex has the kit and the utilities, so that needs to get close to the bomb site, but time is starting to tick, and Zontex needs to win this fight, and with him not winning it, it's over. Shiro can't get to the kit in time, and he also can't win the round, so he's going to pick out one on the exit. Needs to be careful he doesn't die to the mid doors here, and he realizes that Norvi could be holding it.
Dude, Aurora just outplayed the hell out of Team Spirit. Mid to B smoke, Chopper panic, spams the entire magazine, and then a player just struts right through the smoke to pick him off. This A defense has, 3 rounds. 2 catwalk executes, and obviously the pistol coming out long. Aurora just busting them open, and for the moment they're avoiding Donk, who has yet to have any great impact in this map. And that seems to be at the moment, obviously a massive win condition, but with Team Spirit's, look against Passion yesterday, his performance against Bait to open things up, feels like him and Shiro, the only 2 consistent players, and now you're going away from one of them.
It was really hard to tell what level the Team Spirit were bringing into the RMRs in their opening game. It felt like they were just a lot above Bait, but now coming into these follow-up games, it starts to get you maybe a little worried about Spirit's level at the RMR. So if they lose to Aurora today, I think it's full panic stations. Surely you have the best of 3s, but it's still the fact that that's where they're at right now. They're capable of losing back-to-back best of 1s against Passion UA and Aurora.
I still think it's not like full, if they lose this, I don't think it's full panic station for the RMR, but certainly full panic for what Spirit's going to be able to do to make a deep run in the Major. I still don't see the field being able to beat Team Spirit in best of 3s. Oh shit, that's nice from Zontex. Well done.
He got another thing.
Yeah, that ain't bad. And once again, these low buys for Aurora, they handle the gun rounds, but against pistols, really on the struggle bus. Good response from Team Spirit. And Donk says, I don't want the double op setup. I don't need it. That was gross last time. You go back to the AK-47.
Give me the AK. Doesn't need to be versatile when you hit a lot of headshots with the AK. Yeah, scary prospect when he's got that rifle in his hands on the CT side. Aurora, they're not going to be happy about how many times they're dropping these rounds against the low buys, right? This is ruining their chances of building up a great scoreline. It might even just ruin their chances of being able to pull off the upset. So going to the timeout straight away, allowing Team Spirit to win a round like that is disastrous for Aurora.
That's twice now, and that's got to be the conversation. Win the pistol, lose the second. Win a couple gun rounds, lose against pistols. And both of them marked by Shiro finding an opening kill. First with the scout in the second round, and now an AWP with the upper B push. And not enough money for Aurora to continue fighting and buying. So Team Spirit, an opportunity to gain control. They've got 3 AK-47s off the back of that round win. Shiro's still got his AWP. All of a sudden, they're rich. What a reversal. And Aurora taking a timeout and then an extra time in T-spawn just to chit-chat.
Wait, no, they're buying.
Oh. Okay, they're coming into this late.
Yeah, they came into that really late.
Look at Team Spirit's read as well. This is the second round in a row they've opened 3 at the B bomb site, so they clearly feel like those kind of 2 round wins that Aurora had at the A bomb site up Catwalk and Long, they really feel like that's just setting up for Aurora to come back to the B bomb site and try and catch them off guard.
All right, Aurora's last second decision to purchase. Let's see if it works out for them. Otherwise, it could spell disaster. Their money will be broken. Team Spirit will be able to build back into the CT side again.
Donk's got to be a little careful. He's been very nonchalant about running back and forth. They don't have any deep angle towards B tunnels. It's very shallow with Zontex playing at car, so when Donk goes back to check middle, at any point there can be a contact walk in those B halls, but pretty confident that they're not progressing in that fashion. Chopper's going to have a role to play here.
They got short control. And Shiro, he's lined up, ready to go. He's had a pretty good start regardless. 9-2. Smoke going into position, and here comes the wall of smokes, here comes the drop down into a CT, as a player says second going in as well. Look at the applied pressure towards Shiro, which means he has to rely upon Magix, and he can trust Magix. Magix has got a double, no problem on that AK. The bomb has moved into the site though. Shiro, okay, wall bangs Kenzie straight through the box, and that AWP is going to be picked up by Chopper, saved over for Shiro, who just shuts down the force buy for Aurora.
Magic's looking crisp when he's rotating back to help Shiro and take that fight towards the CT spawn, the cross choke point, but out towards long he's been a little bit shaky. Aurora getting completely shut down on this force buy. So 5-3, and again with only one death, Team Spirit's money just continues to grow. This half is going to get exponentially more difficult for Aurora now that they've missed 2 opportunities to bury them in a deep hole.
Well, a team that had a disappointing start to the RMR yesterday was Virtus.pro. Currently playing against 9 Pandas over on the secondary string. It's not going to be an easy game whatsoever for the side of VP.
And now Donk's aggressive.
Yeah, there he is. Against the Pistols.
I think they're starting to get to a point where they're like, all right, well, if you guys aren't going to head to the B bomb site, we're going to take over these tunnels. Obviously pretty confident to do it in a round you know they're going to be saving with that force buy in the previous round. Donk seems like he wants to go fragging.
Yeah, doesn't want to give the AK over though when he knows they're up on pistols, so no need to go too aggressive. They maintain so much of the map already. And Donk's just happily peeking in towards top middle and intermittently checking into the lower tunnels as well. So it's going to be on Aurora until they make their move, and then Donk will just kill everybody, and that'll be it. So nice and easy. Donk and Shiro shutting down the top mid play. Deco's waiting on the box, hoping someone gets aggressive. But eventually, we're all going to get bored of that, Deco, so if you could just move, that would be fantastic.
And credit to Magix. Magic's not the kind of guy to do any kind of crazy push against Glocks. He likes to play it by the book in these situations. 6-3.
Well, that's that round over and done with. Now, Aurora are going to have money again to buy. Deco's going to have enough for the AWP. Now, we haven't really mentioned the AWP of Deco too much here on the T side because he hasn't really got it out. So, glad to see the sniper in his hands, and let's see if this changes up the T side for Aurora.
Yeah, Maui had some cool things to say about Deco and the creative way he gets into plays with the AWP, kind of referencing Nuke, but a player who can style out with the AWP. So let's see what he's got here. It'd be lovely if he could match some of the impact of Shiro, who's now up to 13 kills. Nothing crazy out of Shiro just yet, but just quietly adding his 1 to 2 kills each and every round, doing a solid job, hitting the shots he needs to.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in a losing effort yesterday, Shiro was still looking very solid.
And I like this out of Spirit. I mean, as much as they've kind of looked a little shaky in the first 3, 4, 5 rounds of this game, you can see they're still working the problem. They've started these last 3 rounds now with the lean towards the B bomb site because they're expecting either a mid to B split, some kind of an emphasis towards that side of the map. Just opening it up with a really strong defense just in case, and then finding the timing to fall back from it, but still parking 3 players. Similar setup that we saw previously that was not spotted by Aurora with Chopper. Out towards the boards outside window. Zontic's over at car, and Donk kind of floating between and playing however the hell he wants.
Smoke into the CT cross, and here comes Aurora through the mid doors. So Chopper, let's see what he's got. Nothing, as he just gets blasted away by Lackey, but there's still 2 players inside of the B-bomb side.
Damn,
there was 2 players, but Lackey is just destroying the defense, and Donk gets nothing done. That is a heavy hit from Aurora.
Okay, well, they got exactly what they wanted. They anticipated a mid to B, they anticipated a play towards the B bomb site and couldn't stop anything. What a pair of entries out of Lackey.
He doesn't do that every time, so you're not going to get that every time, but that is beautiful in this round from Lackey.
And it's got to be frustrating, because if you're Donk, you're like, what the hell, guys? Like, what happened? And if you're Chopper and Zontix, you're like, what do you want me to do? Like, I got first bullet headshot. Like, the guy just hard peeked every angle we were in.
And then Donk is just pulled between too many angles. He's got to worry about tunnels, window, door. He just gets caught in the open, and they just bang him out over the top of the smoke. So Magic's holding onto the AK for the time being.
Why is Aurora such monsters against buys?
Yeah, it's true. When the weapons get weaker, they suddenly just fall off. Maybe it's a great thing to allow Spirit's money to build up, Jason.
Yeah, now they get all buy rounds, which is seemingly where they're bread and butter. Beautiful shooting out of Lackey and the rest of Aurora as they get a 4th round on the board. They're really taking it to Spirit right now. This is cool. I thought maybe coming in today this was going to be a similar situation as to yesterday. I don't think Aurora looked particularly strong yesterday in their games.
Yeah. But Spirit didn't either after the bait game, you know, so.
Well, sometimes facing like an opponent that is such a favorite over you has like a very calming, focusing effect on your team. Like everyone comes in, it's easy to get locked in and focused when you go up against a team like Spirit, a top 5 team, because you're just like, well, if we don't, we just lose. We just get embarrassed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, also playing Dust2 against like a young Russian squad is always very difficult. I mean, that's always been something we've talked about throughout the history of Counter-Strike. They're very capable aimers, as we've seen from Lackey in the previous round. And I mean, this is a situation where Dust2 could be difficult.
It's not a good map for Aurora, though. I wonder if perhaps going over the Veto last night, maybe they're just like, look, we know they're gonna want to take it to Dust2. This is a map we can prep for.
Yeah,
we know they're going to be happy to play it, so why not just let it go there?
And it's not even like it's just a simple style of calling from Aurora, like just winning these rounds. They had really cool setups early in the game. Like I love the strategy where they drop down, and they go through mid doors and then come through the CT smoke in towards A and catch Chopper out. Like that's such a cool split into the A bomb site.
Yeah, it helps when Chopper empties the mag. It's like, okay, well, he's reloading. I'll take this fight.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm happy to come on through.
Set of circumstances certainly helping, but
yeah. Well, I mean,
it's
also
call regardless.
No, it is. It's a cool individual decision also because you have the freedom, right? You can come out mid with that mid to B smoke. You can actually lurk and try and cut off rotations from the B bomb site. But if that opportunity presents itself, really cool that he felt the freedom to just step on through and make a play. 6-4, they're 2 rounds back.
Yeah, well, Team Spirit, as we've mentioned, still have a lot of money, so a great buy still. Shiro's on the AWP.
Great buy in the next round, regardless of what happens here as well.
Yeah, Donk hasn't necessarily been able to take over the server like he did against Bait. This is something that just hasn't been working out for him. And Chopper, he's waiting it long. Blinded upon his peak, but here's Donk. He's had enough. He goes aggressive. He's pushing up towards top middle.
They haven't gone to his positions.
They're worried because the bomb's there.
They haven't gone to the B bomb site once, and so Donk is just like, all right, if I'm gonna have impact in this game, I'm gonna have to go hunt it. I'm gonna have to go hunt it down.
And the kill from Donk actually slows down the long take because they had to worry about the bomb being left and severed off. They wonder, is Donk going to continue to push? Is he going to find the bomb? So they had to come back and address this problem and now waste time and utility forcing them back. And Donk isn't going to be forced back. He's going to stick around and he's going to fight around that utility. And a second kill picked up by Donk until finally a little bit too much as he peeks into the AWP.
But you know what? I like that out of Donk. Even that third peek for the third kill is probably a little bit too much, but I like the fact that he's just being proactive and he's like, you know what? I'm done sitting at the B bomb site. I'm done letting you guys
time to get involved.
Yeah, do a default, take catwalk control, hit this A bomb site. I want to be involved. I want to have impact. And he's found 2 opening kills, and if Spirit can't close it out from that kind of production out of Donk on the CT side, then I don't know what to tell you.
Here comes Chopper. He's got to catch Lackey with utility in hand, but Lackey, for some reason, got a 6th sense. Just had a little bit of a look down and caught Chopper. Smoke fades away at long, and Magix does not want to peek into that. And if he does, AWP is waiting around the corner. So Lackey picks up. Oh no, the gun switch. Perfect timing for Magix to go around that corner, and Lackey taken out.
That's the bomb as well. Norway's going to have to find a way to get into this site. Magic's hiding inside the smoke for now. There's the kill. Spam down. It's perfect. But now you have Zontix to deal with. Bomb is chucked over, so a plant's going to come in. Norway watching for this. Good kill. And it's all on Shiro.
Well, he's been fantastic so far. It goes to the USP, and he'll drop to Clax, who saves this round completely.
My brother in Christ, what is happening?
How Spirit lost that round? I mean, you get Donk, who just dominates mid, gets you 2 kills early, and you can't close it.
And that's also why, I will say, that's also why that third kill, attempting to go for that third peak, is a little bit too much. Because again, we've seen a lot of 5-on-3s the last 2 days just lost.
Yeah, we have far too many, especially in that VP game. Like that was the worst.
But every fight after this for Team Spirit, for Aurora, is isolated Team Spirit players. Everything after that was a 1v1.
Back to the AWP, Jason. He's gone back to the double AWP.
They can't push every round.
Yes, he can. He's done it almost every time.
If anyone can, it would be Donk.
It's kind of when he was playing his best. Well, Aurora have a great chance here to tie up the scoreline.
But remember, this map isn't particularly great for them. Dust mentioned it on the desk. They've got it's not a great win rate for them across 8 maps on it, 38%. So I mean, switch over to the CT side and let's see if they can handle what Spirit bring to the table. Let's see if they're going to be smart enough on rotations, on protocols. That'll be the next challenge. When you don't get to dictate the action, when you don't get to dictate the aggression.
Aurora taking the time. Like you said, they haven't actually pressured into the B bomb site all that often throughout this half. They might try and do it here in the final round of this half in play. So we've got Donk out of the window with the AWP, and at the back of the bomb site is Zontex. He's playing on the platform.
Most teams will tell you that they don't really game plan for like opposing team's star player, but this half really feels like Aurora came into this and said, let's avoid Donk as much as possible. And it's worked.
Well, they can't avoid his AWP this time. He'll take away Norby. Shiro's aggression not working out. And Lackey with a bomb needs to be careful. Nearly going down. Kenzie's dropping back into the lower tunnels, trying to join up with his teammates and allow this final 19 seconds to go Aurora's way. But a 3v4 as they need to get into the site. Zontex waiting at the car. And Donk is close. Look how aggressive he's going on the AWP. That's, of course, the way Donk is going to play the AWP. Runs in, goes for the no-scope, and a 7-5 half as Team Spirit have a small lead.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever from Aurora in that half, doing a good job against the gun rounds. Man, if they could have converted some of those low buys, if they converted the second round, if they converted a low buy later on, this would have been a dominant half out of them. So
yeah, it would have been.
Spirit gets away with a couple to take a 7-5 lead.
I just love the way Donk used the AWP in the last second there. That was great.
Yeah, probably just getting bored. Knows the round's coming to a close, knows he's got plenty of teammates up. It was, what, like a 4-on-1 at that point?
Yeah. But I love that it worked. Worked for him, in the no-scope. All right, 1 minute halftime break here. Their coach, Brain. Can I have a talk to them? What a name.
Now you got to contain Donk on the T side where he gets to be the aggressor. Shiro's still having a good game. Seems to be the eternal conversation around Team Spirit is Shiro and Donk are going to be there for you. Who's going to step up and be that third guy? It's Magix or Zontix. And so far in this game, it's Magix 12-4, although he had a couple hiccups out towards long on the defense.
Yeah, you don't want to lose both pistols in this map if you're Team Spirit. It's going to make your journey very difficult here on Dust 2, and it's going to be a commitment into long for both teams. A lot of players here. It's going to be a bloodbath. And Shiro, Donk, and Zontex move their way out.
Donk playing anti-flash.
P250 ready to go. Oh, big shot from Shiro. Ready for a play to be at the car, but Claxon the double kill with the USP, keeping his team in this fight. It's down to 1v2 as Shiro has to win it. Headshot collected onto Norby. And now it's all up against Lackey. He's coming through CT. He's got the dual Berettas. Faber at range, the P250, but the instant dink. Shiro down to 5 HP, and he's got to get out of there.
That's all right. He has the whole map, and he's got 1 minute and 15 seconds to play with, and that P250 can work.
He's got a smoke flash as well. But Lackey's already starting to move off of A. So he's not too far off getting back to B. And if he goes into the lower tunnels, he's not going to make it in time, so he's going to push up onto Catwalk instead, and this does give time for Shiro to go through into the B-bomb site and get a comfortable post-plant position.
Remember, the Lackey knows he gushed Shiro, so even if he's out of position for the moment, when he realizes that bomb is going down at the B site, he can be very, very aggressive, and he knows he can be very aggressive. The question is, can Shiro find a timing where he gets a free 2 to 3 shots with Lackey looking the wrong direction for that P250 to land a headshot?
Or with Shiro's ability just to get the headshot straight away.
This is a tough position to clear.
He gets into the box, climbs up on top. Lackey moving into position, needs the headshot now, and Shiro, he'll collect a 4K. He wins this pistol round all on his own.
That's what I mentioned. Shiro found a perfect position and the timing. The smoke really obfuscating what kind of information Lackey could get in the 1v1. Wasn't sure if he crossed back towards Halls, and Shiro gets his 2 to 3 shots. He opens the round, he closes it. Good engagement out towards long. I mean, a well-played round from both teams. Spirit get that pick towards car, and they expect the flash play. And poor Lackey just can't find it. Good clutch from Shiro to deliver Team Spirit a pistol.
Yeah, they really needed that pistol round as well. Aurora down to the full eco. They're not going to go for the buy, and they're challenging top mid, going aggressively into the scout of Shiro. He'll land his first shot. He'll finish him off for the P250, and Magix gets a triple. So 9-5 scoreline. Team Spirit starting to build the lead, but here comes the buy for Aurora. You had questions about what their CT side would look like. Would they be able to handle the Team Spirit T side? Well, we're going to get our first look.
This round tells us a lot, because the first half was really cool and impressive out of Aurora on those gun rounds, with the way they were able to win the rounds and overwhelm the 8 bomb site time after time. But the missed opportunities against the low buys, the lost pistol in the second round, if Team Spirit just go on to close this out like 12-5, 12-6, you kind of forget that that actually was a pretty decent T half out of Aurora. It just turns into a fact that you couldn't compete across the board on Dust 2.
Big chop heading his way into the bottom of the tunnels. Molly now short. He's got Donk in behind him. A little bit of speed to take their initial positions here for Team Spirit. Passive setup here for Aurora. Clack's going to play in pit. Deco out towards car. Kenzie collecting initial information towards short and a great grenade. That's fantastic. Chopper eating the shrapnel. Got out of dodge on the second wave of utility.
Good amount of utility held onto though by Aurora. Flashbang for Deco over at car. Kenzie just deploys a defensive smoke to try and neutralize this one, plays behind it. So Spirit's going to have to wait if they want to hit up Catwalk, and that's information for Aurora. When no other activity is happening on the map, mid to B smoke thrown out now. So Lackey and Norway going to fall out of the B bomb site, but here's the hit.
Deco going to climb up into the smoke, and Donk just annihilates him. Now Kenzie plays out a goose. Here's the swing. Magix with a great headshot. And Team Spirit with some hard entries, making it difficult for Aurora to hold on, and Shiro just swings out long. The final two forces committed to this retake, and Shiro is a P250 god. There's nothing stopping him on that little sidearm, and it's 10-5 as Team Spirit get to the end here. There's not going to be much to play with for Aurora, so we're looking at 11 rounds for Team Spirit. And just so quickly, this game is flipped in their control.
Yeah, and I think you can see, too, Aurora probably feeling a little outclassed once they switch sides to the CT side, like taking that play inside the smoke, trying to jump up on the railing and get a little cheeky, a little clever.
The CZ comes out for Clax. And it's about good at pistols in and around it here for Aurora. Magix and Donk, here they come. Out of the long doors, clearing close, making sure none of these pistols are around, and the reaction for Aurora, they realize they can't really fight long with the positions they've got, so they take short instead.
Could find Zontix if they get really aggressive.
And Zontix had a pretty quiet map here.
Oh, he was the other B player, right? They never went there in the first half. Good shot from Chopper. A little catwalk aggression. Lower dart coming in. Lackey surely going to fall to Zontix. Nice and easy. No issues for Team Spirit.
Shiro's got a molly as well, so he'll use that out towards Gandalf as he's just seen Norby take a step in behind those boxes. So Shiro,
oh Jesus.
Yeah, you like that. Transfer from Shiro, headshot to the second player.
Oh, he's
had a great game. It's Shiro's day today. 25-6. He's had a great RMR. I mean, even in that loss against PWE, Shiro had a fantastic performance. He's 1.55 rating, 25-13. He's got 25 kills, 6 deaths here, so it's good to see Shiro having a good RMR, even in losing efforts, rather.
I think it's cool seeing him like realize that he's on a heater, like he's got a hot hand.
Yeah,
and he's willing to take every single fight. Doing great work for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think if you're Spirit, accepting a best-of-1 loss to PWE yesterday, especially when there was crazy rounds like Ninja Diffuse, if you can win 13-5 here, you won't worry about that result too much. The B aggression does not work out for Lackey. He goes right into the tunnels, and Zontix is ready to take him out.
Yeah, and that's a very early part of the round to be in a 4v5 off that aggressive play. Control doesn't pan out at the B bomb site. Spirit in complete control, and now they get to chill and wait for a reaction.
Maui touched on it at the start of the tournament, but we've seen Resol used to play for Aurora, Clax used to play for 9 Pandas. There was a trade in that move. And I think both teams have taken a dip in their performance. I think Aurora at the start of this year, a lot of positives about them. And Kenzie, definitely one of the positives here for Aurora. He slows down Magix. In fact, he eliminates him. Team Spirit canceled that B play.
Yeah. Good equalizer. Oh, good one to add on top of it.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, that's Shiro taken down. Up catwalk we go. It's all they've got left. They need a flashbang, though. Oh, they don't have one. Donk goes down on the hard swing. Zontix and Chopper will back away and likely save. Trying to get a couple kills at the end of the day, but it's not going to happen. Good hold from Aurora. Good conversion of a 4v5 off the aggressive flash peek into B tunnels. And they get a 6th on the board, but the recovery has to be right now.
Well, plenty of money for Team Spirit. $12,900 on Shiro before he's bought anything, and they'll get a really solid buy. He'll get his AWP out here too. But yeah, you're right. The recovery needs to start coming through now from Aurora. Need to build their way back into this game very quickly. Getting the over the... We're wearing a GoPro on the cameraman's head right now.
Yeah, I like that. Interesting seeing 3 timeouts from
Other
Team
action
Spirit.
cameras are available.
Yeah. It's interesting with this 3rd timeout. I feel like Hallie's like must be more concerned about the mindset and making sure his team is just ready to close this one out. I think he's sitting there and he's like, after that loss yesterday against Passion, let's just make this easy. Let's not let this get difficult. I don't want my team to be in a position where the pressure starts mounting and they start thinking about the collapse that we had yesterday. They start thinking about the disappointing loss we had yesterday. So looking to get Team Spirit up to 12 right here in round 18. Shiro on the AWP, which has been a lovely piece of equipment for them throughout this map.
Util over the top of long. Look who's waiting for them. It's Deco and his sniper. And he's had a frustrating game by his own standards, so he would love to start getting involved here on the CT side. Kenzie, somewhat aggressive at short. Chopper has eyes on it for the time being, so if Kenzie is to continue his push, Chopper's in a position to punish. But Team Spirit continue to prowl out long, and this push is coming now. Kenzie thinking he can flank. Thinking he can flank.
Not even
Chopper's not going to let it happen. There we go. Big chop.
I wonder if there's going to be follow-up aggression from Lackey at double doors. He's starting to slide in now. Molotov to Chopper's position. He will be forced out. Flashbang confuses him a little bit. Just tags him right at the end. And this is nice from Aurora. Good follow-up aggression after the first play doesn't work. Chopper never expected it. And Spirit have no options all of a sudden.
Yeah, not done yet.
They realize,
Aurora.
like, they don't know that Aurora has disappeared from mid, but in your mind, if you're one of these 2 players out of long, you're like, we're boxed in. We can only go forward.
Oh, seen the head of the player behind the box there, Shiro. Needs to be careful on a timing. Blast over the smoke, but it's not going to fade away as much as he would have liked. And so Deca moves to the left side of it, and Shiro is taken out at range. So Magic's nothing he can do here. Still money available for Team Spirit going into the next round of the majority of players.
Yeah, but it's going to dwindle, and remember, there's no timeouts left for Team Spirit. If they get into a tough situation, if Aurora can outlast 1 more round, they've laid out the carpet to bring this right back. 11-7. Magix will keep the weapon. No bonus money built up. He's got 2,300 in the bank, so can replenish utility and set up nicely for the future. Lackey might just find him after the time, but not willing to risk the weapon.
Just think how much time Team Spirit spent out long, and they didn't get a kill. The only kill of this round was Chopper holding the mid push and Kenzie walking in towards him. Like, they were out long for a significant portion of time here. And Donk obviously getting caught by Deco is frustrating. A lot of Team Spirit success comes off the back of send Donk out. If he gets the kill, usually they're able to convert those round wins. But when Donk goes down, it looked like there wasn't a whole lot of fallback plan going on. So Team Spirit 11-7, money could collapse in a moment.
It's hard to work up the courage to move up long when you know you're kind of boxed in from middle, because you realize, like, when Chopper goes down, you realize they have complete information on the map. So you very well could be walking into 3-4 defenders at that A bomb site with full utility, so you're kind of trying to delay it so they spend some of their nades. But this T side yet to really get cooking.
Cheryl waiting for the mid-cross.
It's a great setup for Aurora. They don't need to do anything. They don't need to peek.
Yeah, just chill. Just hang out. Does give space for Team Spirit to work with it short.
Well, here's the thing. Now that they're taking short and throwing out this utility, it's going to put Kenzie in a position where he has to make a decision. Does he want to fall back to the A bomb site and CT spawn? And yes, they will. They'll break up the stack, a smoke towards double door to provide the window of opportunity for Kenzie to slide back. Molotov to delay, but he really wants to emphasize mid. Now they're pulling him in two directions, Catwalk and the mid to be split.
Oh, Chopper losing health, and now it's white. As they continue to move through those, Zontex gets the essential trade out towards Kenzie, and he's looking to apply pressure onto Lackey, but look how quick Zontex has got in towards CT. Lackey not ready for that. And now Clack's coming up onto the long fight. He has to win the duel, and he takes away Donk's life. One of the most dangerous players alive here for Team Spirit, gone, and Shiro. He's able to chime in, but he needs to be careful. He flicked back. You needed that kill if you're Lackey. And Shiro is just popping off now. You've given him a chance. You've given him some life. And it's 12 rounds for Team Spirit off the back of that. And Deco, he's still got some time, but he's a long way off. And with the AWP on his back, he doesn't feel like he can go for this one, so he's going to fall away. And Team Spirit go up to 12 rounds. Shiro saves the day again.
Was that Norway who missed that on that flank?
I think it was Lackey.
That was actually such a cool play, too, because I think he realized one got into CT spawn. He called it out for Deco to address it on the rotate. And there's no reason for Shiro to expect that catwalk flank when they've just executed two players out mid. He had the perfect chance to ruin that round, and another opportunity slips out of Aurora's hands. That's the story of this game. Aurora putting themselves constantly in position to punish Spirit, put pressure on them, and missing opportunities. A disgusting shot from Shiro.
Amazing game from Shiro as well. Just impact. He wins the pistol round in the second half in that clutch. Gets a 4K in the pistol.
Yeah, this is a hard carry performance out of Shiro.
This is just fantastic.
You love to see it.
Because this isn't a great game from Team Spirit. This is like
no, it doesn't.
C game. Probably.
I'm with you. It doesn't feel that great out of them, but it's whatever works at this point. I mean, as we always say with the RMRs, like it doesn't matter how you do it. It's not always going to be pretty. You'd expect it to be smoother for Spirit, but it's not. It doesn't matter. Get to the major, and then we can address what happens next.
Double up setup here for Aurora. It's going to be Norvi and Deco wielding the snipers nice and early here in round 20. Let's see if they make it happen. Good shot on the cross. Norvi down to 27. Damage done again by Shiro, but look at this from Deco. The charge up towards top middle.
This is those dynamic plays that Maui was talking about on the desk that he can bring out, that he likes to bring out. What happens if Lackey goes down, though? All of a sudden, your safety net behind you goes away.
Zontex can ruin it here for Deco, but he's got his chance into the top mid fight. Great trade from Donk. Zontex wins the follow-up. And Team Spirit about to close out this map.
Yeah, that presence of Deco in top mid, it really makes Zontex aware of the possibility of a lower push. Prepared for that fight off the nade. Magix and Shiro working their way out long. Zontex still in lower B. He'll park there with low health. He's going to be the flank watcher as Chopper moves up catwalk, or excuse me, Donk moves up catwalk.
Well, Donk rips through Kenzie. Follow-up kill about to come through. Needs to be careful. He is low on damage with that push forward, though. He doesn't look like he's scared at all, so he'll continue to walk into the site. His teammates move with him at long, and Clax and Norvi.
And this is the map over. It's done. There's no chance of the retake. So for Aurora, you have to go back and say, look, they actually had a really, really cool game plan. I think in some senses they actually looked like the cooler team, the better team in this series. Just the missed opportunities. Losing the second round after winning the pistol, losing another low buy later on when they had the economy at a breaking point on Team Spirit. Losing the clutch to Shiro in the pistol here in the second half. Missed opportunity after missed opportunity, despite putting themselves in good positions.
Well, 13-7 win. Team Spirit able to bounce back after a loss yesterday with a comfortable victory versus Aurora in terms of scoreline.
Yeah, maybe not quite as comfortable as they would have liked, Dinko, but yes, it wasn't clean, it wasn't clinical, but nothing really matters in the RMRs. It's just about getting the dub.
You know, if you actually add an I to the end of Donk's name, you have Donkey, which is like Dinko, but you just switch the vowels. Either way,
we'll workshop that one, I think, not your finest.
I feel like that was something that you should have run by us first.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we could have saved you from that moment.
That's what the break's for, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not in the right
We do a lot of
headspace.
workshopping in our breaks, and I feel like you just let that one slip. I don't know. It's all right.
Yeah, that was probably the worst thing I've ever done on a desk, actually.
Yeah.
I'll let Dust
I've
take
done
this
worse things on the desk, so you know you don't have to.
That's
worry
true.
about
That's true.
I mean, listen, you can be in the Kappa sign support group, I guess,
100%.
at this point. But look, I agree with Jason's assessment at the end. Actually, there were moments for Aurora in this match, and Spirit, they did enough, but like it still isn't.
Let's be real. It was Shiro the hero this game. I mean, this guy just absolutely hard carried them with the AWP throughout the course of it. Obviously had the pistol clutch in the first round, the second half. So many magical moments that he had. Speaking of Magix was a supporting cast in this game.
Sure.
He was finally that third player we've been waiting for to show up and help, carry Spirit across.
Will he be there next time? No one knows.
Yeah, exactly. Find out on the next episode. But no, I think you're right, Richard. I mean, it wasn't the tidiest Counter-Strike by any stretch of the imagination. I think the scoreline won't show exactly how dicey this game kind of was for Spirit. And in a map that I kind of questioned why Aurora would let it get to, they did actually seem to have some good ideas and almost pulled off some cool rounds, but just fell slightly short on a couple of really key rounds.
And also on top of that, Spirit were able to win some rounds through individual heroics, along with just in some ways, I always hate boiling it down to firepower, but in reality, sometimes that is what it is. I mean, they set themselves up for success in a couple of the rounds, but I mean, Spirit won a round in this with practically a single hero op, but it was mostly a flurry of P250s that actually put them on the right track. And so for this one, Aurora just didn't capitalize on all the moments where they had advantages also. And we see on their kill count, really no one popped off the charts. We really wanted to see more from Deco, but actually a lot of the T side, he had a rifle in his hands. I think it maybe took until round 6 or 7 for him to really be wielding the op. And this was obviously a massive Shiro performance for 28-9. Like, he's got over a 3.0 kill death ratio in this game, and he only saved maybe a couple times. He actually saved their asses more than he actually saved his guns.
Yeah, which is fair. And look, I mean, we've highlighted this time and time again, how integral Shiro and Donk are to the Spirit project. When it works, it's fantastic. The worry has to be that when you're watching these individual performances dragging you through these maps, what happens when they're not there? That's what I'm always terrified about. Like, who fills the void?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where that's the difference between them finishing top 8 and them making a deep run in the tournament is if they're able to get full production out of the entire lineup. And it's because, I mean, you always know what you're going to get from Donk and Shiro. I mean, that's just kind of a given. But it really has just been like who will be consistently there for them. Zontix earlier in the year actually was fantastic for them. I feel like, obviously it was overshadowed by the, how great Donk was. They both came up from the same academy system, both young, inexperienced players. Donk skyrocketed as like the next phenom of Counter-Strike, where Zontix has been just kind of more of a middle of the pack player. But this game in particular, Magix was pretty solid. Had a couple of mistakes here and there, but I'm really nitpicking at that point. Overall, he played a really good game. And then obviously Shiro just again with the hard carry on Dust 2 with the op.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple rounds we could look at there for kind of the team effort side of Spirit, because we had one that was kind of early in kind of the middle of the first half where they were mostly on pistols. We had a hero op for Shiro, and Shiro pushes out the tunnels pretty early on, actually being proactive with it, finding all the information, and it was Zontix here with the USP able to snipe one with a nice shot there. I think he got another dink as well. But overall, Shiro actually made that hero op, which sometimes he played a little bit too passively, say 2 years ago, and found great effect with it, able to funnel the Aurora attack over towards the A bomb site where all of the pistols from Spirit were lying in wait. So overall, I mean, like, he also had an incredible pistol round. Like, a lot of what was happening in this game was either off the back of Shiro getting flat out kills, or at least moving the Aurora players away from him so that they would be taken down too. But this one right here is where Spirit were a little bit messy, Dust. We saw them getting a couple opening picks and still losing this one out because they actually kind of disrespected their opponent probably a bit too much this game.
Yeah, there's definitely some moments where it felt like they were disjointed, where they were kind of going one by one. They weren't really making plays together. They didn't really seem in unison, which is kind of one of their strengths on this Dust 2 map, and really why they're one of the best D2 teams in the world, in my opinion, is because they're usually just so good at grouping up and making plays off of each other and really just kind of grinding rounds down. But in this one, I just felt they were like a little bit all over the place, a little bit scatterbrained, and even though they obviously still wound up winning, it's more of me thinking about the long term. Like, are they going to be able to sort this stuff out, deeper into the tournament when they're trying to make a big playoff run?
Because Jason brought it up early on, Rich, that this isn't we kind of felt like Spirit were the heavy favorites. I mean, we did think that. They were the heavy favorites.
Yeah, as
but
they should be.
The eye test wasn't always the best for them here, and you really want to see Spirit just lock in as early as possible.
Well, they've set themselves up for that weight of expectation, because when your first map is a 13-1,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And people are expecting you to just blow your opposition away. I mean, we've got another round here as well.
Yeah, another Shiro highlight in this game where he was able to bring back a pretty crazy frenzy that was going on at long, and I never see this spot played, Dust. Like, I never see that spot played in a clutch with 5 HP, and I think that's why it probably works so well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where I really didn't think he was going to win that round just because his health was so low, and even though he got bombed down, had the smoke on the doors, was able to, you know, pick whatever position he wanted post-plant, you know, putting yourself locked out on platform, I thought that's actually a spot that can actually just get swung and spammed, and then he'd be in a lot of trouble with the low HP, but being on that elevated angle, the guy didn't even really check it, honestly. He just kind of went big box and looked straight to ton.
It just seems so unlikely anyone would be there.
So, shout out to Shiro for, you know, being a little bit creative there and obviously hitting some brilliant shots also.
I feel like, you know, you asked earlier, like, kind of what happens when the stars don't perform for Spirit. It's like, they actually are incredibly consistent, though. Like it's one of those things, like, you know, we'll get there when we get there, and we have gotten there before. Like Cologne, they just bombed out in last place because they weren't there. But so frequently they make these deep tournament runs, and Donk and Shiro have like a 1.4 rating and a 1.25 rating for the entire tournament. And the question always is just like, what's after that, though? Like, is Zontix in form? I would be interested. And you know what? I'll do it tonight. I'll find out, like, how many of their maps this year, when Zontix has beneath a 1.0 rating, how many are they actually winning? Because I know that Shiro and Donk are going to do well almost every map.
Yeah. All right, well, thanks a lot for that, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back and set up Heroic versus NIP, so make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
So, as promised, it's going to be Heroic versus NIP. We're going to start by talking about NIP, Ninjas in Pyjamas, of course. Obviously, a brand, an org that's had so much pedigree down the years, although I think you have to go pretty far back at this point for that to remain true. And they have a very disjointed, up-and-coming, if we're being kind about it, roster at the moment, and probably not a lot of expectations, if we're being honest.
I'm actually surprised they won a map at all yesterday, if I'm being honest with you. And I mean, again, it's not to take any stab at the players, but this team is just in such disarray the last few months. I mean, they just brought in a brand new IGL, missed them from their academy team just like 2 months ago. They never got to even play a single official match with their intended full 5, with Maxter being out due to illness or injury or something along those lines. So Yokob, another academy player, coming in to stand in, you know, throughout these last couple of tournaments, including this one. You know, Rez, your only long-standing member left. and you know, Isaac and Wrinkle haven't been there that long, and you know, it's a team that's kind of heavily reliant usually upon Wrinkle and Rez to get the work done. But surprisingly enough, it was actually Mistum yesterday who really fragged out pretty hard to beat PARIVISION on Anubis.
Right, and for just the legacy of the organization and how much of a fall from grace they've had, it feels like you should be able to entrust the people that got you there. You got Exist right now as the coach of the team. You have Threat, who's been a long-standing member of the organization as well. He did have a leave for a brief period of time.
And then came back.
But regardless, you feel like you're actually employing the right people, and many people. I don't think.
Well, I don't know about that, because Threat's the guy who famously said, "Look, the objective is to be competitive in 2025."
Yes, and
he said that in about February or March.
But that's the thing.
So.
I talked to any people in the old guard, and they're going to have a hard time actually saying Threat doesn't know what he's doing. Like that's the.
No, he definitely does. He's got a fantastic mind for the
Richard,
game.
It's just been a series of failures.
Sure.
And he's at the head of it all.
Sure.
So I think the results speak for themselves, you know?
What speaks for itself is the amount of success that players have had once they have left NIP versus what they have done on NIP.
Yeah. Exactly.
Or even before they join NIP, you know, and all that jazz. So, you know, for example, like Brolin is probably the biggest one recently with Mouse Sports, but, you know, you think about some of the IGLs that have come through and so forth. But yeah, Veto coming up. Obviously, no Inferno. That's going to be a permaban for Heroic. No Dust 2 for Nip. That's kind of the one that they've been getting rid of on a regular basis.
I'm thinking Ancient or Anubis as a middle ground between
that does
these
seem
teams.
like the best shot for both teams. Yeah, I agree.
I'm curious which of them it actually ends up on, and I would assume Anubis based off of that Ancient ban there, and we are going to get Anubis. I feel like for NIP, this is actually going pretty well for them. Maxter wasn't great at this map. Yocab actually has shown quite some proficiency on it. And for Heroic, I've actually seen them sometimes play a little bit too default on their CT side. I don't feel like they always push things out as much as they probably should. And for an upset that might be brewing here, I feel like the one way that happens is when the favorite just plays on their heels. So I want to see Heroic be a little bit more proactive than I've seen him in the past, because dictating the pace in BO1s feels essential to just make sure you're in control.
Yeah, and to talk about Heroic, obviously, last time we saw them out, it was losing against Big in what was probably an upset, I guess, in the minds of a lot of people. I've said it all throughout the broadcast. I said it in Finland. I just don't know what it's going to take for Heroic to get their act together. And you know, they're meant to have all of these parts. Everyone's raved about it. Everyone said Kixon was one of the finds of the season. And you know what? When they get Dexter, it's all going to click. Just give him time. We're here. We're at the RMR, and you're dropping maps in a really insipid fashion to teams you should be beating when you're meant to be the explosive Heroic. You're meant to, take over games. You're meant to have these incredible tactical flourishes. I haven't seen any of that. I can't conceive of a world where they lose to NIP, but I'm not a believer in Heroic long term. There's something off.
I mean, I'm just more optimistic than y'all two are. I don't really get it. I mean, they literally had a top 4 run at Rio where they beat G2 and Vitality. That wasn't that long ago.
But
that
they
was
lost to Ents and Espo. They lost to Ents and Espo.
Yes, they did lose to Ents and Espo in a best of 5 where Ents were had this magic in the freaking air on home soil for their organization. And then yes, they lost to Mongols at TWC, but they still had second place finishes at both. Still a top 4 team at Rio. When you compare that to some of their earlier results, they're definitely getting better. I don't think we can argue against that.
Yeah, they're getting better.
You know what we can do? We can bring in the casters to argue with us. Here it is. Right, we're all fighting this morning. We're all cranky.
I love arguing, Richard.
A top 2 finish at a 4-team event, though. That was
Jason. You were
second place at a 4-team event. Tell it how it is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. So come on, guys, give us your opinion.
Well, they are getting better, but they started at rock bottom. Look, I think this Heroic team is like a symptom of the horrifying, depressing explosion of that Ents roster that used to be amazing. This is like the depressing finish of where this is supposed to go. I think, look, Kixon, you're right. He hasn't kind of lived up to some of the hype around him. I think Nerds is struggling to realize that being a star player on a brand new project, trying to build up from nothing in a brand new team, is much more difficult than he probably expected. Dexter, I don't think, has solved some of the issues he's had as a player since he had, his special years, around the Antwerp time of things. He still is an Opera, I think, that struggles with decision making, that struggles with positioning. So you have some real weaknesses. That's the word.
Here's the good news, Jason. You get to repeat all of those points again because the game's about to start. So let's get into the action.
Thanks, Richard. That was fun. I appreciate it. 0-0. Dinko, we're getting into the pistol round.
That's usually where we start these. And we'll see who wins it today, Jason. NIP, I never have faith in NIP. Like, that's the thing. Like, as much as we've maybe talked about Heroic losing to Big yesterday, should have won, but Against NIP, I just feel like Heroic should win this. They've got a lot of reps here on Anubis. And Isaac, it's a good start here as Tesses goes down first. He's going to look for a follow-up. And Isaac, nice clean hold so far, eventually getting taken down by Nerds.
Yeah, look how long he stayed alive as well for the entire rotation to come in. Maybe didn't need to go around that smoke from Mistum, so all of a sudden we're into a 3-on-3. Shush, Kixin, and Nerds. And they back out because Kixin's got good standing. When NIP try and rotate back across the map, if they just freeze Heroic and give time for this to breathe, NIP is going to assume and realize the timing is there for them to get back to the A bomb site, and then Kixin's in a perfect position.
Kixin heads down into the storage onto the beach.
He's in a less perfect position now.
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised to see him work his way all the way towards beach. Like, I get it, but you're giving an opportunity for them to fall back towards Temple and cut off this mid play from your teammates. So he's got to come back to camera now and help them clear it. But now he no longer has eyes towards beach. However, NIP have not moved. They still think it's going to be a B finish, and Kixin's just like, no, it's cool over here.
Yeah, seems all quiet. Haven't seen anybody. There's no noise. Come on in. The water is warm on A. So the plant should come in no problem here for Nerds. And then NIP on the other side of the map can start beelining back over to A. But at this point, Heroic have so much time to get into solid post-plant positions. Kicksan's going to continue going to the beach. He's loving a beach day at the moment. Here's the steps, fights Wrinkle. Ooh, just be careful, he doesn't go down here. Kicksan eventually wins that fight, and he doesn't see anybody with Wrinkle. So it is going to be the final two members of NIP trying to come through camera. And Shush, not a fan of the paparazzi. He's going to shut down both players coming through camera with Nerds in tow. So 1-0 start here for Heroic to win the pistol. And for NIP, we'll see if they go for the force buy.
Maui just mentioned sometimes on CT side teams who like play on their heels a little bit and kind of play way too standard and default on the CT side on Anubis can get beat. He was talking about in the context of favorites, but here in the 3-on-3, I think NIP played this round way too scared, way too static. Never any kind of a play to get information, never any kind of a play to gain map control to put themselves in an advantage situation. It was quiet for so long on the map in that 3-on-3. They watched the bomb run away, and they just kind of were like, you know what? Let's just hope and pray they end up coming back to this B-bomb site, and obviously not the case. They could have executed like a two-man push in canals, had a flank towards the A-bomb site, got like moved around the map, see if you can spot somebody.
Just be a little bit more active.
Yeah.
Get your steps in for the day.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to get
10,000?
I think 7,000 is the break-even point, and they recommend 10,000.
Yeah. It'd be hard to fit 10,000 in daily life. Dexter, he's dealing out a lot of damage. He's got himself quite a lot of impact with that Mac 10, a lot of money. Mistum is left alone, and he's taken out by Shush. So 2-0 start here for Heroic, comfortable in terms of taking that second, not a single player going down. So it allows Heroic's money to somewhat build up. Now NIP get to the purchase. When you're talking about NIP, Rez always enters the conversation, right? He's always a player you talk about, but Wrinkle's been the new talking point for NIP, the shining light at times for them.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it, I guess, a breakout event at Pro League, but he did have, I guess, like a good event, you know, put him on the map to a certain extent, but not in any kind of way where it's like, you know, this guy's like the next big star. It's just like, oh, he's got a cool game.
He's got some game. Yeah. Well, Shush certainly has that. He's going for a B play, just looking to take some fights straight away with the open arches. The Yokka at the back of the site. Isn't going to get the first kill. It's going to be Isaac actually chiming through that smoke and missed him. Look at this. He's going to go aggressive. It hasn't worked out. I thought he was going to have a great chance there on Nerds, but the rifle just outmatches him.
If I'm one of these B defenders, I'm really annoyed by how like Heroic decided to open up this half. That challenge directly as fast as possible, swing towards B main. I feel like when you have teams and players who are willing to do that against you on the T side, being the B defender is really, really annoying on this map.
Yeah, but they handled it well.
They did. They got fortunate to spam through the smoke to take down Shush, I believe, as he started pushing forward. But that player up on platform is like, I don't like these duels. They're really uncomfortable.
Yeah, but look at the push from Isaac. He's pushed all the way through B main, and he's starting this flank straight away.
Now he's getting his steps.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. He's closing the space rapidly.
And beautiful utility at the A-bomb side as well.
Dexter, though, is right. Oh, no, he's watching a little bit lower. I thought it looked like Dexter's crossout could have spotted Isaac out, but
what
that
happened to Kixin's gun?
I think he's wondering the same thing.
He had a Mac 10. There we go.
Got it in the water now. But look, Isaac hasn't stopped, right? He got the mid pick. He could have went back to camera, but Isaac's just walking in behind him. And damage done onto Nerds. Misses the timing just about. But there's so many players in this A-bomb set. You would still imagine that Heroic are going to find it very tough to get through. So kicks out to take Wrinkle down. Oh, he finds a follow-up. And now Rez to the back of the bomb site. They weren't expecting the third player. And so him just hiding has forced Nerds into the clutch, and Rez able to close it on his own.
Well, if you needed any more evidence that Isaac essentially won that round with that flank, with that push, you needed 3 defenders at the bomb site to hold on to it. So the fact that he's got the information and allows them to stack over there. On top of that, the spam kill to start. The kill on Dexter in the mid-round. Isaac does so much work for NIP in this round. First is on the board, but money's still going to be painful as they rebuy into things.
Yeah, Dexter's on the AWP. I don't think we've seen a game yet where you could point back to the old Dexter, right? He used to take over servers on his own and just dominate. I haven't necessarily seen that from him yet.
As I was kind of mentioning in that little pre-game argument we had with the desk, you think of Dexter and some of the best games he had. You think back to that match when he was in Spirit at Antwerp against FaZe, where he was going absolutely bonkers with the AWP. Those styles of games that get really scrappy and chaotic, and he's just unleashed. I think when he has to play like protocols in certain positions and good rotations and good movement, that's where I sometimes feel like he gets a little bit lost in the sauce and doesn't really know how to have his same level of impact when he's got to play the detailed Counter-Strike. And look at how Heroic is just peeling apart NIP bit by bit.
Unfortunate for NIP. They win their first round, they immediately get bodied in the follow-up. Can't really compete for this round victory, and there's not a lot of money left over whatsoever because they sustained a lot of losses in the last round, even though they shouldn't have. With 3 players stacking out the B bomb site, should have been a comfortable finish to it, but it came down to 2 players staying alive. So NIP got to hang on to those weapons, chill out in storage, carry over the 2 M4s, a little bit of utility in Kevlar, and this is going to allow Heroic up 3-1. Now, we got to see in the map stats, you know, we're talking about Anubis being the middle ground, expecting the possibility of either Ancient or Anubis coming into this game, but you see how many times Heroic have played this. Not necessarily the most dominant scoreline for themselves in terms of win-loss record, but they have played it a lot. And just the amount of reps they've had against top opposition is obviously going to be very helpful. Terrorists win. It's just wild to me looking at this NIP team and how many players have been in and out of the squad. And now what we're working with right now for NIP.
Yeah, you know, I have a certain level of sympathy for this situation. I mean, sympathy might not be the right word because I think they're kind of in a position of their own making. But
understanding, maybe.
Yeah, well, because like the whole conversation around NIP, like we can meme on it and joke on it as much as we possibly want about the idea that NIP came out at the beginning of this year and said like we're aiming to be contenders in 2025, which is kind of like feels like they're sort of saying we're throwing 2024 by the wayside. But I mean, in reality, unless you're going to go out and spend a couple $1 million to get players to be contenders, it's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, you know, you're dealing with contracts, dealing with buying players out, dealing with, you know, building a core that can attract a good player who can take you to that next level. It's a very difficult process to go on if you're like a GM trying to put together a team that, I mean, remember, this NIP org literally cratered. So it's like, you know, the rebuilding process is not an easy one to go through. So, yeah, sympathy might be strong, but I understand the predicament of, like, we don't want to just be a team that just drops a shit ton of money to be contenders. We need to build into it, and that takes time.
Well, they tried the competitive. They tried that route, right? They tried buying Device a few years ago.
And, yeah, that went great for them.
That did not go well. Well, they made a quarterfinal of a major with some real rough green pieces.
It was a good 4 months.
Yeah. And then after that, yeah, it just fell off rapidly. Not expecting much out of NIP. I loved the boost attempt there from Wrinkle. They tried to run boost him out B main and get him out there early, but Molotov came in for Heroic to stop that play from coming in. And now the play towards A is set up. Nerds is at the front of the attack. It's Rez to go down in the bomb site. Dexter's cut off any sort of flanks through water.
Yeah.
It's comfortable here from Heroic.
Mistim needed to be way more ready with that flashbang. He needs to be throwing that flashbang as soon as the Molotov is in the air so that Rez can peek and fight instead of panic and try and evacuate. There's always going to be a tough round, though, with not a whole lot of weaponry to work with, and that last M4 is even taken away out of Wrinkle's hands. So Heroic up 4-1. Anubis starting to look good on this T side.
Yeah, great start from Heroic. There's been opportunities here for NIP, but not a whole lot. Money's going to return for the Ninjas. We'll have a Wrinkle with enough money to buy up that AWP again, and the rifle support will be there around him.
Terrorists win.
Tabs and stickers.
Tabs and stickers from Krakow.
Damn.
Channeling the little crouch bug.
God, That was that Major, wasn't it? that was Bug Clan. AWP out for a Wrinkle. Got to start finding some impact with that. And a decent amount of utility, not a whole lot, but medium utility, as the HUD says, Jason. That's the official measurement.
Medium utility.
Here comes an aggressive play from Wrinkle. It's one and done for a very expensive weapon.
I mean, again, that goes back to me mentioning how annoying you have to be as a B defender if you see a team just willing to sprint and challenge you in this B choke point. Once again, they go for it, so it makes for a very quick trade, and it opens up the possibility for Tesses.
Here he comes, the best Danish player in his village, and he's got himself a double kill. Isaac to go down, and that's the site overtaken.
Best Danish player in his little fishing village.
Yeah. If he's from Copenhagen, that's a compliment.
But anywhere else.
If he's from Aalborg, then it's him and Pimp, and that's not really a competition right now.
No competition there. Shout out to Pimp. I love Pimp.
He's making some food right now, probably.
He's on his bike.
He's on that healthy
mile
gamer
27 grind. Or kilometer 60 or whatever it would be.
More like 170 or something. All right, Rez just hanging on to this M4 in the cave. Little caveman. Might be able to get a chance here on Shush, who dives down into the beach, getting hot in the sand. Eventually, Rez able to pick up that kill, so he will hang on to the M4, wasn't able to get back to the AWP. And for Wrinkle, I mean, you wait a long time to get the AWP out. And I like that he was confident to try and take matters into his own hands, but just with the way Heroic were playing, there was no way he was getting away from one kill, you know?
That's the thing. It's I mean, you can't even really fault them. They call for an aggressive play, and unfortunately it's at a timing where Heroic equally call for an aggressive play towards that B bomb site, so they kind of negate each other going 1 for 1. Both AWPers taken down in that opening engagement. 4-round lead for Heroic, and it's just Rez's M4 held on to for NIP.
Nertz has had a very quiet 10-1 start, hasn't he? 10-1. Must feel weird for Nertz and Saul, who have now just watched the majority of their former teammates in Falcons be put on the bench. They had a lot of uncertainty, leaving a great project in ENCE.
You know,
and having to rebuild this Heroic squad together, but now they're in a better position because they're playing.
Well, think of that whole situation at that time with that ENCE core blowing up. At the time, they were like, what, a top 4 team? That Heroic team blowing up as well.
Yeah.
You know, who were also a top 4 team. And, you know, those teams had like a certain magic that they were able to find as a collective unit. Oh my lord, is that...
That's a collateral on the Deeg.
Oh, God.
You don't see that a whole lot. Just giving NIP a chance in the round.
You better
otherwise be thrown out the window.
You better convert on that.
Yeah. Well, Jakob taking damage. He's going to go back into the storage. His teammate's starting to move through the canal.
Dexter's alone with the bomb. He's got to be a little bit careful. Smoking off Temple, allowing Nerds to come help him. But here's that push that I mentioned that I wanted to see in the pistol round. They're getting it in here. Pushing through canals, through boats, over towards A main. Tessa is going to step up to try and handle it. He will not expect 3 players.
Oh, Tessis holds down for 1. Gets traded out by Mistim. And now Dexter holding on at the back of the site. Great double. And Jokic walks right into Nerds, recovered by Heroic. A little bit of damage done off the back of a Deeg collateral in mid.
Yo, but do you see that spray from Tess's? Missing the first 2 players, and just a bullet hits Rez, the only rifle, right in the dome. That's got to be so frustrating.
Spray and pray.
That's got to be so frustrating coming in as that 3rd player and just eating a stray bullet.
Yeah, it's always the worst when you die and the person didn't even mean to kill you. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my lordy, lordy, lordy.
So nice to watch.
It's 100 HP on both players to nothing.
Quite quick. Over towards A this time. Testes at the front with a great flash from Kicksan. Aggression from Isaac punished by Dexter, and now it's all on Mistim. And I just love the speed that Heroic are bringing to this game right now.
I feel like NIP is like trying to play chess, but Heroic is just like, it's just...
They're playing Hungry Hippos.
I don't even know what the comparison would be, but they're like, you know, NIP's trying to set up like these plays, these smart plays, a little bit of aggression, set up a pop flash, and Heroic's just like, nope, we're gonna rush this, and we're just gonna be very simple, and we're gonna. It's like Heroic's playing checkers, except in this situation, checkers is winning for whatever reason.
Well, there's speed chess too, Jason.
Sure. Okay, chess and speed chess.
Yeah.
That's what you want to go with?
Yeah.
That's fair.
I'm glad we got to the end of that.
Yeah, we did. I was having a tough time finishing that the metaphor.
We could bring that up again at another point. As Richard would say, workshop that, Jason.
I like to workshop live.
Yeah.
I find it creates a lot more.
It's quite dangerous workshop
It is.
live.
It is very dangerous, but I like the risk.
Level.
It's the only way I can get excited is with a little bit of risk.
Oh, that's good to know. Well, if you don't turn up to call time, I'm gonna have to check on you.
Exactly.
Well, timeout here. Second in for NIP.
That Pikachu looks sad.
Yeah, you would be as well, wouldn't you?
6-1 in the favor of Heroic, and no sign of them slowing down whatsoever.
Well, Exist. Looking around, trying to figure out the solution. Former Heroic coach, trying to figure out how to beat his former organization. And right now, they are getting spanked.
Interesting that his two coaching projects, that Heroic lineup with Cadian and the top four Heroic team, and now NIP, two completely different situations, brought into Heroic to elevate them to a point where making it to semifinals, making deep runs, but not able to lift the trophy and trying to get them over the hump in that sense. And now with NIP, where it's a complete rebuilding project, where instead of working from the top and trying to elevate, you're working from the bottom.
Yeah, that's true.
Two completely different philosophies that you have to bring in as a coach.
A unique challenge for Exist.
Nertz is like, wait, I want to go through this. Someone set me up.
Okay, Dexter's got him. Flash going in. Here comes the rest of the squad. Nertz on the charge. Can NIP finally handle an accelerated attack for Heroic? The defense were a little bit further back this time, so there's no instant opening here for Heroic to work with, but Util's coming in. Wrinkle from Brick, second shot in, and starts to build a beautiful round here for NIP. Miston moves forward. Dexter with a great shot out, but so much damage has already been done, and Dexter's now the only player within the site. Shush is starting to move through camera. There is still a way back into this round, but with the pause, Rez realizes this is a possibility and has eyes on that push from Shush.
This is where we can see some flashes out of Dexter, though, because he's got no other options but to just frag out. And he's always felt to me like a very momentum opper. No bomb in his hands and running out of bullets on the AWP, swaps out to the AK. So economic damage would be great. Get a couple kills. Gonna be really tough.
Yeah,
really
that
tough.
Double stack impossible for Dexter to make it happen. And NIP, they just playing a little bit further back in the defense that didn't allow Nerds to take an opener. And they knew that they were coming so early on, and they could adjust. They could get the utility out, slow it down.
And this
Rico positions himself perfectly.
Yeah, that second shot, you'll take a little bit of luck on that one. First one is the smoke broken open by Nertz himself and picked off by the AWP. And this is the style that Heroic's been playing with, so you can't really complain about it because it's netted them 7 rounds. But that is a round where they've applied that pressure with the flash of the smoke. They've had the cross lurk smoke. They have a Molotov down. They actually could have paused, pumped the brakes, gone elsewhere after applying that much pressure to the bomb site.
Well, they're applying pressure back to B again. This is something they were doing very early on in the half, but hasn't worked out for Kicks. And Wrinkle diving down. I love that play. He's confident. He's willing to take some risks right now. He's got the AK out at range, taking a fight against Nertz, and good luck winning a fight against Nertz when you switch out to the rifle.
I think NIP philosophically in their head have started to understand that this game is going to have some puggy elements to it, so you got to respond in kind to a certain degree, and realizing if beautiful shot. If Heroic's going to be this fast and this aggressive to choke points at the opening of rounds, there's going to be some details missed. And here, it's the dropout window into canals.
Triple set up in mid right now from the CT side. Dropped it as 2 members from that kill from Shush. And look at this, the push of the smoke from Isaac. If he continues, he is going to find Nertz. But, close. Close from Nertz, but unable to take that shot. NIP finally responding. to the level that Heroic want to bring to the server.
And that's back-to-back rounds. They've really shut down those aggressive plays where they couldn't handle it earlier in the half. Now they've gotten a little bit of wind beneath their sails. So let's see if Heroic switch things up at all. Let's see if Kixon decides to, you can kind of feign for that kind of fast-paced aggression and then play the round slowly, force out some really early utility because you know NIP is going to be nervous about it. You can do some things with the pace and the style you've set up as Heroic.
Wrinkle getting up on the table in A main.
And they do just straight up slow it right down.
Yeah, I think they probably realized that was the end of that game plan.
Yeah, we got what we wanted out of it. They figured it out. Let's not keep trying to break down the brick wall. Now let's kind of these last 2 rounds switch into a different style.
Especially because they know the money's on the brink of collapse now. If they lose this round, then NIP have a great opportunity to pull 5 rounds into the CT half. Although still contact towards B main. They throw the Molotov out towards jail.
I like that though. Molotov is great.
Yeah.
Look at all the space they've got. Oh, good peek. Good peek. Half the attack taken away, and this B main play has not netted anything for Heroic, and Dexter misses the chance.
Yeah, Dexter also dropped down to 15 HP. Nerds still get to apply some pressure in towards Dark, and this could be real tough for Nerds to deal with because there's 2 players on the other side.
Dexter
plays in Dark.
Needs to hit these shots. That's 2 times holding an angle. Someone's kind of jiggled into it, stepped into it, and still the opportunity goes to waste.
Time at 35 seconds. Rez was inside a connector, but he's actually gone back to the temple now. And this has left the B defense of only 2 players. And here come Heroic trying to split this. Nurse will become a late piece through the connector. And now that no one's there, he has an easy peek into the bomb site. He's going to make it work. So both B players go down without a fight. And that's a problem here for NIP because now they have to pull off a 3v4 retake of the B bomb site if they want to go for this. Although, Nerds got blinded.
I got tagged by his teammates flashbang there, trying to activate him for that peek. Could have just jiggled it for the information. Shush forced into aggression. Good job from Mistum.
Dude, this is utter collapse for Heroic in the post plant. From having all the advantages in the world to fumbling it. He's just going to hold the cross. But he has to nail the shot and he won't. The barrel comes around. He can take it down by Wrinkle. And that's disastrous for Heroic. A 3v4 retake where NIP don't lose a single player.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, the hit onto the B bomb site is pulled off perfectly. Like, it's not going to get any better than that. And to lose that is horrifying.
Yeah,
Digits punched in.
The Nerds team flash was the first step, the first domino to fall.
I was surprised to see him swinging and motivated to go for such an aggressive commitment to that fight, though. You know, like, you can jiggle that, you spot someone, and as soon as that player knows he's been spotted, he has to be way more cautious and way more slow progressing up canals, which can chew a lot of time off the clock. You combine that into 3 misses from Dexter in the round on players kind of... This one he got jiggled out by the AWP, but ineffective AWP from Dexter in the round. Yeah, that's a great opportunity that's fallen by the wayside. And NIP, they're putting together enough rounds to make this respectable considering how it started.
You think of the context of winning that round for Heroic. They wouldn't have any money problems. Be already on 8 rounds. Pretty likely opportunity for a 9-3 scoreline. But with losing that round, they have to go for a timeout because they don't quite know what they can purchase. Then they get this kind of buyout where you've got 3 Galils, an AK, and a MAC-10. It changes the game entirely here. NIP have a beautiful opportunity, in fact, to grab 5 rounds on the CT side.
Yeah, and 4 rounds in a row to close the half would be something special. So let's see what they do. Molotov towards middle. They want to come at it aggressively. Wrinkle caught off guard. Oh, this AWP is screwed, but the AK is there for at least 1. Mistum falls back, and he's at a couple big rounds. He's going to add another one onto his tally. 7-4. It's about to be 7-5 as Nerds is in a 1v3.
That was a pretty simple half of Counter-Strike from Heroic. Rush B, rush A, rush mid. It's just very simple calls. NIP eventually figure it out. They deal with it. And they will pull 4 rounds back right at the end here. 5 total in the half from NIP. I think Heroic have got to be pretty disappointed with how that half ended, considering how strong they were to start.
Yeah, it doesn't... I mean, you're living the dream and you're flying high when you're up 7-1, but losing the last 4 rounds of the half, it's always going to put a stain on it, no matter how good of a start you had. You're going into the second half with no momentum, where NIP figured you out and started beating you in all the fights. Mistum stepped up massively down the stretch, which was wonderful to see. We switch sides, and Heroic's going to be on the defense, and this is an area the desk highlighted. Let's see what kind of a CT side they can bring out. Sometimes not as aggressive as other defensive sides on Anubis. We'll see what Saw has in store for the boys, what kind of a style they bring out. Like, it'd be weird to see such a highly aggressive T side and then see a very passive CT side. It'd be like whiplash.
It would be. That was unbelievably aggressive. I almost exhausted watching it.
That was your coffee to start the day.
Yeah, that was. That has definitely woken me up. All right, 7-5. Heroic still have a small lead, but NIP with the momentum. And if they win the pistol round here, that scoreline is tied up pretty quick.
All right, all right, all right.
Moses
Utility.
McConaughey. Let's go.
Utility on NIP. Smoke, flash, flash. Smoke is already put out. Fast towards the B bomb site. Here we go. We're already into it.
Nertz. He'll grab the first kill of this pistol. He'll drop behind the smoke as well. He's got some cover to play with. And yeah, good. Oh, he's going onto the platform, and Nertz just dispatches of it.
This is a great round as a defender who is here on his own, Nertz.
Yeah, Nertz moving into the bomb site now. Rez is down well, but NIP, they haven't been able to stop Nertz. They have not been able to deal with his threat and his output on the pistol. Isaac left alone. He's got a Molotov for this. There's a tap on the defuse, but no full commitment, and Nertz with a 4K in the pistol. What a hold.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Phenomenal sequence, and look at his scoreline now, 17-5. Nertz starting to take over this game. Big round to win, but with the bomb plant, let's see what NIP bring into the round. Good shot there, good safety falling back, and just beautiful shots being a hard target to hit. Nertz closes it out.
Fucking nice. It's because of Bossman, I swear to God.
Having a good time.
Yeah, vibes seem good. NIP going for the force. AK-47 coming out for Rez. 2 Galils, Mac 10, Tech 9. Strong force buy here for NIP. Boost being deployed. Rez looking over the top mid-smoke. No one from Heroic watching this. And this is going to allow Wrinkle to move forward. And Kixan has to pick up the info. Very comfortable inside of mid. Gets a 1-for-1. Gets traded out by Isaac.
3 rifles still on the board. Dexter at the A bomb site with Shush. Tess is coming over with an MP9 towards Temple. Nertz that B anchor, and NIP slow it down. They want the reaction, they're gonna get it. Now can they win the fight? No, not at all, and that's the bomb dropped.
Great kill from Tess. Double on the MP9, so the force bite does not work out for NIP. They're gonna be down to the full eco in the next round. Heroic will be on 9 rounds after this, but very likely 10. And that's what can happen when you get a strong start in the second half. Heroic pushing themselves ever closer.
Both pistol rounds for Heroic.
Yep.
This is a 1-1 game. Best of 3s from here on out for both of these teams after the fact. One with elimination on the line, one with qualification on the line. And Jakob's just going to have to chill for the next 23 seconds.
Yeah, quite a long save for him. Over on the other stream, though, we've got Sashi taking on Eternal Fire in the other 1-1 record game. A lot of people surprised that Sashi were able to beat Astralis yesterday. That was a big win for them. And for Eternal Fire, losing to 3D Max. So surprises on day 1 of EUB.
Counter-terrorists win.
And that coverage is brought to you by Jackie and Vince. A little bit later on today as well. Exciting game. We've got PWE going up against Big, and that's going to be
for a spot at the major.
Spot at the major. Not only that, but going 3-0.
Yeah, puts you in the elimination stage. You'd be top 16.
I don't think anybody would have put that game together.
No, probably not. But here we are.
Okay, well, NIP, they've got some Tech 9s. They'll leave some leftover money. And Jakob, because of the save, still has the Galil. I'm just happy we haven't seen a Kixan and Negev. I think that would have made us all lose our minds.
No, I wouldn't mind seeing it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you like the Negev?
Not
I feel
really.
like he's the only player that picks it up.
Good flash. So many players blind. Dexter can only land the 1 kill. Molotov, deep nade is good.
Rez actually just went straight through it.
Yeah, but that nade was solid. Look at Wrinkle. Down so very low and a smoke to delay. No more progression in mid. And no utility for this NIP squad. Even with the recovered rifles, not a whole lot of tools they can use to activate them all that well. You're going to have to do a very good job of baiting Wrinkle, baiting Isaac with the P250. In fact, you might want to pass him the M4, considering he's got armor.
Yeah, Kixan just going to wait close to A main.
But Heroic is not resting on their heels. They're being proactive on the map. Double setup in A main is huge.
Well, Kixan ready to melt them away. Low HP, and then the follow-up to come in as well. Great hold from Kixan, comfortable from Heroic, limiting the casualties. They only lose Dexter. 10-5 scoreline now ringing out. And do or die time begins for NIP as they take their final timeout.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well get the conversation going for these gun rounds because it's got to begin here. Otherwise, Heroic's going to be too far ahead, both in terms of rounds and in terms of money. Exist just trying to get everyone on the same page. Who's going to step up for NIP to bring them back into this map?
I think in a number of the CT rounds, being able to pull it back was Wrinkle, right? The fact that he understood, okay, this is the game we're playing. I'm not going to get to go for my aggressive peaks and try and just take the opening kill and play a 5v4. I've just got to take some risks, jump down off of the bridge, change up the CT position, be unpredictable. So maybe it can be Wrinkle again, but he doesn't have the AWP.
Accept the chaos into your heart.
Exactly. Use it as a ladder.
Don't fight it.
Still not particularly great here for NIP in terms of a buy. You know, Jakob still has to play on the Galil because he didn't have much residual cash to save earlier. A whole lot of util and a missed piece of utility here from NIP as well.
A very missed piece of utility. They're still going to head in this direction.
Dexter's just waiting. It's not pretty, and he goes into the fire, and Dexter is on fire. 3 kills locked in. Finally stopped by Rez. Minute 7 seconds, still so much time left in this round, but NIP have been handed a terrible round start here. Rez and Jakob with nothing to do. As Jakob is stuck in mid, as Rez gets taken down from a boosted position of Nerds, who just gets out of that.
This is what I'm talking about with Dexter. Look how good he looks in that kind of a situation when there's a little bit of chaos and he's just like in the mood of like, I'm going to make a play, I'm going to be the aggressor. But you park him holding an angle and he seems to struggle in those fights, which always seems weird to me.
Oh, sneaky. Oh my god, Jakob actually turned around for that. So Kixan to go down. Obviously not looking at a round victory, but still a little highlight shot from Jakob.
And avoids getting knifed.
Yeah.
Which is always nice. Now he does have the bomb. If he can find this kill on Tessus, he has an avenue to get in and plant at the B bomb site, get his team some bonus money.
Oh.
Looks the wrong direction. Tessus with an easy kill. It's 11-5, all on the back of Dexter's triple kill.
Yeah, without that bonus money you're talking about with the bomb plant, you just see NIP just have under the amount they need to get the AKs and Kevlar. So rough round again coming right up here for NIP, but this is a sick round for Dexter going into the Molotov. They weren't ready for it.
Middle one.
It's like, because in the moment it's like, it's almost like, I would imagine as an AWPer in that kind of a situation, your brain just kind of turns off and you're playing by intuition, right?
Oh,
you're just going by feel. And he seems to be a very strong AWPer off feel.
Yeah, I think the way you could describe Dexter is just raw. He isn't refined. He's just a beast when he gets going.
Yeah, but in my mind, that's kind of a problem just due to the experience that he's got. You know, this feels like this is just Dexter.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah. A man known for his slaps.
And I'm not trying to pile on him or anything like that. It's just he has the quality that makes him dangerous in that scenario. And just, you know, kind of, we've seen AWPers over the years. Many of them have struggled to like be an AWPer who can just hold the line and be patient and hit the consistent shots.
NIP gonna go for a commitment into the A bomb site. Kixan takes the initial attention away from Shoosh, which frees him up, and he really should have got more than just the one. And so suddenly there's a chance for NIP as they move into the site. 2 Deegs, but Nerds cutting out Rez.
Dexter's still here.
And Dexter is going to chime in through heaven. Misstep dropped. Isaac left alone with a 1v3. And he eventually goes through the smoke to his death, as it is now map point for Heroic. 12-5 over NIP. And this is at least the money returning to the NIP squad, but it's got to be fantastic. It has to be perfect for the rest of this T side just to get overtime. I think the loss against Big yesterday was concerning for Heroic.
Sure.
Especially in the way that they lost to Big. Maui and I were watching it and saying it feels like a 13-11 for, you know, Heroic 13-11 where they're just about going to script. No, they got kind of drawn out in the second half of that game. And Big is a team that Heroic should be beating. So it's good to see them return to some form today.
Yeah, but Big's a squad that, you know, I think hold the phone.
Okay, Shush unleashed. And Heroic about to close this map out straight away. There's no time for your point, Jason. LIP don't allow it.
Yeah, it's fine. Kicks in, going to be pushing up. Heroic this whole game have been extremely confident, making sure they're getting into fights, they're getting stuck in, not giving a whole lot of room for NIP to breathe. And certainly in this second half, they've sensed that weakness and the advantage they have over NIP, and they have just kind of pushed it right in their face. Dexter holding in mid. Isaac is here. Rez is going to join up with him. As Dexter falls back to a safer position.
Rez waits for Isaac's walk around the corner, and it looks like it's about to come soon. Rez just making sure he comes with him. They jump across, and they actually get by the scope. Into the camera. Dexter repositions, follows up, and knocks them out. 13-5 win here for Heroic. They will go 2-1, taking a comfortable victory with a scoreline of 13-5 over the Ninjas in Pyjamas. And that's a better Heroic performance, right, Richard?
Yeah, listen, I don't know about that, Dinko, because it's all relative, isn't it? You know what I mean? In the same way when I take you out drinking and you're wrecked after 4 drinks, you know, you're going up against the champion.
Was there even a drink at all?
No,
It's
exactly.
a real question.
You know? No, what Dinko is referring to there is he's saying, of course, Heroic were good. I'm just saying NIP are kind of staggeringly bad, and you kind of they're going through the motions here at this major.
Yeah, when Dingo says that, it's like, how about them apples? And it's like, you were punching down to begin with.
Yeah,
like, come on.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a nice victory for Heroic. I don't think it really even makes that strong of a statement at that. I mean, NIP are the team that many of us expected to go 0-3, maybe 1-3 with a lucky draw. And so I think their fate is still in that direction. And for Heroic, it almost feels like they really shouldn't probably have been in the 1-1 game. Dust has been talking about the way that they're trending upwards. And yeah, maybe they're not, to me, like championship contenders for the major, but to me, they're supposed to make the major.
Yeah, I mean, I think they will ultimately make the major. I mean, obviously, this is just taking care of business. You know, against NIP, they were expected to win this game. This is a map they're very strong on. This is really the battleground where they should have been besting them in a one-sided fashion, which they did. I mean, there was a little bit of a rough patch there, kind of the second half of their T side, but bulldozed the first half of their T side, and then had no trouble on defense closing the game, and then ultimately got the result we expected.
Yeah, and as we talked about when the Veto was coming through, this is probably about as good as NIP could have wanted it. You know, you've got Anubis, maybe you're able to do a number there, but I just don't think this team is ready. I think it definitely needs more time in the oven.
We don't even know if this is their team. That's the biggest thing, too.
Yeah. I mean, if it is their team, assuming it is, definitely more time in the oven required.
And for Wrinkle, the guy that I've generally liked watching the most on NIP, saw early on that he was trying to force the issue, go for aggressive plays, couldn't always hit every single shot. And I feel like until this team stabilizes around him, he's going to be doing that a lot. Like, he's just kind of trying to make something happen because he knows that nothing else is going to happen.
Yeah, and Nerds having a hell of a game there, as you see. A guy who, you know, for this team usually is going to help them entry A a lot on the T side, also is very willing to be a part of their mid-aggressive pack. He did both in that first half, had several multi-frag rounds, just, you know, multiple rounds where he had impact. It was basically the Nerds and Tessus bulldozing people down middle in A show for pretty much the entire game.
He only had 4 rounds this entire game. He didn't get a kill.
I mean, yeah. Nerds, he blanked him that
He just farmed him. He farmed him.
Yeah. He did. I mean, are there any positives to, you know, I don't want to be too down on Nip. Are there any positives there that you noticed?
They got the map they wanted in the Veto.
Okay, that's a start.
They're happy to be there.
I mean, I guess like the little string of rounds they won on T side, I felt like they were just kind of punishing the mistakes because NIP got a little bit sloppy. They started just going for wide swings into B bomb site without too much utility. Like, you should be able to shoot back when people do that to you. So they weren't there was obviously a big team diff. The skill diff on some of the rounds felt a little bit more even, but nonetheless, there wasn't too much to smile about.
We were also on Dexter Watch. We've been on Dexter Watch so far this major. We want to see if he's able to, perform. And this was a round you picked out for us here.
Yeah, just a great multi-fragging sequence. I remember, this almost kind of feels like Fallen would be doing something like this. And yes, I am going to say Fallen, despite one guy saying he's underrated, he pulled off something like this before on this kind of position.
What year was it?
Last year. Last year, actually, Fallen had a highlight in that exact spot. So for Dexter to be, it's kind of weird. Like Thorin praises Dexter when Dexter just tries to copy Fallen. So who's really underrated?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows anymore?
Yeah.
Just any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, just on the Dexter topic, I think it's one of the situations where it's kind of like hit or miss. Like, he'll have plays like that when he re-peaks and re-aggresses and makes a big highlight moment, but then sometimes he'll re-peak in positions where he probably shouldn't. Just take your one kill, get away, reset, and you'd probably be better off. So I think he's still trying to figure out, when to flip the switch on to go for the big play or when to just say, hey, I got the pick I needed, I got the edge I needed, let me go ahead and retreat back. And I think that just comes down to reps. Again, his initial bringing into this team was a rocky one. There was a lot of stand-in periods, tournaments he couldn't attend, and I think now he's finally starting to find a groove, hopefully.
One last little statement I have about Dexter is just like, what's weird is that when he was on Espada and he was actually really good and he moved to Spirit, it was a lot of cerebral play that made him as strong as he was. It wasn't actually just mechanics. That was a mechanical highlight. But still, even when listening to Moses talked about it too. Like, you watch Dexter and his decision making isn't really as quick or as strong as it was in CSGO. And that is obviously going to come with more time playing in a tier 1 setting where he's actually able to play matches unabided by visa issues. But that's kind of what's a little bit worrying still to me about Dexter. It's not the cerebral guy that was almost kind of like another version of Zywoo. He's now trying to be a highlight machine at times, and it's just like, that's not really his game. That was never really his game before. It's about smart peaks, not actually fast shots.
All right, then, guys, I'll let you get off for the day. Nice quick one for you. But we're going to be going into the best of threes, where Passion will be looking for a big upset. Make sure you come back and join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major European RMRB, and we have got a story unfolding for you no matter which way this best of three goes. It's going to be Passion versus Big. Yes, you heard me correctly. Passion versus Big. One of those teams will be going 3-0. To break that down, we've got Blair, we've got Yanko, we've got me, kind of. Let's do it. Let's start with Passion. The real story of this European RMR, Yanko. I mean, the youngest team here, the team that everybody looked at 0-3, and they've not only defied expectations, they're on the precipice of making history.
Absolutely the surprise package of this group, right? I think coming into this one, you know, they're a decent team, right? Players on the rise, but here more than anything else, just to get some experience playing on LAN. But day one, just incredible success for them, taking down VP first with, you know, some veteran names, major winners on that team, really, every single one. So after that, you're like, okay, that was great. Overtime, you know, first game of the day, going up against Team Spirit, like that's going to be a rude awakening. But no, more of the same, really, in an incredible fashion, beating them 13-11 in a close game, out-clutching Team Spirit, right? Passion UA, just incredible day one, and now one game away from being in the elimination stage of the major, not just the major itself.
And obviously, Blair, there was one player that really stood out while all that was happening, and it is, of course, Jambo.
Yeah, Jambo, the Jimbo, he just seems to have absolutely no nerves whatsoever, and especially in that Spirit game, considering, you know, he won that 1v2 clutch and a 1v3 or 1v4 ninja diffuse right in their faces of, you know, players like Chopper and Dong and Shiro. Incredible game from the young one, the star player. But I also want to give credit to Zerofix and Jackismo, the two players. They were actually the highest rated players across, you know, both the games they had yesterday. And the average age of those two players is 17. It's their second international LAN. They played, I believe, the second and third LAN series ever as a team yesterday, which is against VP and Spirit, and they come out on top, out fragging. I mean, what else can you say? It's been an incredible Cinderella story.
Just to contrast that, they've played 350 maps of Counter-Strike this year.
Yeah.
So 99% of that is just online CS, right? But something that goes their way, I mean, that we also saw in the interview, I think Fear Gay was, you know, they've been sort of living together, boot camping, like almost the whole year, and constantly grinding, and everyone's watching demos, and everyone's studying these tier 1 teams, and they're putting in the work, and it's definitely showing at the RMR.
Yeah, and they're going up against Big, a team that hasn't always lived up to expectations. I understand it. There are limitations with what you can do. If you commit to a vision of regional talent farming, then you have to hope that that region produces talent. Germany, Austria, that kind of region, German-speaking nations, they haven't really produced an abundance of talent for a long, long time across all iterations of Counter-Strike. And Big are sort of doing their best with what they can.
Yes, the eternal gatekeepers, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Never could break through into that contender status, but have been at a staple at the majors for a long, long time. Talked about how for the last one in Copenhagen, they didn't even make it into the RMR in Europe. They didn't make it out of the close qualifier, which caused them to shake things up a little bit. And this latest iteration of the roster with Rigon on the team is the best one that we've seen in quite a while. So
since
they
Rio,
seem to
maybe?
be back on track. Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 2 long years for an organization of the caliber of Big to not be there to major. It's a pretty bloody long time, and I do feel like when they got Crimbo and JDC and Seriously coming back, it felt like okay, maybe finally things are falling into place. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again as well. I feel like Rigon's inclusion, the way he's coming to this team, it's been a little rough around the edges, but as long as they get the job done on the day they need to get it done, like yesterday, for example, the win against Heroic comes to mind, where everyone looked to be on the same page. You just need to get one more win, and then finally, they can at least feel a little, I wouldn't say necessarily rest on their laurels, because there's not too many laurels to rest on, in all honesty, but just making to the major, I think would be massive for the team.
Yeah, and look, Yanko, it's a best of 3. We haven't seen Passion in a best of 3 at an international LAN yet. Best of 1's very different beast. What's going to happen in this Veto? How can they get an edge?
I think we'll see for Big. They're floating that 7-map pool, right? Like whether they Veto Inferno or Vertigo, it feels like whatever remains in the pool should be the pick of Passion UA. Maybe on Anubis if they really feel like good about it, but they might get that as the decider. And then for the side of
Big, it can be either Dust2 or Ancient, right? Like Dust2, we know that historically Big has always loved the map, but Ancient has been their most played, their best map, so the permaban from Passion UA's nuke, that goes away.
No surprises coming out there, so that means it should be the Vertigo pick for Passion. It's usually their first, the pick they usually go for every single time. I am actually surprised about this, honestly. I think Vertigo would be an obvious one, but maybe they were a little bit paranoid that Big might have something up their sleeves. I think that's a bit of a mistake in all honesty. Anubis, Big are going to be very happy with that pick coming in. Dust2, as Yango pointed out, nothing too crazy there, although Ancient would have been my preferred pick as well for Big. Ancient getting banned out. Mirage, a bit of a handshake map for both the teams. Heavily favoring Big here.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of if you pick Vertigo, you might still get Anubis, maybe, like if you're Passion. So obviously you want to look at who you ask what's the difference between best of 1 and best of 3, where you want to give yourself the best chance, the maps over the course of a best of 3, right? But on the other side of things, it's an underdog team, right? And if you feel like Passion, like Anubis is your best map by far, especially against tier 1 teams, then you want in the pool 100% in a game that could take you to the major, and especially when it's going to be the first map of the series.
Yes, so let's talk about keys to victory on Anubis for both teams. I'll come to you, Blair. Obviously, you said you were surprised at Passion picking this. Talk me through what they might have up their sleeve.
Look, one thing we saw yesterday against that Spirit game, and obviously Spirit I would still rank way higher than Big, was it was very simplistic. They're like, listen, Donks and Big were barreling up the Dark, Dark B connector position every single time, so they were trading very efficiently over there. That's something that Fear mentioned in the interview as well. But again, I think back to the rounds, they're able to steal away from Spirit. The 1v2, the 1v4 Ninja Diffuse, for example, comes to mind. And overall, it was a very back and forth map, right? The fundamentals are solid, so to speak, but I feel like Big, they just have way more reps on this map. They look better on this map, despite the fact, the caveat, that the opposition they had wasn't of the caliber of Spirit, right? So that being said, I just feel like they just need to stick to their guns. CD side, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more in your face, try and disrupt whatever Big have planned. That for me would be my go-to if I was calling for the team.
Anything quickly add to that?
Big played it yesterday against Sashi, and it was actually their CT side that netted them the win on that. I don't want to call Passion gimmicky, but there's a lot of walking through smokes at different times, and you just need to be ready for that if you're Big. It felt like yesterday Spirit had the game, just couldn't close, and that Big will learn from that lesson and not underestimate Passion.
All right, well, the game is live. We're going to throw you over now to Sponge and Machine.
Yeah, not to be underestimated, Passion, and I suspect that Big Clan won't. We read an interview, obviously worth checking out, Fear, talking about some of their accomplishments and one of the
or lack thereof, really.
Or lack thereof, but also one of the benefits they have is that they've been doing a whole lot of prep. 900 demos, a number he cited in their preparation for this one, 3 to 4 a day in preparation. But this is that's kind of what Big Clan always do. They're always prepared, and I imagine that Passion, there has been a process. I'm sure Kakafu's going to be focused on that and preparing his team perfectly. Jambo goes searching for an early biff. It's JDC ready to receive, but Jambo, praised by his leader for his individual brilliance, just mechanical skill plucked out of the Pug realms. And he starts, as he means to go on, takes the head off of JDC on B.
And talking about gimmicks from Passion, well, Big love one of those as well. Always having a nifty smoke in their back pocket. And speaking of smoke, Fear will block, flash, Chiller steps out, traded by Crimdo.
Yeah, that's not bad from Chiller, and now Smoke Camera will make this retake more and more uncomfortable, may have to play for it. You can see Jambo smoked out, spam towards the stairs, not far off of Rig On as he actually gets a wriggle on towards Heaven. 3 here, Tabson and him establishing the crossfire to be broken, and looks good. Now Jacasmo gets 2. Okay, clean as you like, clean as a whistle.
Just the sheer amount of reps that Passion have put in, right? I'm well aware it's online Counter-Strike, but the fact that they've been, as quoted, boot camping essentially for 8 months is wild. And they're all at such a young age that you still have the obsession of Counter-Strike as your key focus. It's not about the money, it's not about the limelight. It's literally just about being better than the opponents on the other side of the server. And that is the purest form of finding players. And that's what this team has going for them at the moment. If they seize their dream today and lock themselves in for the top 16 of the major, that is the fairy tale story of Shanghai 2024.
Without question. Some of their first ever LAN games, and it's in Pursuer Major.
Faking fast mid, dropping for the B split, and into zero fix.
Zero problems. Rigon. Oh, actually, I was going to say, look threatening. For a second, the flashbang did catch Jambo in fear, but it doesn't really matter. The cover was there.
Well, that was a force, so everything just being ripped out of the hands of Big. Crimbo, we'll see if he can get a kill for his troubles. Talking of fear, he might be one of the few names that the people at home are familiar with. He was on Na'Vi Academy, but also had a little bit of time with Smooya in, I think they were Benched Heroes and then the Witches.
That's right.
So if he's able to deal with Smooya, of all people, I think Fear can deal with almost anything.
Yeah, and I believe that's where the paths cross with Jambo.
Jambo number 5.
One time. Big Clan forcing second round. It's resulted in what I would imagine is going to be a very strong CT Anubis start.
But it's classic Big, Alex. They didn't go all in. A few of them left a little bit of residual cash. So you can see now it's not just the loss bonus of the 2,400. Everybody's more around the 3K mark, which means you get to buy something again. Right? It's like, oh, that's nice. We've made sure that now we can get a P250 or a Deagle.
2 mediocre rounds instead of 1.
Well, that's something that we tend to note with Big, not mediocre rounds,
no,
in terms of their different approach with the finances from time to time. And I have been a little bit critical of it in the past because it feels like other teams would drop a couple of M4s and in certain scenarios, and they would take those jewels, whereas Big will go, okay, we'll do like a 5-7 round, and then next round we'll have a full buy. But this is looking great for a Passion 3-0 start. And to take you back 3 months during the closed qualifier, Passion did defeat Big 13-3 on this very map. So comfortable territory for the Ukrainians. It's 3 rounds, 3 opening kills. And the awareness of Jambo is in question. Well, doesn't need the awareness now. The warning shot from JDC will give up his position. Jambo surges forward, traded out by Tabson.
Fear's got to be careful playing that glyph position. Lets Zero just stand and try and deliver. Does well. Body shots, no problem. Crimbo, despite finding some early damage. With Fear and Zero low, there is grounds for a bit more damage out of Searson's Deeg, but they'll let the healthy Jacasmo, we call with that?
Jacasmo?
Yeah. Just sounds like a superhero. I love it.
Yeah, well, might be one today. Might be necessary today. Big are going to get the purchases. Searson's AWP and AKs for everybody else. See what type of approach the Big are going to opt for out the gates on their T side. Now, if you checked out that Fear interview with HLTV, the way that he describes their approach to the game, like simple, focus on the economy, not making mistakes. Trading was something that he pointed out. So you should always see them doing something as a pairing. And that is the AWP deleted. Citizen just steps straight in to a silenced M4 and gets his head ripped off. Excuse me, please?
These guys, I mean, they're shooting. They're shooting, exactly. And one of the fundamentals of Counter-Strike is if I shoot you first, you have to have the audacity to go for fights like that. You have just peeked into an AWP with an M4.
That's the thing. It was together, though. Jambo was with him. So, again, just building on that trade narrative, we'll see. Because to do that at a high-level CS, right, they have Kane as the coach. And he's the most experienced member of this Passion team. Not just Zeus's mate, after all. Part and parcel of that Gambit roster, PGL Krakow 2017.
It's a while ago now.
Yeah, and 2 of the players in Passion are 17. So, what, they were 10?
Oh, don't do that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, one of the, if not the youngest teams in attendance here as well. So Passion, probably a perfect name for them.
Number advantage is a great way to close down your 4th. Let's see if they can convert.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a bit of a slip-up, and it looks to be getting punished. Rigon brings down Fear. Solid hold from Zero. Will be tested, will be traded. Thompson swings on through. They have the advantage now to plant. Chilla coming in from Dark, and that's a good nade onto Crimbo. Halves his functional health pool just as Rigon looks away. Trying to catch a timing is Chilla. Smoke on him. Rigon, is he going to go further for the clear? Looks like it's just going to be a question of timing for Chilla. And now Tabson, a quick tap to Jacasmo. Now the swing, Chilla 1, Chilla 2! Tabson has to come up clutch, looks good to do so. Jambo's AWP, gonna be tested, yeah, and down to Tabson. A quad kill from Tabson, the most veterans of all German Counter-Strike in the server. And he demonstrates his prowess to put Big on the board, and that was a nice turn of the odds.
Yeah, and that conversation, I think, needs to just be put to rest right now about what could have been with tabseN. He's decided to hitch his horse to German Counter-Strike, stuck with Big, regardless of the offers that came his way a couple of years ago. And he wants to lead this team back to the majors. Big looking for the return.
How long has
Rio
it been?
2022 was the last time we saw them in the circuit.
Quite the hiatus from Big Clan and Major attendance. Feels like it's something every org sets as a goal, if not a compulsory goal.
And that's why if this Passion run is completed right here and now, they've only beaten quote-unquote household names.
Yeah.
VP, Spirit, and Big. I know Big is the smaller of the three, but still, they're all established teams.
Third arrives on B. Jacasmo providing some support. Anticipating this to be the finish. Double molly forces back the potential for Dark Pillar. They are trying to apply this pressure B, but it's all a bit of a fake. And look at Jacasmo go, bro. They've just thrown B util, and your third B player's already knife out heading towards mid. They seem to have a good read of the situation here, Birchall.
Yeah, well, the block over towards Dark, obviously they're not going to test that for 20 seconds without a break. But ahead of the plate, Chiller, Fountain again will have the support of Jambo and the AWP. Citizen to flash them in. This will go quick.
Okay, so who takes first contact? I imagine the AWP. Fall back, and you have the swing from Chiller.
They can't molly him either.
On Pillar. Can't hit his shot there on the jump. Oh my god, Chiller mows down 3. The perfect setup. It was flawless. 5 alive, Big Clan. We're sent back to spawn. The triple spray down that lined up for him as he peeks. There was a flash as well. It couldn't have been a better setup.
Yeah, a great read from Passion there, and that could be exactly what Fear was citing. We've got all the info on you. You've got none on us. 4-1 as Sirison will hold on to the AWP. Yet to get off the starting blocks is Sirison.
Jambo. You crazy cat. You guys looking to take down the AWP, and now, as a result, won't have one of his own.
Yeah, that is a little bit worrisome.
So yeah, look, was it flash as well? No, not quite. I think it was thrown over, just they were turned. But either way, a magical sequence out of Chiller, perfectly positioned. All 3 were on A. And regardless, no AWP, oh no, but you still have the opportunity to take just that saved AWP from Sirison as a threat. Wow, is that...
Yeah.
Odds favouring Pasha. I guess you take down VP and Spirit in best of ones, they start looking at you a bit different.
And I think CT side Anubis, if they're live odds, they've already got 4 rounds. How many more are they going to be able to slather on? It could also just be map odds. I don't know. But either way, the odds are favouring them.
Yep. I'm going to be very interested to see just how deep this hole goes for Big Clan on their T side Anubis. I mean, when's all hope lost? If your CT side has 9?
Yeah.
Probably?
Yeah. I think you only have a slither of hope if CT side has 8.
Yeah,
so,
okay. We'll take sliver of hope then. And there's a little bit of slither right there.
Well,
hope
the AWP save
delivered, and it's opened up onto Jambo.
2 rounds in a row.
Now your Tech9s walk up as he posts. Oh, Jacasmo, you're about to get overrun. Needs help, needs to fight, stand and deliver. And oh, deliver he will. Another multi-kill from Chiller. Puts Sirison on his ass. Bomb loose. Incendiary might spread. Rigon gets swung on. Chiller's had a huge start to this game. He's on 10 kills. A quad kill in this one. A triple in the previous. And Crimbo, I don't even think there's anything here to pick up off the floor unless it's not being guarded. There's no way for him to kind of find a silver lining in round 6.
And considering you got the opener, Sirison provided what he needed to off of that AWP. The rest of it falls flat. Coming into the next round of play, we're going to be looking at that 2,900 loss bonus. Crimbo seeing if there's anything at all for him to do. And they swing him together. Can they find the AWP?
Oh, I'm seeing those player cams.
And they get it. Yeah. Okay. Chiller gets the frags and the AWP. Jambo will get that back in his hands. And no dramas as... Well, this is one of those scenarios that I was talking about with curious financial decisions from Big. In a position where they could have gone a couple of AKs and Galil upgrades, maybe something that you'd see from a lot of other teams. They're going to sit somewhere in the middle. So they're going to go for some Tech9s, some Mac-10s, a Galil, lighter util, and then they'll go for the full buy into the next. So if you do rounds like this, you need to have nice set pieces, good pocket strats, and looks like they're just going to rush A. Tested Chiller again, are ya?
Chiller's having a mad one. He's heard those sound cues, throws out the smoke. They're going to push through that. That's the flashback.
Nice shot.
Tabson sets his team up to open up the side. Now Jacasmo down after one. They are broken through. And Big Clan's half buy has resulted in a very uncomfortable round for Passion.
Chill had the right weapon for the job as well. Had the A4.
It's just that flash, bro. Tabson timed it as JDC's pushing through the smoke on main.
Fizz just called them off.
Yeah, okay. I mean, what's this, like risk averse?
Oh, hold up. He did call them off. They were backpedaling.
This is a huge investment of resources so late into the game. Gonna have to just back away. Jambo is still pushing time. Waits for no one, including Passion UA. They will concede this round. Big, given the luxury of a second. And yeah, in the right place, but I think just the timing on that full rush. As you said, you have to have someone in your pocket. Well, that's clearly like ironed out timings.
Yeah, well, the fact that that's the approach is pretty wild, but regardless, it will net them the round and make sure that Passion can't swell in the finance department just yet. There is residual for Fear, Jambo, and Zero Fix going forward. But Big, by striking back in that type of a round, they've kept this half open for debate. Can they get it done with the gun? Sirison, other side of middle this time round. It's a real diverse portfolio for the Sirison openers. Left or right side, top, middle so far.
Oh, this is a little something different. Crimbo wins out the head-to-head with Chiller. Quite literally head-to-head, a dink exchange. Just Kalash takes the headshot.
Well, that's what's changed in the last string. Big have been able to find openings, so let's see if they can convert off of this one as well. Rigon will have the support over towards B main. Has a look, keeps them busy, but the bomb backing off on Tabson. So the in-game leader with the around the world maneuver heading back over towards the A site. As we can see with the radar right now, the closest port of call is going to be Fear. Has an incendiary to block, but they're weak as all hell these days. And if he throws it prematurely, really assist them whatsoever. Rigon searching mid. They could give a kill back. Oh dear.
Oh, an audible rotation. Fake, but still Rigon owns him. Takes the headshot, two-man advantage. Now Big Clan preparing to push further. Great flash, and now it's just lining up. Only Zero Fix can do anything about this. And they are low, but camera as well going to be a threat. Jambo pushing smoke, sticking out like a sore thumb. Tabson will collect. And Big Clan find consecutive rounds breaking through on the A site.
Looking a little bit cumbersome in some of these situations, Passion. The U2 comes in from Fear, but the fact that he still gets wrecked by JDC, you thought he had the advantage there behind the flames. Potential vision obscured, then walking through smokes. So a couple of silly moments, which is what I was just reading about that apparently they don't do, but something that was noted was some nerves, the adrenaline of the situation, and handling that. It's dealing with the stress and winning two best of ones. Well, the flip side of this, you end up losing a Big, you get another tough opponent, and you just get labeled as best of one merchants.
Certainly going to be a potential outcome here.
But that's why we have these best of threes, right, as the barrier for exit or entry. Make sure that you can prove your worth when things are a little bit more complex. You have to dive deeper into the map pool. Pistol rounds definitely not at the tip of the tongue for this roster so far, so they've been able to get it done. One of the factors, if you look at the two games that they won yesterday, was a lot of number disadvantage scenarios that they were winning. And if you're not able to pull that off again today, well then do you have enough in the tank? So not broken yet. But if Big win this one, and there are no Passion saves, Big should be able to tie things up. So working now to get the lead on this T half. But a good round for JDC with the... Well, actually, it's Crimbo on the entry, wasn't it? It was JDC the second time round in towards A, and Tabson had a round of his own over towards B.
He's not trying it again, is he? Crimbo flying with aggression once more.
He just gets a 1v1, essentially, doesn't he, with the way the map's set up? This time we'll respect the smoke.
Window smoke arrives.
They're not going to molly doors.
Well, that would be death sentence if you just dry peek in. Here comes a HE from Searson. And a missed shot. Tabson, wide swing, wasn't ready for it. It's on the AWP, so pulled the trigger. Jambo empty-handed. Rigon burns down, forced to deploy his smoke defensively. Damn, 20 points of health after the HE as well. Finished off by Fear, good spam. They want to punish Chiller, and Jambo has rotated through to provide some support. So if they were to try and knock on this door on A, the setup, it's kind of bolstered mid the gap, held by Jambo Zorp.
Seems like there's a, I don't want to say indecision from Big, but they are trying to piece this together. What utility do we have left? Well, we got a smoke and a molly on Searson. We got a couple of flashes on Crimbo. Tabson with something light, but he wants to search over towards Connector.
Yeah, this could actually work perfectly if Fear and Zero can't hold on to their side of the map. JDC goes down, double kill, and no one else. No one else.
Well, they're
Fear starts to leave, though. Zero Fix is actually holding on to his nerves here. Fear prepares for the rotation back in, but now he's trapped in Temple. Zero still holds on. Fear down. Searson to come up clutch. Has to hit this one onto the pillar player. Just a wide swing from the pillar. A missed AWP shot, and no time for Searson to get this clutch going. Hiding out. They're hunting him down.
After
3,
time.
2, and 1. They're going to try and rip it away. Has to hit every shot, but from behind, Chiller removes it. Punishing for Big Clan. This attempt to just walk into the A site again. Chiller passes his test, and they get to maintain that B control.
Oof, okay, well, Searson fortunately had 3.2k remaining, so can definitely buy something, or maybe there's even a drop available. But Chiller, he's had that one slip up on A. Well, actually, he's had two kind of slip-ups. There was the Tech-9 rush and then the Crimbo entry, but they are putting a lot of pressure on him, and he seems to be passing with flying colors. There's something that you can do to more of a young, inexperienced roster, and it is faking, right, and playing rounds late, because they're going to, well, be
panic,
a little bit more skittish, right? They're going to look to rotate early, and as soon as you leave that gap, you could be punished, but Big unable to do so in that round.
More an aggressive stance here from Chiller, but it's not more than just a different angle. You can see they've got double incendiary ready for the defense. Jambo misses his shot. They'll be able to throw out the incendiaries, and they are coming knocking. Oh, he nearly gets the collateral. Tags up JDC through Tabson. And another one for good measure. Jambo goes a little further forward.
Yeah, looking to flex and try and dominate with the AWP, but he's had a few misses, and now he's given a kill, so way back in for Big for round 10.
Now they swing through darks as a unit. Fear and Zero, not scared, staying proactive. This is what you like to see.
It looks like the bomb, however, is going to head back through B main. They might be able to catch Crimbo off, who's just poised on the T stairs, waltzing down. It's all going to come down to timing. Zero Fix is tucked in. Oh, and the back turned on Fear. The B bomb site open.
Okay, yeah, this is already falling apart. Zero Fix's position means nothing, given Crimbo's passage. It's actually going to be through middle. Chiller arrives just in time, but now smoked on the cross. Crimbo will go through mid, so Zero. Oh, gotta hit that. Crimbo gets away with murder. So he gets his double kill. Chikazmo and Chiller giving it a go in the 2v4. Pushes through, one and done. Searson tends to him, and yeah, caught out on the jump. Searson, good awareness. Big Clan make it 4-6.
And the money in trouble now for Passion. Jambo, the high end, 3.7, and also found the opener and then just overextended in middle in the previous. So not playing to the fundamentals. I think Passion are definitely feeling the nerves.
And that's probably you start putting a little bit of pressure on yourself now. I mean, do your expectations of your own game get warped by your successes at the start?
And this really was going to put emphasis on the leader, Fear, right? Sure, Kane is going to be able to chip in as the coach and try and help them out a bit, but you know, how can you keep everybody comfy? Well, you can all swing down towards Con. A kill's not bad. What more can you find? You're boxed in, and you're getting swarmed from all angles. These pesky USPs mopped up, and just one more round of the half. Big can tie things up 6-6. Final round, we'll see the emissions of a few MP9s alongside of the Jambo AWP and 2 M4s. Bigger in the driving seat regarding the finances, that's for sure. And will take their second of 3 tactical timeouts just to make sure that they do get this half locked and tied up.
I mean, still, for a T side, yeah, 6 at a minimum to feel functional. It's been a lovely recovery, though, real turnaround as we were discussing, you know, just how bad it could get. Big have found their form. 4 of the last 5 rounds going their way.
Big fielding a full German roster impossible. Now, Rigon in the team. Now, look, I think for Rigon, he's only ever been to the majors with the Bad News Eagles.
I believe so.
So,
but his name was designed to play with Searson and Tabson.
It was.
With the capitalized.
Well, they need to bring back Tizian.
That's true for the full set. Just need one more. Let's have a look off the back of this timeout. They're coming for Chiller. They're coming for Chiller once more. Playing around that smoke, though, they're going to have to HE to clear this. If they molly baskets, he can play around the smoke. Timing doesn't favor him, though. There comes the HE clear. He gets away. Good awareness. And drops the smoke, so... Actually, excuse me, that's a big clan smoke, so they were just fine for baskets control. That's all they wanted. And they've got it.
Well, it's kept the defense very split. So 2 on A, 3 on B, mid, avoid currently. But in no rush at big.
They were trying to hope for a reaction there. They are trying to catch Passion with these kind of more amateur over pushes. They haven't given them anything, and here's one. But not so amateur. They take B main, confirm, okay, it's likely mid or A. Casmo and Chiller responsible for the A side. Searson does connect onto Zero, fixes push, maybe a bit too aggressive there. And Rigon actually now starting to pincer in to lurk B. This is well structured by Big. Look how many nades they've still got, Chad. They're going mid to Temple. This is naughty. They've really booked him here.
Yeah, they're going to get the jump on Fear and Jamba for sure.
Yeah.
Feels like Chiller has to play forward off of this. The sound cues are there. It's just one guy, and he can't get the kill, so massive problems. Another.
What a well-structured round this has been. Rigon gets the 2 of them on B. I mean, off the back of a timeout, and you pull off that mode. Like, I'm sure from the CT perspective, that was nightmare fuel. The comms, it just doesn't make sense. Like, they've taken A main. He's still A main. There's one holding mid still. Oh, the Temple. Okay. Oh, just so many different question marks and no answers.
Well, they were able to take a nice bit of momentum in the tail end of the second half, Big. 5 out of the last 6 rounds are played. And this is a T-sided map. So if you look at it from the perspective of Passion, they are more than content, I would say, with 6 rounds. But the context needs to be brought into play here of the fact this is for elimination stage, top 16 of the Shanghai Major. And there were some rounds that they definitely could have converted. They found openings but overextended. As we swap sides, Passion able to pick themselves up the pistol and see if they can grab a little bit more of that momentum, or at least try and wrestle it back off of Big.
I neglected to mention it, but I think that is the first pistol they've won at the RMR in the CT side. So coming into the T side, we'll see if they can get 2 for 2 in this head-to-head.
Looks like a technical pistol. They got a couple of smokes in play. 2 flashes on Jambo, a molly for Fear, and over towards the A side of the map they trundle. Is this one going to be quick, or are they going to allow Big to show their hand first? Lots of bodies over towards Rugs. And across. Jambo will have been spotted there. He's going to flash them initially in towards baskets. They just keep
Set
going.
Up to be tested. All right, Rigon spotted out. And okay, beautiful. Crimbo and Rigon tested on A. They get theirs. Tabson missed tap and now punish. Crimbo is making this look easy though with the dual Berettas. That's a multi-kill. It's for Crimbo. Locks down A and he feels good about that. You can see him reclining in his chair knowing that is a leap towards Big Clan seizing quite an established lead onto the second half.
And we've got 4 orange maps. Dust2 up next. Mirage as the third and decider if we need it. But the all-in A rush, well, both teams liking something a little bit aggressive on the pistols. Not going to take their time, not going to fill out the rounds, just going to get stuck in, and they're going to get shut down. Now, we will be able to do some German translation for you.
We'll do our best.
Said something about my brother.
Yeah, that's all we got. Oh. Force by same thing?
Well, Rigon can't get overrun. The mid defense is actually quite staunch forward towards the doors. So if they pop and push, Rigon's rotation point will be Tabson, who's now heading back over. Should be a molly for this backside position.
Frustrating smoke. You have to walk through into Rigon here. Oh, hang on, a chance, and Zero fakes! Jambo with the D cover! clears out heaven, hits the headshot, bomb goes down.
All right, looks like both teams have won a Tech9 round on this A bomb site.
Oh, mate, who was that? Got 0 fixed to 1 HP. Raygon's going to feel robbed. He's going to feel pretty hard done by there. That was the bomb. That was all their util. 1 HP left, but 0 fix hits it.
But you can see the way that they've tempered that passion, right? So they get the basket's control, and then as they're in the fading A main smoke, the second layering of utility comes in. So they're running with that utility. And the reason that it's nice to be able to mix them up, sometimes you like to do executes when the smokes and mollies are already on the ground because it flushes them into the open and you catch them with the flashes. The other variation is doing it as they are seeing the util smokes and mollies come through because they could be trying to play smoke molly defense.
Right.
So that's their, okay, I'm going to extinguish on myself and play around that. I'm going to try and block. And as you're doing that, you don't have your weapons in the hand. You get overrun and you're like, oh, damn, Counter-Strike timing. But that's exactly what Passion were hoping for. Some great shots as they enter. And they tie things back up.
That's a massive way. I mean, you're better off winning that round than you are the first. Oh no, we didn't win the pistol, but now we have an opportunity, if we can win this one, to really run away with this T-side opening. Some MP9s recovered, 3 AK-47s, and up against 2 M4s, 4 big flats. A big fight! It's Tabson. Good night. Jambo tucks him in tight.
Just going to take a look at the openings. I think that the game started definitely in favor of Passion, but then Big started to swing back with a couple of their own. Yeah, it looks pretty level. I'm not going to count them all out, but not too much separating them. So it has been a back and forth in that nature. As far as clutches are concerned, nothing crazy. The number disadvantage. Big are going to gamble heavily over towards A. JDC, Rigon, and Siriusson will leave Crimbo as we highlight a missed piece of utility. Now, it won't cost them anything because Big aren't playing anybody in middle.
Fear talking a lot here. This is a crucial juncture in the round. We've got 60 seconds left. Make sure everyone has an idea as to where they're going to finish. Is this just going to be a one-man fake? I assume he commits off this. He's got smoke with him, so 2 smokes thrown out.
Well, he still has time to call them back. So Fear has to investigate. He missed a key piece of utility there as well. You'd love to see him go in first just for info because it would be crazy. Yeah, he's saying nothing, nobody's spotting. He is calling them back.
Oh, and now Jambo shows that A presence. Now they're in 2 minds. Do we really have to investigate A main? And so, thankfully, Fear has called his troops out of what would have been a disastrous commit into the gamble.
Yeah, and that's an important detail right there to keep the seesaw open. Obviously, having that canal rotation between the bomb sites is one of the key features of Anubis, and making sure that that is used to its absolute maximum there. Worst case, he throws the U2, he doesn't run into B, he hopes that the fake works, they now go blindly into A, the stack locks them down, and that would be Big grabbing another and stealing away some AK-47s. But Big now are just going to retain the M4s again. Fear's on the hunt. The finances going to play a big role in this. If he can rip away any of these saves, Big's next round of play is going to be very, very weak. But how much do you want to risk? I think Fear and Chiller are the 2 that could have a look.
Sisson, well positioned to receive hit. Waits for Chiller to be in trade potential. Something they've been talking about, their trades. And, well, at least Sisson going down, but the M4's preserved once more.
Okay, well, Crimbo could drop an M4. Siriusson could buy one for himself, so they actually could have 4 M4s into this round if they wanted to buy. But Big used 2 of their 3 tactical timeouts in the first half. So I'm not sure if Kakafu wants to get on the microphone right now and try and make those informed decisions. And again, Big aren't the type of team who are going to try and fight you head-to-head with firepower. They want to make sure that they have all of their utility and AWP for Siriusson in the gun rounds. So they will keep it very light on as far as investments behind the saves go. Next round, they'll be getting 2,400 as the loss bonus. So Siriusson will have his AWP. Everybody's kept residual cash to make sure it'll be M4s. And still a threatening round for Passion to have to deal with.
Interesting. So I think Tabson's just holding this, waiting for Crimbo to hear something. That's all they've got is that single flashbang. So you can see those flashing red nades. Sirisson's pinned an incendiary.
It's almost to trap them, right? So the molly, and then it flushes them into the flash, and then they have to take the fight. We'll see how this one works out.
Good flash, and the frag converted. There you go. The sequence works out, and now a rifle can be equipped for a 3rd member of Big. Fear, what's the reaction? What's the call? Jacasmo lingers mid, exchanging a full belt of util to his leader. Zero Fix now moves the bomb towards the A side of the map. Chikazmo shows presence mid. And it seems that actually Big, they're gambling incorrectly as it currently stands. The only thing now standing between Passion and that A bomb site is going to be Rigon. And that was the last of his nades. Gonna feel some pressure here. Forward position, good flashes. They haven't spotted him. Now they have. Still hits his headshot. Chiller brings him down. And not easy now for Big, despite that man advantage.
There's two smokes. One's been used towards Heaven. Chiller can replenish over towards Camera. They need to block. Try and buy as much time as possible. Big should give this one a go.
Yeah, they are already searching. Re-smoke, re-block, looks good. JDC gonna push through this on a timing. Chiller's about to have a whole lot of work to do. Here they come, swinging through, multiple bodies. JDC quick with it. Jacasmo good, JDC down. Still Zero Fix falls. It's up to Crimbo in the clutch, and Jacasmo denies. Cool head on his shoulders. Comes down to a 1 versus 1, but Passion emerged with a 9th.
And he's taken the riskier of the options there. He's not playing the timer of the bomb. He just wants to take the fight onto Crimbo before he can really set up and focus in on that fight. And he wins it out. Love the little sequence to get the opener. Rigon did great to get one, considering the pressure that he was under. But holding on to this Passion, they do get to 9. And tough rounds with the saves in play. But now it's the full guns for Big to defend their honor. Half started fantastic with the pistol conversion. That was 4 consecutive rounds when you look at last half into this one. But now Passion are wrangling back a little bit of control. This is for double digits. This is their map choice. They're taking a slow default spread. Nobody in canals whatsoever. So when they do go back, they are going to have to be worried about players pushing through, playing aggressively. We'll give them more to check. But just look at the sheer amount of nades that they have held on to. And we're already deep within the round.
Look what Big have got in comparison. Okay, now we'll see Crimbo throwing out his block dark. No one, as we discussed, going canals. And that's forced out the A main smoke as well. So that cost them 1.
Sirison going to give an extra for Rigon to replenish. This feels like they're going to try and go for an A split Passion. It's early to make that call, but unless they pivot up on the fate of the smoke.
Oh, exposed. Now a chance. JDC and Crimbo get nothing. Okay, Thompson. It's kind of Rigon's aggression. Oh, cut down. Chiller, great awareness. And now, yeah, Thompson, all eyes on him, but as soon as that AWP strafes in, he is a dead man.
And look at how many nades they have to finish the round. I know, obviously, they don't need to use these HEs.
Had they?
It's great reserve nature. And Fear is holding off on the plant. I imagine so that his teammates can get in a position to start hunting because they know it's the Sirison AWP.
Yeah, Zero Fix already going to be working his way into A site. So once he calls that clear, Jacasmo will start to press. Oh, crouch peeking into the AWP. Seems like Sirison should be good for this one.
Isn't this his way out as well if he hits this?
Yeah, it does open up the gates. And not if he backs up. Now they just need to double peek. Flash, good. And there you have it. Sirson's AWP taken away. Diligent stuff from Passion.
Very casual round. There was only one real moment. There was a bit coin tossing. It was on the fade of the smokes right there, but shots just couldn't be hit by Big. And we've seen that a couple of times in the last few days, right? The dark smoke fading and the CT standing in the open. They have to worry about so many positions where the Ts can be. So just getting shredded there Big on their first real investment in this second half.
How many chances of that like that do you get after such a strong defensive half? Bar was set high, 6-6 from Passion's defense. Now a run of 4 from the Ts, looking like a 5th as well, unless Big can make it work on the half buy. Oh, spots another. Jambo takes down Rigon on the swing. Now aggression up mid. What can they get done? Nothing. Just a hail of bullets from Zero and Jacasmo.
JDC takes his chance, and Jambo won't allow it to get out of control. Just Crimbo, the last man standing, 11 secure as the guns will come out again into the next for Big, but the half is already starting to get away from them. Make that the map. Some great signs so far from Chiller as far as anchoring in that first half. He had plenty of damn multi-kills. He's hit 20 frags before anybody else, and then he's got Zero Fix, Jacasmo, and Jambo with their contributions. But Fear, every time the camera is on him, you just see the sheer amount of talking that he has to do. And he's the most experienced, which isn't saying a lot. I talked about him within that Witches roster, playing with Smooya and co. Obviously, Navi Jr. got to be alongside of players like Beert and Monacy for a short period of time.
And is it safe for me to assume, with inexperience, with young players such as this, who have clearly got the mechanical ability, that the burden of leadership is greater in the sense that there is more micromanaging, there is going to be a lot more contingent on fear and keeping the troops in order to be a well-oiled machine?
Well, this comes down to a few factors, right? And the fact that he said that they've sat there and they've watched so many games together and they've been together just in this hyperbolic time chamber of a boot camp. You want to get everybody on the same page. So you essentially just need to be like one being of understanding. But he is still doing a lot of conversing. And Smooya actually had some really good things to say about Fear's in-game leading when he played with him. So there's positives there that we can take. But in terms of knowing the level of micro in the round, it could just be the adjustments he's making off of what he sees, because that last round we saw them play with guns was a default. So you are reacting off of every piece of block utility. Your teammates are relaying that information to the boss. The boss is now saying, okay, this is what the finish is going to look like.
It's a team effort.
It's when things get a bit funkier, right? Then we'll see really just how much micromanaging is required in like a 3v3. Is he still talking a lot? Does he let his players play?
Yeah, well, I mean, one example that springs to mind is that round where they nearly walked into that trap on A. Fear proactive enough and communicative enough to ensure they don't. So at least their diligence was present. 11-7, this is their map pick. This is where Passion have been more comfortable than most on this map. One of their most played maps, in fact.
And again, returning to the closed qualifier where they did be big on this 13-3. Sure, it was 3 months ago, but still that result stands. Well, Big, your last real chance to defend your honor. Going into the next round to play, you'll be maxed out loss bonus, so saves can probably help you. Going to be a T-Stairs smoke lined up. Tabson's got that one at the ready. The Insta. But will there be aggression? Sirius Orb looking to start over towards A once more alongside of Rigon. Ambo plays ahead. So they're calling the bluff, essentially, of that piece of utility. They are pushing A main.
Yeah. So Tabson's going to set the util up. Jambo.
He's talking a lot. He must have seen him.
DC elbow. Yep, Searson was unprepared for the rival AWP to be waiting for him. Walks into the angle. Opening kill provided by Jambo.
Well, they were trying to set up a trap to deal with Chiller behind the box. They dropped an incendiary in his position. He just extinguished so he didn't have to swing and then cleaned up. JDC with some aggression. Fear, is he ready for this? Oh, I thought he sniffed him out as well.
Yeah, his crosshair was like...
Well, he's got no idea.
But now throwing these nades, he is...
Fear has been missing a couple, hasn't he? Another molly that's missed. And it's all a bit of a ruse. So informed are big. Nobody B, he screams.
Yeah, Krembo's already going to be moonwalking out there, and Rigon with the saved, or recovered CS and AWP, I should say. Oh, flattened! Chiller, another banger. Comfortable today, 21 in pursuit of the Major. His first Major, and Chiller, 22 at the top of the scoreboard. Looking to make that dream a reality. Zero clears out. Well, actually caught out by Krembo. Still adjusts instantaneously. So stunning mechanics on display as well.
And again, they're already on the hunt. See them spring into action through connector. Leering through mid, looking for JDC. And they triangulate his position. Worst case, Jambo gives this AWP over.
No, from what we've seen from Jambo, I suspect he is going to continue to clear. He's found himself on jail for now. Maybe let's Chikazmo search. And... God damn. Watching it from the big POV, you can see these guys shoot. They shoot hard. So from Rigon's POV as well. Oh, nightmare fuel for the boys.
Yeah, they just feel like they're at a boot camp, but in China, right? So in the nice little comfort of this room together, not having to worry about seeing their opponents, maybe hearing them through the walls, but right now, it'd be screams of pain, not those of joy. 12-7 as the force buy for Big. Tabson into the Alligator, the auto shotty. We've got a FAMAS, an MP9, an M4, so a menagerie of weaponry invested upon. Now it's just about the close. Can they keep it clean?
Well, as far as the opportunities go, this one is going to be very appetizing, given Big's foregone some of the utility and weaponry they would have liked. And this is one of those slow...
Yeah,
look how passive
but
this is.
This is, I love this. This is very old thought in Counter-Strike, especially when you're in the last round as a T and you know that the CT's finances are broken. You want to give them the first 30 seconds of the round to make the mistake.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you know that they're desperate. They're likely to go for something aggressive, overstep the mark, play into your crosshairs. And by doing so, again, they've just afforded the ability for Big to expend a lot of their utility. So now as Passion, you find yourself in a weapon advantage, a utility advantage, and you know that they're pressed to try and make a play. So all you need to do is clean them up with a nice little finish.
Yeah, and now they take that mid control away from tabseN, and flash go, hidden behind the smoke. Does he spam? Oh, perfect. tabseN does find the opener onto Jacasmo mid, now pressuring onto Rigon. Nade looks like it'll do some significant damage. Look how much damage he's done there to Chiller and Zero. Trying to piece out now all that sound being made. tabseN still lingers mid.
Feels like they're just going to get blended.
Yeah, tabseN hearing the pivot. This feels like it could very well be a big one for Big Clan. 19 seconds. Running into the stack site, nade again. Some serious util destruction, flawless, until it wasn't. Chiller and Jambo fight back a little bit, but down they go. Weapon upgrades are plenty for Big Clan. And that's a significant round to be posting, considering what you came into the round with, but they had an idea. They had a setup, tabseN with the flash push, or searsin with the flash, tabseN with the push. And the rest just falling into place beautifully. How much utility damage do you think that one round had?
I have no idea.
Let's say it was like 120 from the A main, plus, we're over 200 nade damage in one round.
Yeah, well played from Big, considering how pressed they were in that scenario. Kane will get on the mic with his second tactical timeout. So he has one more in his back pocket if required. Now, with the cash available, there's 2 residual buys for Passion. And at that point, the loss bonus, if they do lose them, is going to be starting to build to a point. If the bomb's going down, then maybe, just maybe, they can have buys all the way into overtime as the worst case scenario. And there, they'll get the 10K injection. Now, let's see. Is Kane's advice, hey, let's run one of those one more time? Let's just see if we're able to get away with them being aggressive and picking up a standard round. Or do we have a set piece that we want to function with? Well, Jambo, even though he could have, has not gone into the AWP. So maybe that's going to be telling of the type of finish that Passion are looking for in round 21. Might be more direct, more of an execute, and the body is postured in exactly that way. Deep dark smoke. Pressure towards B. I think they've just dropped out the lurk.
They're ahead of the A main smoke, so yeah, they will fight tooth and nail for this control. Rigon and searsin.
Do they clear? And if they molly and clear, then Rigon will be in the open. Here's the clear from Chiller.
Rigon ahead of it. Nice trade from Jacasmo. Still gets his one though. searsin's all ready if they overrun. tabseN as well, providing and lending a hand as the heaven smoke lands, and a flash does force searsin off of the line. Oh, hesitation. Hesitation and reformatting now. They slink back.
It's the correct decision, right? All that pressure, the rotation would have been ahead of you. You didn't have the space.
This would be very brave from Crimbo to go any further than that. Looking to catch the walk-up canals. Jacasmo parks the bomb stairs. So with 48 seconds, they're not fully committing here. Fear and Jambo went all the way back to T-spawn, and now I can't quite tell what they're doing.
Well, this is where the inexperience can really come in. Starting to doubt yourself. The comms are a bit more erratic. Now, if the expectation is executing in towards the A site with just the AWP, well, tabseN, the in-game leader, is here to assist. They don't have any utility to block, so they will have to fight their way out of this.
tabseN's just leaving. Still will be able to react quickly. searsin gets flashed off. Not bad at all. searsin cannot stop them. So many flashbangs. He still gets his shot, gets his one. And tabseN as well onto Zero. You do need to get that bomb down, and the round collapses. 2 in a row for Big Clan.
Big thought Christmas came early there. There was white completely over the side. It was just snowy.
I wanted to know how good those lineups were, because it's catching heaven, bricks, catches everyone you needed.
I think there was 2 sets of flashes there.
Some pillar?
There was some coming in from the A main players, and then there was still from Fear from outside, I think, was also flashing to deal with the bricks individuals. So, again, as mentioned, there is enough for another buy, sure. But hemorrhaging cash now are Passion. This is where the nerves are going to start to pick up.
You can see it in their gameplay. Just a little bit more hesitation, a little bit less conviction. Citizen sweeps through middle.
This is where, as I was discussing in the last, a set piece is good because it takes the decision-making out, right? So if it's like, all right, guys, we're going to do this execute, and we're just going to go, right? All that means is, hey, we're going to go through what we've dry run a million times, and if it works out, great. But if you continue to default, you put pressure on your young, inexperienced players, and if they start making hiccups, misplays, oversteps, hesitation, those difference makers will compound.
Great timing on that HE as well. That lands square on the jaw of Jacasmo. Pivoting back. Just as JDC and Crimbo fall out of the B-bomb site, they actually find themselves towards cave. Citizen tested, brought low as well. Jacasmo keeps that mid presence, keeps it on lock. Keeps Big Clan guessing as the bomb moves B. Coming in through dark, smoke now lands, Jacasmo can drop. How does this one go down? A boost over the smoke could be brilliant. Zero may not be ready for this. Oh, didn't nail it. Now heard. And bomb can go down. Pushing through. Crimbo active. Spotted out now by Chiller. Just a Galil versus the M4. Spam still connecting. Chiller and Zero have brought it into a 3v5. This is their chance for Passion to clean it up, take their map, and Jambo takes another frag. Brings down Rigon. There's nothing for Big Clan here. A missed shot from the Yorp. Tabson does find a rebuttal. Only the one, though. Look at the price he paid. Good flash. Zero blind. Chiller still on the side. Good cover. Zero another. It's all falling into place for Passion to take the first map. One map away from their very first major, from making the dream a reality. Big Clan falter on Passion's pick.
Yes, Passion are doing the impossible right now. One map away from 3-0, the youngest team in the RMR, the least experienced team in terms of LAN capabilities, and yet they're getting it done. They make this major stuff look easy, Blair.
Yeah, it's incredible how calm and composed they are, right? Especially in their first half, the CT side. We said they might do something gimmicky, try to throw a little bit of a curveball, disrupt the big T side. They didn't do anything too crazy here. Just well thought out, great rotations, great reads as well. They seem to always have an idea as to what Big they're going to be up to. And sure, Big didn't try anything too crazy, a lot of contact phase towards A, for example, coming in, but they handled that with aplomb, with ease, which is crazy to say because, again, such a young, such an inexperienced team, and now one map away from making it to the major.
Yeah, in comparison to that game against Spirit yesterday where they won a lot of clutches and come from behind rounds, like here they were in the driver's seat for the majority of them, right? Like just really solid play, good starts to both halves, has to be said, winning pistol in the first one, the forward buy in the second one, and just propels them to a lead which Big could never come back from.
And also got to remember as well, like, yesterday they didn't win a single pistol round, mind you, and the wins they had was a 13-11, was an overtime win as well. So today, having just won the pistol and a force buy in the second half, you could see how clear, how comfortable rather this scoreline was.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the good thing about being young and inexperienced is you haven't had any time to learn bad habits, right? So they're really playing a refreshing brand of Counter-Strike right now, Janko.
Absolutely, and also, what's up, my Chilla? It wasn't the name that's really brought up yesterday, but did a great job, especially in that first half, anchoring the A bomb side. You see there a couple of rounds in a row with multi-kills. Definitely stepped up today. But yeah, to your point, I mean, just a very fundamentally sound team. And even in the interview yesterday with Zero, they're talking about always playing the percentages, right? Like saying that he thinks that people mess up the economy a lot, like they give away unnecessary kills, and that in MR12 every single kill matters for the economy, right? And that's what gives them so many opportunities in games to still be able to buy, to still have a gun round and break the opponent's economy.
And it's got to be said, Janko, the last team that was heavily focused on doing things right by economy was Virtus.pro. They're horrible to watch. They play all the rounds. It's miserable.
But
you can play exciting Counter-Strike and play the percentages, guys.
But, Richard, they won the major in Rio, even with that.
Didn't we have a great time watching it? Didn't we all love every single game?
He did, exactly. For sure. Like, he picked them.
But I believe you've got some little
Yeah, like I just want to
details for us
highlight a really kind of interesting round overall, just the way they were playing it. This is round number 5, right? You can see a bit of a ruse. Look at it, keep an eye on the clock. It's still very early in the round, and we're gonna have pressure being exerted by Big. It's all a ruse, by the way. But for Passion UA, they seem to have an idea that this is all just a fake. You will see, I think, the Jackismo, who was the third player, the rotator towards the B bomb side. He's not falling for any of this. Utility being hurled in again and again, repetition of utility, burning a bit of time. But Passion, they're going to go for this stack, right? They're going to be stacking towards A bomb side. And because Big took too long after that initial utility dump towards the B bomb side to head towards A, they didn't have to budge away from this position. And once again, they come into this A bomb side, and Chilla just call aside Wakanda at this point, man. Just completely shutting it down every time they come into his territory. And that's the thing. They seem to always have the read from whatever plays Big might have in store, but also for Big, there is a criticism to be made that a lot of these fakes, it seems too predictable. It seems a little too telegraphed, and there's so much ample time between, a bit of a skirmish towards, the other bomb side and when they hit onto the other.
Yeah, on that note, we can take a look at another round that you picked
just
up.
before we get into that,
sure.
I think also they will tie together, but I think also, like, for this, they're just trying to apply pressure. Like, they're not really trying to hit the side. The problem was, like, they just had 5 guys going into the A execute, right? And the Passion did what a lot of teams do, is where they leave mid late and focus more on the Bob side. A couple of gun rounds later in a reset round, Big does a similar thing, but now they split A. They have 2 guys going through mid, and they find the kills, and they pinch the bomb side perfectly. So great job of them making those adjustments. Here is the second round of the second half, right? So Passion loses the pistol very early on. Like, they're going to just be setting up for that execute towards the A bomb side. As the smoke fades, they hit it. We talked about pushing through the smoke. Catches Rigon just a little bit off guard. Jambo just holding heaven. Erase is the big player who was up there, and that's it. The rest of them have to save. So we talk about pistols, but even more so how that second round is important to convert it. If you lose it, it's even worse. And that was just a very simple execute from Passion that worked wonders and put them in the front seat.
And also, if you kind of like juxtapose the way they exploded onto that A bomb side, as opposed to the many times Big tried hitting that A bomb side with rifles, with pistols and whatnot, you could just see the explosiveness. For Big, it felt like they had to fight for the A main control. They had to walk on in dry. For the side of Passion in that round, they had that A main control early on, and when it exploded, it was like just swarming the bomb site, which I think Big were lacking massively.
I mean, they did the same thing. Like, that's how Big won their, they were down 5-1, and then they won the round by, like,
later
doing a half buy and JDC getting the entry kill. So I think it was just this round was feels like most important one of the game, because Big yesterday against Sashi had a strong CT side on Anubis, and we saw them at the end of the game win a couple of consecutive gun rounds, but it was too little too late. So if they were able to have this buffer by converting the pistol, maybe they could have made something happen, but not today.
We turn our attention to Dust 2 then, Big's map pick, one that has historically been good for them. But as I say, I just you never know what you're going to get with Big. You really cannot predict what they're going to do. Now, with that said, predict what they're going to do, Jan.
I think they will bounce back, Richard, because I just have a tough time. I mean, I'm very impressed with them, right? And Anubis is their best map. They beat Big on it in the actual close qualifier to make it into the RMR and handedly. So on Dust 2, you do feel like Big, this is their playground, right? Like, this is their comfort zone, and that they will take us to that third map, the decider.
I agree as well. I feel like we really haven't seen much. I mean, I personally haven't seen much of Passion on Dust 2, but again, for Big, it's a comfort map. They had a couple of options. They're like, Dust 2 is the one we're going to be going forward to. And in all honesty, despite the fact that it was a pretty convincing loss overall, I don't think any of the individuals, so to speak, for Big were really struggling. It's just the team kind of failing overall. So I feel like Dust 2 is when they're going to wake up and a 3-mapper, Rich.
All right, then. Well, thanks, guys. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be straight into the action on Dust 2. We're going to find out whether or not Passion are able to do something that was unpredictable and go 3-0. Make sure you don't miss it.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
All right, we're heading on into map 2 of this one, and just one map away from Passion doing the impossible. At least by most people's standards, this is an underdog story. At the majors, they've managed to make a huge splash. Day 1, best of ones, up against Spirit and VP, and then up against Big Clan for a spot at the major. Not even just a spot at the major, Chad, spot at the top 16. This would be a mammoth achievement.
Historic.
And for such a young roster, for a roster that haven't, been at a major before, this is a real opportunity. And up against a Big Clan who are seasoned vets.
Not even a major, just lands in general. These are players the people tuning in at home are probably not too familiar with as far as the Tier 1 circuit is concerned, and that's for good reason, because they're not. So this is their ability to break their way in and to do it against household names. Now, the desk think this one's going the distance. Both Blair and Yanko thinking that this is going to be Big's turf, and they'll push this the distance to Mirage, the third orange map of our beautiful pool for the day. But let's find out. And if you wanted to add a little bit of context of maybe why that's possible, Fear, their in-game leader, plays the A rifler rotating role, and he only had 4 kills or something of the sorts in the last map of play. So in terms of actual fragging output, very limited. And that's a key position where, sure, you need to be in the right place, you need to be able to read the play, but you also need to be able to deliver influential kills. You're going to have Chiller and Zero Fix over towards the B bomb site. You're going to have Jacasmo locking down long. He'll be the pip anchor. And then Jambo, of course, probably a little bit overzealous on the AWP here, there, and everywhere. So that's what we can expect, because as you can see, we are just getting the players situated. The sleeve pulled on for Fear as he takes to his seat.
Yeah, he goes for a double sleeve, which is actually quite rare. I was just taking a look at the photo posted on the HLTV interview he gave, and yeah, he was practicing with the double sleeve as well.
Okay.
And practicing at their 8-month boot camp. They all grouped up when Fear joined this roster and have been playing a whole lot of Counter-Strike over the last 8 months. In pursuit of glory.
I think it worked out that HLTV crunched the numbers. It was like 1.4 official maps a day.
And that's not including practice, demo watching, everything else. And so, yeah, I mean, hard work pays off. The added shirts, once again, proven for that first map, converting their pick. But as Chad has highlighted, this is a different kettle of fish. This is Big Clan's Dust 2, as they look to rectify their shortcomings in the first map of the series, securing Mirage as our decider. We'll see if we get there. Let's start off with the pistol. Big Clan going to be, I'm sure, with a very solid game plan.
Yeah, and this is somewhere where they always have a little bit of something up their sleeve. A fun new smoke or two. As it's going to be 4 players over towards upper tunnels. A smoke out towards mid doors. Fear, I think he was looking for the block. Oh no, it lands on Xbox. It's a bit more of a classic, as they will be heading in lower tunnels. Zero Fix, you can see him right there on the precipice of pushing into upper tunnels to have the duel against Crimbo.
Jambo hears all of this. He's next to them and now spots out top mid. That smoke won't last forever. Wins his head-to-head, punishes that Xbox smoke, guising the push down. Fear and Chiller need to hit shots. Jambo onto JDC, that's nice. Still pressure on. Chiller goes down. Fear in trouble. So many bodies overwhelming along the site. Can't find one more. Can track the head of Rigon.
They can go in while they start planning.
That's the plan, trying to isolate that duel. Searson does repel. Jacasmo a bit late to the party, now arriving. They have a smoke, but will hit the head. Oh, lovely. Rigon and Searson get the job done. Rigon in particular going to have a field day. You can see he's G'ing up the boys with 3 kills to get Rigon started.
Yeah, putting Rigon in this team is like, putting a saddle on a wild horse. Bad News Eagles, they were a team known just for being so momentum-based. Your Synopsies, your Flatros, your Rigons, they're hyper-aggressive. You had the Scenario in the mix there as well. If people were focusing on the Asian RMR, he was participating with the Drillers. But yeah, they just would love to be let off the chain, and they could do these massive moments and they'd always be yelling and hype. It was the boys, it was a bros team. And then you bring him into Big, which is a bit more calculated, and you still want to try and get the most out of him. Well, they did so on the pistol. So great conversion there from the German side, as it will be the Passion Force. Scout for Jambo, starting 4A.
Let's see what info he gets off the cross. Actually nothing, but starting that 4 long. Seen enough. Double HE. Crimbo plays it passive. Heading mid, Tabson with Rigon meeting him as well. Clears out short, clears out lower. And they're already positioned to contest short here. So as that door smoke lands, Zero starts to push forward. And Searson Scout good for it. Damage onto Rigon. Repeak is punished. JDC actually kills his teammate, so no harm, no foul, as long as this round goes their way. Pushing up long. Jacasmo might have a good time flank here. Mike, being the operative, gets Crimbo down and pushing through more damage, a 99 damage dink. As JDC gets away with the third. That's all 3 from JDC. Gets himself on the board, and Big Clan weather that force buy.
You can see the thought process behind that round from Passions, though. It kind of turning it into this multi-angle clamp down on middle. So the long aggress through the smoke, unexpected. You also have them all pivoting towards short, and then Fear playing in the mid door smoke, and everyone's ready to just crack on in at the timing. So they do a little bit of damage, but that's all that is. Big forced them down to a pretty full eco. Just going to be Jacasmo on the Deagle. They're going to run straight up the guts. That nade, a little bit deep, but still good amount of damage. And another nade for good measure. It's going to be a farm session middle as the mop and bucket comes out. Quick one.
Quick one. It's not the end of the world, but it does mean that Big get to save all of their nades. No Molotovs need to be rebought. Just a couple of HEs spent. And we'll get that Jambo AWP out.
Have a kit on Jambo as well. Citizen down and towards suicide. It's just going to be, oh my giddy aunt.
That's quick.
That is real quick.
He's always had the reaction speed. Lightning fast from Searson. Pulls the trigger, does hit the shot onto Chiller. Nice shot. Catches Rigon in lower tons.
He is not scared to force the issue. And you wonder if they do end up losing this series and the microscope gets refined in on Passion, how these could be punished in future matchups. Or even if they make it to the Major, that is still going to be a point of question for this team. But in the context of this round, it's a great opener. It does alleviate the pressure. S-Chill is still fragile towards the back of the site. Just tucked in alongside a Zero Fix. They've turtled up completely. So playing for info, Zero Fix on the jiggle. And Big are poised by the looks of things for a B split. Tabs can lob out the mid to B smoke, the final one available for Big. That'll land, and now it just comes down to Chiller and Zero Fix to trade efficiently. Molly misses, that helps out a lot.
Well,
a lot.
That's a gift, isn't it? Chiller is chilling. Zero Fix. Ooh, Chiller's so lucky, living at the back of the thing. First volleys, now AWP shots. This time now, Zero Fix has to pass the test. He's got some support from Fear, and he gets his one, gets his two, as Fear comes in for the final bullet. Okay, Passion, they get their first CT round, and felt like Big Clan had the right idea there to save themselves from that 4v5.
Yeah, Jambo getting that opener, though, it's just so jarring. It's like, is this guy really that audacious? Like, he knows we have Searson on the AWP, we've smoked outdoors, and he's still going to push through and go for that type of a fight. So cheeky to give them the number advantage, but we'll handle it on the B site from Passion.
Something we learned from that Fear interview as well about Jambo is that not only was he found just for having high elo, but oh, nice. He's done it again,
Sorry,
Searson.
what?
Twice now. It's like Groundhog Day for Chiller. He arrives at B with 20 HP. But as I was saying, yeah, Jambo, he doesn't really feel the pressure of an opponent. You know, he's not going to be, at least that's what they're claiming.
Yeah, no, and that's easy to do when you're playing a lot of online Counter-Strike because, well, it's just a name on the other side of the server. There's nobody behind it. That fear factor doesn't exist in the same way as Zero Fix. He'll find the opening this time round. Was entrenched in lower from the start.
Yeah, Chiller's going to push as well to make sure that it's their territory. So now actually really uncomfortable for Big Clan. The AWP's posted on the cat cross, so only Rigon jumping up is going to be a death sentence without a good, well-placed smoke. Flash for the peak for the AWP. Fires off a shot, doesn't find him. Now all the AWP gets across. Searson starting to work his way in towards that A site. Jambo acknowledges that's going to be a popular decision. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, hard shot. Tries to get the tip of the bally. Rigon crossing into sight now. Fear will activate for a nice headshot. If he's ready for long as well, Crimbo applying the pressure. What a shot from Fear. Controls his spray. Tabson now alone. Jambo picking off Searson, but this could still go wrong with 30 seconds. And now the 1v2. He's making it work. Oh, one more bullet. And Tabson's 1v4 was theirs. They just run, charge into Tabson, and eventually they win the war of attrition.
Whew. Maybe they need to know who they're up against. Tabson on Dust 2 in A, especially on that ramp with rifles in his hands, can be an absolute monster.
Bro, that would have been a tilter into the stratosphere.
Yeah, I have to tip my hat to Fear. He's had 2 rounds with back-to-back multi-kills on the rifle, and I brought up his name as the A rotating player on this CT side as a win condition for Passion.
Bloody hell.
So he's delivered. Can he keep it up? It's been necessary. This Jambo will stand and bang against the pistols. JDC takes down Fear.
Okay, so now it's only an MP9, and actually one of Jambo's tags has been converted by the spread of the flame. That's not gone where it wanted to go.
Fireworks.
Shouldn't be any problems. One by one, just mopping things up. Rigon, he's in B, and he's been spotted. So Chiller will find him through the doors, and Passion will make it a nice tight game.
There's no Cirrus and AWP available. And he's hit the tags on Chiller in 2 consecutive rounds. So that's something that will definitely change for round number 7. It's the little details, right? Getting Jambo's AWP back across in the last rifle round, the fact that they made sure they did it very diligently. They used an incendiary and a flash instead of just crossing dry. You want to make sure that AWP is back over towards A ramp. And obviously he couldn't get there, but that was the thought process. Sirrison's just going to work with the scout instead, so tough for him. We'll need to hit headshots and
Oh, they're in trouble. Fear.
What a gear change.
Can't believe they're already up cat. Yeah, that was a pacey start to the round, and it has led to a nice opening. CT smoke, what's your response? Have you an incendiary cocked? So nothing behind that smoke, confirmed by Chiller and Zero. Flash if the reaggress. Jambo sets up Jacasmo for a swing, but ooh, careful, careful. Spots out Sis and they're into B, and everyone's distracted by Tabson here by
They have
doors.
to run him down. Ooh.
They pivot. I mean, Tabson should have Chiller every day of the week. He seems to have forgotten about Tabson completely. Now Zero does arrive in the feed, but over the top of the flames. Rigon overextends, and Zero's looking sharp.
And that's just all for the save. Zero was trying to get out of there.
Leave me alone.
Rigo could have let him go.
Holy, yeah. I mean, the shot you're hitting up dark before was looking pretty good too, so maybe this is a map for Zero to flex his mechanical ability.
Again, it's the little details, but you don't even see this from all the top teams all the time, but functioning after they lose that player, they're fighting towards middle together. Right, so the flash for Cap, but they're also peeking up middle, knowing that they need to work together to try and get the trades back and get the jump on Big. But Big get the 4th. Still a little bit fragile, though, the finances. Sirison will be able to drop an AK. There's going to be a tactical timeout called by Kane. And with the plan, let's see how he can help them forward. Jambo can drop, so there will be rifles more than available for both sides of the server to continue to lock horns. We've had a 3-round streak into a 3-round streak, and now just 1 back for Big. And again, it doesn't feel like one team's just getting away with more opening kills than the other. There's reasonable contributions on either side of the server. Everybody from Big has got an opening pick so far.
Yeah, that's nice. Just looking at Jacasmo, though, I've noticed he was at the bottom of the scoreboard in Dust 2 just at the start of the game, but I've noticed a lot of readjusting monitor, touching the towel.
Okay, so not feeling comfortable.
My body language doesn't look like he's 100% comfortable in this second map.
Well, he'll have pressure applied to him again this round. Long corner smoke from the Insta. He'll help set Fear up early, and actually they're not going to test behind the long smoke, so lack of information for Passion with the opening gambit from Big. Maybe there just wasn't enough steps or bullets spammed through, because this right now is looking like an informed hold. 2 players in B. Jambo again starting with the AWP over towards middle, but pivoting towards A, and they have to play through Cap because they need some territory. We're going to have a fight.
Yeah, Jacasmo and Fear are pushing short. Okay, ahead of the util, but they would rather not take that fight.
Look at the restraint, though, on the utility right now from Passion. They have a whole bunch of smokes left. So we're at about the minute mark and they can block.
Yeah, that smoke is going to do a lot of work. Paired up with an incendiary. You've got 60 seconds. Jambo goes down. Tabson the one to catch him. Pokes his nose outdoors, punishes the CT rotation.
A feels like the better decision because you know there won't be an AWP mid-long. You only have to get past riflers.
Yeah, Jacasmo and Fear. Previously short. Nade does find some damage onto Searson. Rigon crouch walking in. Fear has to pass the test again. Gets info. Lots of bodies heading his way. Smoke to play around. Smoke Crimbo
should have him.
Fear needs help. Fear needs help again. Last time he won this duel. Can't do it this time. Crimbo brings in bests him. Jacasmo actually hits an orb shot, but it might just be to get away with the orb.
Playing the long game of Passion, so even in these rounds where it feels like they could give the retake a go, they're not going to... Hold up. Give it a go now.
Yeah,
have a look now. You just got a freebie on Crimbo.
Yep, they changed their tune. Playing Car and Sight, and Searson's already in that nade as well, so he's 45 HP, finds himself the upgrade to the 8K. It's going to come down to JDC. Searson, if you peek, oh, he gets away with it. Gets the headshot onto Chiller. Now I'm not so sure it's a good idea, and neither are they. Running away. Searson knows the orb could be retrieved.
Oof, Jacasmo, I think you're going to lose this.
I think he's in trouble.
I think Searson's going to dive up.
Get out of there.
Okay.
Gave him a warning.
Yeah, I thought Searson was just going to dive straight off in towards the mid doors, and with the pistol in hand, it would have been an easy kill. Could drop that back to Jambo. But money not looking great for the rest of them, is it?
Really nice proactivity from Searson there after the death of Crimbo.
So they didn't, I thought maybe Passion, when they saw the long corner smoke and nothing behind it, thought, oh no, like we know what they're doing. But that wasn't the case whatsoever. They really were lacking information. So bigger toying with them right now.
Yeah, I mean, what a dream scenario when you start with that, like you described a Gambit with starting so many players up a B. You do the long corner smoke and no one gets the info. Now, well, quite the opposite, in fact. Flashes, but nothing behind it. Slows them down, but they will clear it. Jambo's pushing mid. Respect to Jambo.
Oh, nobody is going to be found whatsoever. They're in B. This round is over.
Yeah, I mean, I liked his proactivity. I like that he's taken the orb straight up the guts, but it will not result in anything more than a 6th round for Big Clan.
Yeah, so I guess if we discuss some of the features that are making it harder for Passion to get long control, it tends to be a spawn-based position, but this isn't like our pugs at home. Right? Most teams are going to play positional Counter-Strike. We might see them actually opt with a 4-1 on the gun round to really vie for that space. But with Jacasmo as the anchor, Fear as the rotator, one of the two of them essentially needs the good long spawn, or your AWPer in Jambo, who tends to be starting over towards middle more often than not. So we'll see how Passion adjust. But if you're big at this moment, I don't even know how aware they are that they're getting this information essentially... Well, they're not getting information for free. Their opening move is working as intended. It's keeping so much misinformation and buying so much time on the other side of the map in a few of these rounds that Passion really don't know what's going on. And you have a few options to search for answers. You can push into lower tunnels and try and biff upper dark early. You're able to go for those cat maneuvers, but last time they went for the cat boost, they just ran straight down middle and removed Fear as the bottom portion of that. So Kane is definitely sensing that things are falling apart and quickly. Second tactical timeout. Loss bonus 2,900 into the next. So the buy now, some saves again, but we're starting to get deep within this one. There's only 3 rounds left.
Yeah, team effort from Big. Dust2. Gonna have a quick look at what Passion. Like, is there a big scalp they've been able to take? It is all being that kind of...
Their last couple of games, I think, were very close, but they did lose them. They were overtime affairs.
9 and Cloud9. But yeah, every game has been close on Dust2. Rare to see them actually have a kind of a domineering victory. Mostly losses as well, under that 50% win rate.
They are going to try and fight for long right now. Fear has the good spawn. So volley in, waits for the flash. Nothing found, and they have control. So Jacasmo able to get across pit.
It looked like Crimbo was ready to nade the long smoke and set Searson up for a peek, so in the absence of that, they will flash. Fear swings in. Comfortable. Jacasmo, the long anchor, I suspect a hard clear here. Crimbo, usually well drilled, will throw the molly for the pit. And cleared. Lovely team play from Big Clan. It all just slots into place so perfectly.
I wonder what the reluctancy was on smoking doors as well from Passion in that situation, because both Jacasmo and Fear had smokes. And that's my favorite plant right there. Get it on top of that box. And you have to jump on top to defuse if you plant it correctly. Well, Zero Fix kills Searson, but Big are really just steamrolling this second... it is second map. First half. I don't think you'll get to hold on to anything, gentlemen. You are completely cut off at the pass, and the bomb still has a decent chunk of time left. Players in through the backyard of B. the guts of middle, flashing, they want the fight, and you guys are dead meat. Rigon and JDC secure it. 4-round gap.
I'm pretty sure 4 of the 5 deaths there were with a flash assist for Big Clan. Everyone's doing their part. Diligent util. But yeah, absence of the smoke is unusual. I wonder if perhaps just Big's early reluctance to hit long maybe lulled them into a false sense of security about that portion of the map.
Yeah, look, you would love to have it in other areas, wouldn't you? But when long has been a bit of an issue for you, thought maybe lock that one down.
Hey, bait and switch.
Okay.
Jambo takes down Searson. Now you got opening kill this time for Passion. And I will say Zero, he's been quite stalwart in his aggressions in the tunnels. Can he hold on against JDC this time? Fear, aggressive, up towards Palm Tree. Gets some info, gets more info.
Noisy, though.
And very loud, but still controls the spray into Rigon. So now extending their advantage. Can go wrong, potentially will. Never mind, Fear another. Finds Tabson, bomb loose, awkward round. JDC and Crimbo detached from one another. Zero still considering the potential. And JDC are unprepared for that forward position.
They're just loitering in middle, aren't they? Bit of a nuisance as Crimbo will be able to get the bomb as highlighted.
Now this is where I'm intrigued to see if Passion have everything covered. You know, their communication, it's going to be a good indicator that their comms are clean. Looks like Jambo's tasked with the mid-cross, mid-long cross. And they've got everything on lock. But all it would take is a Crimbo one-tap.
Okay, all right. I see what you're trying to do. He'll give it a go. There's money more than available for that last round for Big, so no need for Crimbo to save necessarily. Should be able to get a drop. But waltzing on in, procedural as you like, changing elevations, step by step. And a Jambo miss, so the Crimbo one-tap not in play. Chiller will take him down. Everybody is able to scavenge something. 7-5 is the best that can be mustered now for Passion. I love this little maneuver from Fear. Was detected, but still able to take those fights, and just awkward because Big aren't really grouped up in positions to trade.
Let's go, guys.
And they like that one.
No smoke. And a fight. 1 out. Nice from Jakizmo. Jakazmo.
Sounds like Beyblade, doesn't he?
Oh, it's his cousin. Yeah, Citizen still gets the shot into Jambo after 1. But regardless, Big are operating at a disadvantage once more.
Your discussion in the previous round about Crimbo, like I think in this type of round, very key. If Passion drop this one, you can just see things aren't functioning as they should be.
I mean, yeah, an overextension from Chiller is... Oh my god! Fear just pushing through! He charges with the flash, and no, Chiller, yeah, that's a nasty one to concede.
Yeah, started so good, ending so poorly, so going to be a bad vibe tribe going into the second half. Big looking to walk away with 8 to their name, T-Half and Dust2 their map choice, so this is beautiful. Jakazmo, who'll give it all he's got.
Smoke kit. 2 to find. Oh, the util from Searson and Tabson's brutal. They got another molly smoke. They got another. They don't need it. Tabson takes it 8 to 4. Big Clan making Passion look a little bit more human after Anubis.
Yeah, you can see some of the moves they're going for feel like they're stressed, lacking information, just swinging out, getting stuck in when maybe, just maybe, they could have taken the time. But they are one map to the good. They lose this while we tie things up 1-1. We move into Mirage and they can reset. We do have a match going on the secondary stream. Jackie and Vince are bringing you all that action. TSM vs PARIVISION. If you want to go check that one out, that's into its second map as well. It's currently on Vertigo. That's an elimination series coming up later today. Astralis versus Bait, another elimination game, and G2 versus 3D Max. We are looking to lock a team into the elimination stage, the top 16 in the major, or 2 of which. So winner of this one and winner of G2 3D Max will be securing that today.
Yeah. G2 in their last best of 1 with 9 pandas, giving all of their fans a nice G2 heart attack. was a crazy comeback, wasn't it? I remember Harry screaming through the walls. Yeah, because we were casting at the same time. It was like a 9-round comeback from 9 Pandas.
Yanko said he wasn't worried at all while watching that game. It was a content game. So look, G2 better than anybody understand they need to help out their org with the social media interactions.
They still converted and now find themselves
one
best of 3 away.
As we say, no harm, no foul.
Coming up next, what's the pistol call from Passion? Let's see if they can get past this setup.
Does Crimbo get 4 on the Julies again?
Yeah, he did it once on Anubis. I wonder if he's got it in him. It's going to be harder to do so with this Chiller coming in from the lower tunnels.
If only he knew how close to death he was.
Oh, good little flash to swing on through. Searson does get his bell rung. Crimbo still now reveals himself in low as Tabson controls his taps. Finds Jambo. Oh, so many bodies. Burkasmo gets... Oh! Tries to anyway, Crimbo. Very nice tap. Back of the head just as he was rounding the corner.
Just scampering away.
He's coming for you. He's still got 9 bullets in the mag. He ain't reloaded. He's running. They're forced to use their Molotov just to catch a breath. Oh, Searson actually might... Yeah.
Oh, doesn't even need to worry about his position.
Doesn't matter. And Fear flashed him off, running at him with a knife, running at him with a knife. Oh, brutal out here. Brutal out here for Passion on Dust 2, and you can see Big Clan returning to form on their map pick.
All right. Well, taking a look at Passion's run so far, just to keep everybody up to date.
This one was spicy. You saw this.
Bang.
Pop. Goes the weasel.
Now, the maps that Passion have played so far, they beat VP 16-14, they beat Spirit 13-11. That was on Mirage and then Anubis. Well, they've won Anubis. Can they win Mirage? Dust 2's the new map thrown into the mix. Big have taken down Sashi on Anubis and Heroic on Ancient to get to this 2-0 bucket of teams.
Okay, well, Searson humbled after 1. They are trying to explode onto A side, but Tabson in a power position. Perfect weapon for the job. Crimbo provides the support. And Fear, last to fall, does throw out a couple of Tech 9 bullets in their general direction.
And a strong showing from Big. Yeah, Yanko highlighting that he felt that if they didn't lose that Tech 9 round in the second half after the pistol conversion, that maybe, just maybe, Big really could have brought Anubis back and gotten it done in 2, because they were able to, towards the tail end of the half, start converting consecutive CT rounds. So that buffer could have been the difference maker. But here we are, staring down the barrel of what is likely the 11th round for Big. It's going to be a Hero AK in the hands of Jambo. The rest of them just going to operate with Glocks and a Deagle for 0 fix. It's a bit of a sobering experience from the highs that Passion have been riding, and you wonder, when you go through the first day 2-0, you're 1 best of 3 away, your expectations are one thing, and how do you manage those? I think Fear said that he was hoping for day 1 just to go 1-1 to get time, to play more matches, to hang around longer, to get more experience against some of these bigger names. Well, he's definitely done that. It would have to be the unfortunate factor of 3 best of 3 losses consecutively. Wow, actually, then we have the 7th place decider, so it does get a little bit murky.
Yeah.
Can't be as cut and dry with the sentiment.
Oh yeah, we and they are all aware that the most cut and dry way to do this is today. And I mean, in turn, as far as time goes, playing against these teams, you pick yourselves up the conversion in the spot.
Well, that's true too, because then you could be practicing against all of them. I'm not sure exactly what's facilitated as far as getting to stay in Shanghai. I think, you know, would be urged with only a week difference between the end of this and the start of the major to hang around. And they're just going to get their faces melted, aren't they?
Well, the AK from Chiller. At least punishes Tabson. Oh, it's too easy. The MP9s farm up. And that Hero AK going to be scavenged away. So, Big Clan 2 rounds away from forcing Mirage. And we will get the guns back out.
Yeah, immediate upgrade, from Searson into the AWP. I wonder if Tabson will operate with the little MP9 on the ground. I'm sure somebody could. They are juggling the guns across. Oh, they've got double AWP. Okay, never mind. MP9 in the dirt. JDC's got the secondary. This might be a shock to the system for Passion. Jambo with his. Both AWPs starting middle.
Yeah, boosting for a short aggress. Searson's going to be actually charging straight into the lowers with his. They suspect something fishy afoot.
Yes, they manufacture a way out, and will do. So staying calm there, Searson, not overplaying his hand. Passion the default, 3 tunnels, 1 back cat, and 12 Jambo having to just sit here and watch the long push possibility.
JDC, well timed on the repeat, flashes for himself, gets 0-legged. Zero Fix and S Chiller pushing up towards the short side. It's Tabson, and eventually it will be Searson. You can see that Tabson's got this cheeky flash for his swing.
They're already out.
They're off the line of sight. Now Searson works it out, and Tabson still hits the headshot. Oh, falling just poetically into place for Big. Nothing for you here for Passion.
Yeah, this is the big buff with the map pool change, right? This has always been their home turf. The Germans loving a bit of dust too. They'll get their 12th round secure, and they are just looking comfortable as you like. Searson and Tabson on this map doing some dirty work. While Crimbo with 17 kills to his name. One of the shining beacons of hope for the German scene. Hoping that he can be the next big thing. But he's also shown his allegiance, right? This is the Tabson once upon a time. Okay, yeah, he could have gone anywhere. That same conversation now coming up for Crimbo, right? But the thing is, they want to play with their boys. They want to play with their countrymen, and I can understand it. Yeah. Making the major, that's one way to silence those conversations.
Yeah, the emergence of JDC as well became a valuable asset for Big Clan as he was...
tossed aside by Mouse.
Tossed aside.
He also went and played in another team in the interim, I'm pretty sure. Was he with Searson? Let me go double check. Yeah, they were in that 0-0 Nation roster.
Okay. And then all combined into this package you have now. Rigon, of course, turning heads with the Bad News Eagles. Trilingual.
A reason it's forgettable, though, the whole 0-0 Nation situation for Searson and JDC. But here we go. Likely to be the final round. Passion force in with what they can. Jacasmo stalled out. Sendry's at his toes. Can't just pipe up Cat.
Yeah, by the time that fades, Crimbo arrives, swings through. Ooh, leg shot. Or scout shot, I should say. Jambo's pushing it. Pushing the issue. Okay, slow your roll. Jacasmo's mad. He saw the tip of the head. Now Fear activates. Okay, we're going for shock and awe. It's kind of working for you. Jacasmo's trying to hold this CT rotation. Shadow will be visible. Fear gets himself across with a flash smoke combo.
It's a little bit worrying when Chiller's on B and everybody else from Big are ready to fight the A site.
Yes, yeah.
He can't be a chill guy anymore.
Oh, Rigon. Down to Fear. They don't know where this loose piece is, so if you could just live a second, Chiller's flank is coming in. Free frag. Now info on the last. Has some util to work with as well. Nade forces back JDC. Molotov as well forces a decision. JDC does have that smoke grenade and elects not to use it immediately.
Okay, well, both of them blocking Cat. The reroute for JDC going around the world, going to pivot towards long. Chiller still worried about the short smoke, giving JDC time.
Okay, yeah, I wonder if he's considered this in time. Hidden on sight. JDC steps soon to be heard. Chiller adjusts his crosshair. And clutches up for the boys. Recovers the AWP. Passion survive. Posting, I believe they're first.
It's a long road back.
Oh, yeah, the longest.
This is going to be very tough for Passion. And that lurk, yeah, look, it pays off, but only just. Chiller able to secure them something to work with, but Big, I'm not going to have any problems buying in again. And you saw Crimbo just like smashing his way out Cat, looking for some fights. He gets a kill with an incendiary, sure. But the A defense becomes awfully fragile. Going out long. Jacasmo can't get the room. The flashes were there, but Searson too good.
Oof. Not a great feeling. You had a game plan and immediately forced to pivot.
Ooh. Big have thrown out a top mid smoke. to just apply more pressure. Yeah, this one right here. So that would keep you on your toes.
They're ahead of it. What can you do in the 4v5 disadvantage? How about that?
Jeez, Chilla.
Okay, we are pushing incendiaries now, and it's kind of working. Now forcing Searson into the open, comfortable, as he bets Jambo on the cross. This time punished for a miss. Fear gets one, gets two with the Galil. JDC can close it right here. And one of them's low. I swing through from zero fix and Fear off the bomb. JDC repositions. Okay. What's the play? Could be elevator.
There's so much time. As Fear sits and waits, thinking that he's just going to re-swing, JDC could have gotten off to anywhere. So for Fear at this moment, now he has to worry about everything. Dropping down, looking for the fight, time to take the duel, and JDC is going to close it 13-5. Big looking comfortable on their map choice. We're going to the third and decider of Mirage. The Major still open for either team.
Yes, you called it, guys. Big, with a big performance on Dust 2, their map, of course. And it's all tied up. Obviously, Passion not really able to get going on this one.
Yeah, we're talking and praising the basic, the fundamental protocols that we've seen from Passion UA and all the maps have won so far, right? Dust 2 very clearly lacking. If you take a look at the highlights for Searson on that Dust 2 map, all the op kills he was getting, right? It was just dry peaks coming in majority of the times. The flashes weren't on point, and it was just very easy for Big to read. Also towards the A bombs are towards long. I'm not sure what the protocols were for the side of Passion. They weren't really taking long, and then they'd go for the early long control, not really smoke it off, just go for dry swings. Whatever praise we had for the solid CS we've seen from Passion so far, it wasn't there in Dust 2, and Big, they just had an easy grand old time.
And I think you see a little bit the meaning of the pistol rounds, right? I mean, Big 3-0 start, Passion UA manages to settle 3-3, but then Big goes on a run, ends the half 8-4, pretty dominant fashion, and you could see the understanding they have of the map, right?
Yeah, that was the point I was going to bring up. I mean, we've talked a lot about Searson and his performances when he's outside of his beautiful bedroom. You know, he just had total mastery over this. His positioning, his repositioning, the fights that he took, even his utility usage, which, you know, look, sometimes he is capable of missing the odd flash or smoke or whatever it might be, but I thought he had a really solid game.
I mean, it's still technically a bedroom, right, he's playing from, so I guess
I hope he's not sleeping in there.
His power is still very powerful. But yeah, no, on the T side, it was absolutely a thorn, and, you know, for Chilla, I think he was having a nightmare of a time, just crossing towards B, getting tagged down to 20 every single time. So yeah, absolutely a great game from Searson. It's good to see that he has continued that form we saw yesterday, where he was the best player for Big across the entirety of yesterday, and despite a bit of a quiet start in map 1, he did deliver here in map 2.
And I mean, you look at the stats and you'll see Fear top fragging for Passion and having the highest ADR, and he had a really good round in the reset round first half in a 4v4 situation from slow fighting both short and long at the same time. But bro, this guy, he has only like 4th and 5th gear. he does not slow down. I mean, so many times just slashing through the smoke, pushing,
running over Molotovs.
Yeah, always like some crazy play that he goes for, and caught the casters by surprise a couple of times with some of his moves, but probably hurt his team in a few of those, you know, some a little bit more patience, a little bit more team play could have gone a long way to make some of the rounds more competitive.
Well, I think that's probably the misconception, right? I think if you're not a Dust 2 team, you probably think you play the map fast, because that's historically, if you look at the totality of CS, that's typically how you did your best work on the map, but it really isn't that kind of map anymore.
I feel, I mean, I think Yanko hit the nail in the head, right? 2 rounds which they won on the CT side was that great hold from him on that ramp, and then the, you know, pushing up towards mid with the MP9 again, getting 2 kills out of there. They did speed up a bit in the second half on the T side, just throwing everything they have at Big, but that reeked more of desperation than anything, being more like, guys, they're pretty much at map point right now, so might as well just, you know, go for some YOLO plays. But yeah, just the fundamental understanding on the CT side especially, aggression's fine, but it should be measured, it should be controlled, and you also need to know when to just, you know, call it and just, you know, back out, right? I felt like for them, there was no real cohesion in the way they're calming when they're going for these aggro plays, so to speak. It felt a little individualistic realistic. And also the flash pops and whatnot seemed not that great. Saw a lot of failed flashes, pop flashes and whatnot. So Dust2 clearly a map they weren't really ready for big.
Anything to add on to that before we turn our attention to Mirage?
Not too much. Like, you know, they try to give themselves the best chance to win, to save the guns, right? But some of the rounds were so dominant for Big that they weren't even allowed to do that, right? Like they would just get found out wherever they are on the map. So tough. It's a best of 3, right? It doesn't have to be a 2-0. They go on to the map that they've already had success in the RMR. They had the overtime win against Virtus.pro and Mirage.
Yeah, exactly. So we can start by talking about that. I mean, you know, it was an overtime win, but I mean, you know, it was a statement of intent for the major that they've had so far, and so we know Passion can play this map.
They can play this map, but I don't want to fall into the pit of, you know, recency bias. It is Virtus.pro, a team who have been miserable recently of late.
You don't need to tell me.
But if you look at the results for Passion UA, it's actually been one of the weaker maps, right? And that's where I feel like Big are going to exploit it. If you look at the recent results, it's been quite abysmal, losing to teams they usually play, and there's tier 2, tier 3, tier 2.5 cups and whatnot. So I feel like this is where the weakness of the map pool will be exploited by Big.
Yeah, for Big also a map where they tried to find their footing. I mean, they played it a lot once Rigon just joined, so maybe not fair to assess them during that time. But I'm always interested, as I said, Big, you know, coming into the RMR, you know, there's a boot camp, they're cooking up some stuff, so to see what the game plan is. Passion won that game in OT and they lost both pistols. I mean, they didn't have
I mean, that's another thing
they had to do it the hard way.
Yeah, and look, just as a final point before we go to break, you know, everything I've seen from Passion, I'm kind of leaning towards them on Mirage, and I'll explain why. I just feel that the way they play this explosive Counter-Strike, it's very fearless, and they just rush out onto the sites. Their spacing and their trading has been so good for a team with such little experience, and I just feel that on that T side of Mirage, if you play that way, you can just deathball into just taking a massive lead in the half, and that's what they're good at. That's what Passion do.
I fear the weakness is going to be the CD side of Mirage here. That's what we saw on Dust2 as well. If they started on a T side here on Dust2, maybe they're going to accrue a few more rounds, things that could have been a little bit more competitive. It's the CD side where I feel that's where they're going to fall apart, where they're going to go for the aggro plays, they're going to go for the extremity map plays, but I fear the protocols aren't there, and Big are just going to be setting up traps and taking them down when they go for these palace pushes or like maybe B aggression for whatnot, right? So I think that's where it's going to fall apart. Hopefully I'm wrong. I want to see a good map here.
Yeah, Yanko, final thoughts? No more in break?
I'm going with experience over youth, Richard. Big closes it out 2-1.
That means you like me.
Of course.
Incredible. Awesome. Oh, nice little compliment before the break. I'm gliding into these commercials. Anyway, we are going to have the decider, and we're going to see whether either one who does it. It's an absolute Cinderella story, frankly. So stick around.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Big Clan coming in as hot favourites, but still the reverse sweep required as they do comfortably manage to force us into the deciding map of Mirage, clashing with Passion. And Passion indeed, maybe even Obsession, 350 or over 350 maps this year from this Ukrainian roster. Spirit and VP wins some of their first LAN games ever, and now they find themselves just one map away from making that major dream a reality. We've seen Team Synergy, we've also seen shortcomings. I mean, even to the point where they've all taken shelter at Fear's relatives' house to continue their practice in what was an 8-month boot camp. Passion looking to convert and make this one hell of a trip to Shanghai.
Yeah, this is a fairy tale story, isn't it? If they are able to seize their dream, they will be in the top 16. That is a story within itself. And they have played good Counter-Strike. They've come up clutch in their best of ones. In Anubis in the opening match of today, it was reserved, it was fundamental, it was what you wanted to see. But Dust2 feels like they were exposed. Gaps within their game as Big take their map choice. And now we turn to Mirage with the man on your screen, Jambo, the highest flyer in the stats department. Let's see if the AWPer can deliver. He doesn't back down from a fight, more than happy to force one. Sirison and Tabson seem to be online alongside of Crimbo. We will have Big, the German side, starting on the defense, and their CT setup will have Rigon over towards A. You're going to have Sirison floating around with the AWP all across the map. I believe Tabson will be the connector player, JDC over towards short, and Crimbo as your B anchor. So that's the defense and how it should shape up. And the freeze time we can see is starting to tick on down. So we are about to get this one underway. One of these two teams will be locking themselves in and joining that long list waiting in the wings to kick off the Perfect World Shanghai Major in, just a week and a bit's time.
Yeah, well, they can do it. They can book their ticket, both teams, at the end of Mirage. Edge probably given across the board to Big Clan, but Passions and Nubis definitely showed that they can have, they can hang with the big boys. Will their comfort level be that of Anubis or that of Dust2? Well, let's find out.
Oh, some decoys brought in from Passion.
Okay, well, we've seen them used to bait some reactions. They throw out a fake window smoke. Style points or more. Con as well.
It's going to be a retake A setup here. Crimbo has the smoke in the kit. He's going to be over towards B. So the long rotation point back is Big are currently investigating middle. Rigon's going to be under a lot of pressure. If he can find a kill and live, job done.
Oh, hard shots to track, and he's unable to do so. Tabson still hits 1 onto 0 fix. Flash, oh, he eats that, forced away. They fight for CT. Crimbo and Rigon are going to be coming in from that side. Searson's going for a Palace flank.
Yeah, they've got more time due to the kit, so they can still pull this off Big.
Yeah, so Rigon's going to be escorting Crimbo. Hang on. Oh, they're fighting. They're fighting tooth and nail. Crimbo hits his shot. Chicasmo down. Rigon another. It's falling into place. Nicely. Headshots from Rigon. And they did have all the time in the world to get onto that defuse. So much so they didn't even implement the kit. JDC just jumps on it.
And this is where the nerves are really going to play a massive factor for Passion, right? On the cusp of doing something historic, first-time major for all of you as well as the organization. Whereas Big, they definitely have a whole lot more of that. Tabson, the one who's been to the absolute most out of the team, and then a little bit scattered from different rosters. JDC with Mouse, Rigon with the Bad News Eagles, and the likes of Sirison and Crimbo with Big, but only a couple to their name. Keeping it calm is Rigon. That's not traditionally how we see him make his way to majors. Normally out of his chair, going absolutely nuts.
Well, he has to kind of, you know, not match, but certainly fit within the Big Clan reaction. And we heard JDC talking to HLTV as well and identifying that they are trying to find ways to facilitate his craziness while he also tries to integrate their style of play into his own. Searson, that's a lot of early info. Rigon flashes in Searson for the answers on ramp. That's Chiller. Had a fantastic Anubis.
Yeah, and he's their lowest rated player on this map. So he's definitely been delivering as far as the aim department is concerned.
For sure.
Let's see if they can turn the screws on this force buy and create a bit of an awkward situation at the start of map number 3.
I mean, Big highly prioritizing the M4s there. I mean, Util's exhausted now. A single flash and just 2 smokes. Heading up towards Connector. Who's spotting this? Rigon, I suppose? Yeah, he's going to be having little looks. JDC spotting the Cont. Could swing out further if he so desires. Doesn't want to give up anything. He can see there's a hesitance to Big Clan setup. They don't want to be caught out.
That's a lot of info.
There's info. And there's frags. JDC will activate off of Rigon's intel. Searson manages to pluck another from the pack as Chiller goes down. Ooh, good cover. Nearly lost Zero Fix there. Oh, they've overlooked him. God, Fear saves his teammate's life. Now Tabson pushing through. JDC from Connect. They don't give him a moment to breathe. There's just constant pokes and prods and jabs thrown by Big Clan.
All in all, that feels a bit too easy for Big, doesn't it? That's quite a nice round indeed. They retain all the M4s. They forced Passion down to the eco. They were unable to plant. So a great round from Big. And I think Yanko was going with the experience over the youth. His prediction for the Germans to take this and lock themselves in. And this is the start to do so.
Yeah, no absence of experience at this point.
Searson has just opted for the MP9, so if he can farm up, that'd be great. They could throw him in for early info, and he'll bring out the AWP into the next. You can see the residual cash next to his name.
He's already in Palace. I mean, there's always the luxury when you can kind of rule that out as a possibility. Ramp obviously needs to be attended to, and Rigon will. Just like that.
I think they'll just wipe the board with them.
Yeah. I mean, the scout's the only threat, really. Some Deagles on top of that. So if he was to hit some tags, but it doesn't look like he needs to, actually, he'll just hit the head. Gets that one shot. And no trade. Rigon just stands, delivers. Nice one back. Chikazmo, good for one. Searson's push a very quick flank onto Fear. And with that recovered, M4 just shy of converting onto JDC.
Ooh, is Searson going to get there in time? How?
Oh, it's
financially, perfect. Yeah, perfect work. It's great. Little donation. The heads-up awareness as well. That shows that the comms are flowing well on your side of the server as well from Big, so that's great work. Seriously could donate that to a teammate. He can bring the AWP out, and they have everything they'd hope for and more. Now, Jambo, he does not have an AWP, so as far as the head-to-head between the two of them goes, that's going to be a bit of an issue. I would expect default heavy from Passion from what we've seen. They've gone for window smoke, cat smoke, so want to try and facilitate Fear to get out the mid control. But look at JDC. Immediately walking up cat, ready to take the potential fight. A second incendiary behind the island box mid is just going to delay the default. And maybe that's all Big need to do. Just make things feel a little bit more uncomfortable for Passion.
Yeah, don't let them play their game. If it is default heavy, disrupt that. Citizen's Orbs walking for a very late arrival onto short side. It's facilitated by JDC maintaining a forward position. Chikazmo pokes into underpass.
Yeah, see if he drops that deep connector smoke or not. They are definitely lined up for an A split.
Oof. Gets out of there.
Just a buffer for them to work with, so misthrowing smoke to work against them, and that's a big kill from Fear.
Yeah, JDC will find the response, and oh, Chikazmo another. Finding Crimbo, overlooked his Rigon, comfortable collection, but there's the trade. Zero Fix and Jambo, now just Zero, out into the site, comfortable for Tabson. He gets the hard work done, hard graft, two players swinging him, two different angles, still adjust comfortably to make it 4-0. Passion will be having to stomach a half buy.
Yeah, good trade work there from JDC and Osiris, and he goes down, but he gets that kill. That means they're not worried about that late piece of Fear coming through within the round being a nuisance around window. And that pressure immediately applied to Passion. They're going to take their first tactical timeout. Looks like Deagle's in a hero AK to try and stem the bleed of Big just building a huge economy.
So if for Passion, it's going to feel like, okay, every time we're trying to do a default, there's something different being thrown, whether it's always push Palace early or, no, that was actually against the scout, but disrupting their default. Is the response to slow it down and do it even slower? Or is that just is that playing into Big Clan's hand? Do you have to do something kind of more strat book heavy, like straight up page out of the strat book?
Well, essentially, because we're still early, I would say continue to run the default until you can pull off a round, but you're only going to get a few more of those opportunities because you need to be able to show that you can do that, so then you can start playing off of it. Right. Whereas if they went the other way and they started with more direct hits, obviously you get afforded more options when you win the pistol and win the force, because then you get to set the tone of how you want to approach certain rounds, but that's great.
There you go.
Swing in middle, put your aim on display.
No window smoke, just fight. And the AWP is there, can't believe his luck, and gets flatlined by Zero Fix. Fear now onto Tabson, hang on. Off the back of the timeout, two good picks. Rigon and JDC tending to the gap that's been manufactured by just individuals taking duels. Zero Fix backs his aim, as does Rigon. He's not shy.
Jambo's going to get dropped to Deagle. I think you want to make sure you bring that AWP out into the next round. Let's see if they can pull this one off. And I think, you know, this is where it's hard because you want to be like, look, boys, let's play confident Counter-Strike. Let's play in their face. Let's take some jewels short. But just the lack of experience. And they were already talking about the adrenaline pumping through their veins in previous matchups. Waltzing up Cat into JDC. He's dinked. He might get overwhelmed.
Yeah. Do they rush through that smoke, though? That feels a little ill-advised against JDC. With Crimbo taking some apartments, deep apartments control as well. Now they press and trade. Chiller, good for it. Brings down JDC after that nice long-range dink earlier in the piece from Jacasmo. Oh, he hears them. Oh, Rigon not far off on his auditory processing. Now Crimbo spotted out in the apartments. Rigon makes no secret of his presence in the market. Trying to nade. Ooh, spots out Jacasmo on the cross. They do need to hurry this plant along. Can they disrupt it? A fake exposed. Time is of the essence now. Another drops. Jacasmo can't cover. And Jambo has to no hope here, just sitting in the open, getting picked apart by Big Clan.
Oh, this is looking comfortable now for Big. This is a massive lead. 5-0 start. These rounds few and far between that have felt that close.
That 3v5?
Look, it was always going to be tough. But yeah, it was. And the fact that Crimbo has such a power position in apartments, when you're coming up, think about the angles that are opened up. You have to worry about market as well as B apps. You have 180 degrees to have to worry about, or thereabouts. All right, they will take it direct. They didn't bring out the Jambo AWP. It's just going to be rifles aplenty. And if they can't pull this one off, if the response time are big, if the retake is there, Passion are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Jambo tasked with all the flashes. Rigon calling for aid as the smokes arrive. And it's Rigon good for an opening. Now look at Tabson, stubborn, just pushes through the bench position. Oh, Chiller nearly went down as well. They're in trouble. Getting that bomb plant's a nice start. 3v4.
It's still going to be so tough to hold on to. You got the number disadvantage. JDC still has residual utility to make this possible. You can get the molly into the site if you'd like to make sure nobody's behind the goblin box. Get the smoke on the bomb.
Yeah, it's a little late decision to send Chiller on around the world.
He's committed now.
Yeah, playing Joker, as it were.
Oh, Sirius's ready for that. Or at least he was.
Yeah, still all on the Jambo. Ouch, bell rung. JDC dinks him. And Searson nails it. Now all onto Chiller. Oh, a chance on the flank. If he could get the molly onto the bomb, it might not spread. Crimbo finds a safe haven and saves the round. A couple more millimeters in the right direction on the rebound. He could have very well converted with the molly. Oh, okay, that's tough. You can see there's just that momentary hesitation that Big Clan just don't have. Successful retake, getting the bomb down. I mean, it's going to mean Passion will have another stab. Best round attempt we've seen so far from Passion.
Yeah, it's on the way in, right? I think the fact that Tabson's able to get in and out and to keep that number advantage. Just the little details that are going to make the big difference.
Yeah, and that swing from Tabson, you know, back and go was often mollied. I suppose now it's the threat of the edge.
Yeah, precisely. Speaking of Tabson, the in-game leader starting over towards a ramp. So investigating the possibility of another A play. But this is Passion back to the default spread. Just feels so deep in the half, and you haven't even brought out the AWP, even though you've had options to, so. Passion, I think at this point, I'd be lucky to get 4 rounds. Rigon's only been in this team for about 4 months, so the big, I don't want to call it a rebuild, but they did make some big changes. Remember Sin, remember Process? Sin over there at M80.
For sure.
Yeah, they bring Sirius back. He left, thought he could find greener pastures. Well, you always find yourself back in big if you want to be at the top of the German pops. So for a pretty average year, all things considered, this would be fantastic for Big to make the top 16.
Tabson, swing, connects. Jambo trades out to jungle. Bomb makes its way into the side, but Rigon, JDC still here. Crimbo down, JDC makes himself known. How's he got 2? A belated trade, Rigon still on the ramp and unnoted. Oh, is he? Actually, yeah, no, good clear. Chiller aware. And should be able to get this bomb down. doesn't plant in the open, not susceptible to that Searson AWP. He is the last man standing between Passion and their first T round in this third.
The money's not there. Searson should be saving unless he wants to go for the clutch.
He's like, knows exactly what's up, just doesn't quite hit the Hail Mary.
I thought they'd be lucky to get 4. Maybe I have to take that back. The finance is something that I didn't quite acknowledge for Big. So have been kept a little bit ropey. Searson's AWP being retained, a key piece of that puzzle. See if Fear can get himself something juicier. Then, yes, he did. Into an AK. Doesn't have to hold on to the Galil, and they need to retain their rifles on the T side as well. So good work. There you go. First round on the board, and is it first of many? Good that they're keeping the poise to make sure that the nameplating's still there, so knowing that Rigon is that A anchor, they didn't go overlooked. Made sure that they cleared him out. Big kill from Chiller. Does Kakafu get on the microphone now? Seriously could drop an M4. He definitely could justify some form of a force around the AWP. It's 1900 as the loss of the next. And I talk about this more often than not when you just save an AWP. If you don't force behind it, you might not see it again for a decent period of time.
Citizen heads for early. Short presence. Yeah, that flash is not going to get him far. Fear.
He might just do all the work himself,
Meets the AWP, he certainly could, yeah. Sets himself up for success.
Get a Searson round going.
Oh! Oh! A chance onto the AWPer. Deep con smoke. Chikazmo is going to feel a lot of pressure, as is Jambo with that bomb, but he's not running away. He's actually maintaining this position. Now they poke B. Crimbo, what can you do with just the Desert Eagle? He hits one, it would have been a different story. Instead, Zero Fix gets across the sight line. Now awkward, pressure is on. Pinkland all over the place. Swarming indeed. Swats the first. JDC, good work onto Chikazmo. Still some damage onto Bench that's converted. Oh, uncomfortable. 2v2 now. Both of them recover a rifle. Run, Rigon. Oh, missed shot from Searson. Rigon no Kev, so be hard-pressed to find a contribution. Searson throws the AWP on his back. Starts to put the pressure on. Zero Fix gets through. A 4. Make it. Oh, okay. Quad kill from Zero. Jambo's the one to put the third frag on his total. And Passion get themselves a second.
Well, the pressure on with just a saved AWP, and now Searson will buy back into another.
That was high pressure, considering what they had equipped.
And we were so worrying in certain moments. You highlighting the bomb of Jambo still being top mid while his teammates are investigating B. There's plenty of moments where it can go wrong. Just with the default presence across the map from Passion, almost getting picked apart at the seams. But regardless, we are back underway. Rigon to defend A with just the MP9. Will they use him up close and personal? Searson for a classic Palace peek. One of the many moves in an AWPer's arsenal as the A executes setup.
He works. Late arrival from Chikazmo. Meets the AWP.
Might change the call completely.
Yeah, Jambo's piecing out.
And you have to piece this back together now because you went in for the all-in A, right? You need to now try and establish the map control. You can't always be certain that, hey, they haven't pushed. It's a rifle round. What seems unlikely. You need to give everything the consideration, and Jambo scoped up doing exactly that. But from one pole to the other, they're going to head from A to B. Have they AWP search?
He's already here.
And he's here.
He's arrived.
There's no way he jumps up Van, though.
Yeah.
Surely not,
He's
right?
drawn the line. He's drawn the line. He's determined that this will be sufficient. Miss window. Good catch from the Obs.
Not the first time we've seen missed utility. Fear was missing a little bit on Anubis, the map they picked up. So gaping void for Fear. He'll communicate that's the possibility. But he's on his lonesome. So Fear just selling the presence while the other three grouped up.
It's a good sell. Unfortunate for him. Grey screen. JDC spots him on the walkout. Searson just looks away as they start to search. Peeks back in. Misses his shot. Hang on. Yeah. Flattened by Chiller. This becomes what was a 5v3, but now a 3v4 post plant. Hang on. Crimbo comes in from Apps. Tamsin's already taken some flak. Jambo tags up another. But there's JDC. Good work. Chiller down. Pressure on. Smoke to play around. Still Jambo connects on that bench position. JDC next victim. Zero Fix doing everything he can on this B site. Multi-kills on multi-kills. Rigon down. Zero Fix from quad kill to triple. Look what it means to him. kicking open that B bomb site, and a pivot after a Searson opener. Works out for Passion.
Getting fired up, and the fact that they pieced this one back together as well. Searson's finding these openings in back-to-back rounds. Sure, one was just a saved off, but this is a gun round, and they pull this one off right under their nose. Searson rotated in, thought he was in the right position, looks away, but Zero Fix putting on a show. That's a big triple from a young gun. 17 years of age. There you go, finally a bit of emotion being let out from Passion. And that is a huge round, it's broken big. Haven't had many spurts in this game like that. There's been a few rounds here and there, but otherwise it's been pretty tempered scenarios. We're on JDC right now, who's actually been having a great map so far. I think a lot of his kills feel awfully impactful, but that time, not able to convert off of his short duel and just spread out big. So again, back to the slower pace out of Passion. Gives you a moment to consider how that one went wrong big. Hey, reflect on that round. It's not just the kills, it's the fact that they lose the pick in Palace. They were just going to go for an all-in A execute. They have to rotate all the way back to the other side of the map, and they still are able to stick the landing. Fear again. Game leader on the search, the Mac 10. He's about to get a rude shock as he comes through this connector smoke once more.
Tracks Crimbo. And down. Nice work from Tabson, but it's only going to be that Mac 10. Chikazmo can now contain them on that smoke. JDC, the unknown entity, up for a second. And woo, quick react. Pulls the trigger onto the S-Chiller swing despite the flash. They've made it costly. Fear and S-Chiller watching from the sidelines.
See if you can walk away with an AK. Tabson and Searson can hang around. And Tabson's Deagle gets the chance. Chikazmo will take him, and it's just Searson to find. Lost bonus has built to the 2900 into the next for big. And Passion. Make it 4 consecutive rounds. So pistol conversion, 6 on the trot for the Germans. And now Passion are well and truly in this map.
Yeah, synchronizing nicely with what has been impactful contributions from the entire roster. Notably S-Chiller, Zero Fix as well, definitely found their footing here. Fear has been having impact, and Jambo as well. So he was starting very quietly into our third. Now we're starting to see his name. Now we're starting to see his contributions, and we get to see him on the AWP, which, as you highlighted, was a notable omission.
Yeah. Oh, it's felt like it's taken a while to get into his hands, hasn't it? And you consider the scalps they've taken so far in the best of one, Spirit and VP both felled. You go up against Big, you think, damn, they have a real shot, but this one's gone the distance. Another household name. Now that they've been able to establish the default, let's see if they want to continue with something a bit more picky. Appears to be the case. Chikazmo, flash down underpass, sector clear. No aggressions to be noted from Big just yet. Bomb on the back of S-Chiller, making his way over towards B. It's Crimbo they'll have to tussle with.
Oh, the timing on this is threatening. You're going to boost up the rifle. Oh, fumble. Chikazmo onto Tabson, clears out Con. And aggression from Zero, again successful into B. Now Searson's under scrutiny, spotted. He could be a dead man. A missed AWP shot again on the B site, and he's punished for it. Just like that, it all falls into place. Mad fumble. Just on the mantle. Never mind the missed AWP shot.
And it felt like it was acknowledged that the sound cue was heard just in the posturing. So Passion, as soon as Chikazmo gets the kill over towards Connector, they hit the go button and they just swarm that B bomb site. So quite a bit of success over there so far. They're going to make it just a one-round game and looking to take everything away. Zero Fix glued in on the position of Rigon. Now it'll be noted, and they are going to hunt him down. The AWP from Jambo does miss.
360 from Rigon. Styling on him. As S-Chiller does lock him down, remove his rifle.
Ooh. And we have just lost Crimbo from the server, so a technical timeout will just play on through. Take a moment, and then maybe we do get a big tack to have a conversation before they make it to halftime. Map number 1 of Anubis ended 6-6 at the half. But, being able to buy themselves a buffer in the second, it was a Tech9 Force from Fear's boys on Passion to get them going. And then just not able to get themselves close. So this has gone the distance with a strong Dust 2 showing from Big. But now they're the ones under the pump. They're the ones feeling the pressure. Look at that, Jacasmo's, he's back in his chair as well. A little bit of relaxation going on while they wait out this technical timeout. For those who may be just joining us, if you're unfamiliar with the rules, you can't say anything to your teammates during technical timeouts. Tax is where you can have the conversation. Text is where you need to keep your mouth shut. No form of communication allowed whatsoever.
I've got a weird technical question. Do you think there's any way that if you had a 5-year coin, it wouldn't be on your profile? Like, could you have to accept the 5-year coin? Because
I don't know. I don't even remember when I got my 10-year coin and how it
Because obviously Tabson's rocking 10 years and there's going to be that present across the board. ZeroFix hasn't even got 5. But he has got 12,000 hours.
Well, yeah, when you have the average age of 19.7.
Bro's been grinding.
Fear's the oldest at 24. S-Chiller is 19. Jambo's 20. And the other two are 17 years of age. Jacasmo and ZeroFix. 17 years young.
Wow.
And you take a look on their HLTV profiles, right? And it shows the teams they've been in. Essentially, for most of these guys, this is their first Counter-Strike rosters.
Wow.
Which, to get to do it in this fashion is probably quite dreamy, really. I don't mean it being a dream, but in terms of getting to be with a group of boys and all play together and be obsessed over the same thing and working to a common goal in something that has been ironed out. Like, to be a professional Counter-Strike player these days, it's a real deal. It's not like it was, 10, 15 years ago. So they know what the blueprint is. They have this obsession together. They're working hard. And they're putting on some well-pieced together CS. It's thought out. It's fundamentally sound. At times, they're showing that restraint, but the flair of the individuals, the aim on point. Can they tie things up?
Back into the mix with some aggression. Looks like Rigon's been given the freedom to go for that. They start with a 4B lean as they tease. Might be caught off by the speed of that, I was going to say flank, never mind. Oh, Rigon, what's that? Just comes running out of underpass, and another opening for ZeroFix.
I just think because of no utility in middle, he's thinking nobody's home.
They've just contacted
That's literally their first or second smoke that's just been, no, we'll make it their first, because their second just landed on Cat.
Bro. Okay, well, that's nice proactivity from Tabson. Jacasmo will acknowledge that's a possibility. Wide swing, still S-Chiller. He hits the headshot, and there's Zero as well onto Crimbo. How have they clawed their way back in with what is going to be a 6-round run? From 6-0 up, Big Clan, 6 rounds, dead silent. With the stakes this high, unless Tabson can disrupt in any way, shape or form. Already the damage onto Searson is a lot. They're not looking at him. A chance for Tabson. He doesn't finish his meal. Jacasmo empty-handed and gets himself the double. Tabson's let that go and a 6-round run from Passion.
Yeah, and Rigon's the one in that round who gets the jump scare, doesn't he? Just runs back out of underpass into 4 Ts, just waltzing down middle. That's going to have caught him definitely by surprise. Here it is again. We have a problem. They have infested middle, and they have tied things up. Passion in control of their fate now. And they're bringing the energy too.
Gosh, I mean, wouldn't you? To be staring down the barrel of 6-0 in a map for your major hopes and dreams and then responding with 6 in kind. See, if you look at it under the Big Clan radar, what's the review, in this 60-second period?
You feel you're going to have dropped the ball a bit,
right?
You feel like you should have at least been walking away with maybe 7 or 8 rounds just because of how well it started. So in terms of the momentum, it does switch hands. But again, these pistol rounds, they can play such a huge factor. Obviously not for Passion in some of their earlier bouts, but in the best of 3, a whole lot more to be played. Now, we'll remind everybody, Passion already took down Virtus.pro on this map, 16-14. Sure, it had to go overtime, but that's a classic VP game. Good luck, have funs in the chat at halftime, and here we go.
Let's see who's going to be having fun on this side. Walking Palace with the bomb. Fear trying to get info middle. Which is where JDC and Searson are locked at the hip. Oh, okay, that's enough from Fear. Gets the information that they're out mid. Now confirmation that they're underpass as well. Trying to force rotation out of this young roster.
Oh, can't jump into his own molly.
Now Crimbo hoping that distraction was sufficient. Now gets out Palace. This is looking nice for the Big Clan boys. 0 fix 1 onto Tabson, but Rigon flattens Jacasmo on CT. Searson not ready for Jambo. Wait, he's walked past him. That's going to be a disruptive presence. JDC hyper aware. Good find. S-Chiller still kicking up a fuss. Finds one. Searson, though, surely to be overlooked here unless he really clear him. Wow, he did. Good awareness all the same. But it is going to be a Big Clan pistol.
I think whoever was planting there, maybe it was JDC, after the bomb got punched in and he stood up, he caught the top of the head there of Jambo, who couldn't really get anything. Right, hoping that there would be bodies on his screen, but that's not to be the case. Wanted to be the element of surprise, wanted to be the difference maker, but great work from Big. Tabson even got the opening onto Fear towards window. So after take a look at how things have started in both of these halves for Big, they get this conversion, which should be a gimme. It is just going to be the USPs for Passion.
Both pistols.
Yeah, that's the recipe for success traditionally.
And the recipe for Passion as well. For their success in the best of ones. Pistols eluding them. Still showed the tenacity to convert. But to the asked of it now, it's given a huge leg up to Big Clan. They're going to have a nice passive entrance into the B site. No one home. Still playing as a unit, trying to catch these double dinks. And there's one. There's another. Puts JDC on notice. Flashing for their Mac 10 players to go farm up some cash, especially that Orpa here. Searson trying to get a nice bank balance, and, well, he will. Jacasmo another. Could have found a third, so not bad considering the USPs, but SMG's getting the majority of the frags as well. That's going to feel good.
Now, we've looked at the CT sides on all of these maps so far for Passion, and one of the discussions that I had earlier was they could get faked out, right? And they could be a little bit skittish, rotating a little bit too early, leaving gaps that definitely an experienced team like Big should be able to punish. Let's see if any of that comes into play out of the gates early for Big. We're getting into the first rifle round, second half. M4s for Passion, everybody of the silence variety. Not a single defuse kit in play. That's a problem if we do find ourselves into the post plant. Smoke, Tabson across. Flash towards Cat so he can get to Tap. Rigon, anti-flash through underpass. So everything being considered for Big right now. Very limited risk in how they've taken this mid control.
Searson could peek over that smoke, and Jambo playing a dangerous game. Barrel spotted, wallbang attempted, now on the retreat. Rigon spears him, nails the transfer, puts Fear in the dirt. An advantage Big, manufactured nicely. 0 fix noted, and it seems like they're trying to pivot into A, but S-Chiller and Jacasmo could set something up here.
Well, they saw the bomb on Tabson, so they are expecting the finish.
Oh, they're leaving. Oh. Great read from Big Clan as to the reaction from Passion. Rigon's double. And now walking into that A site with 40 seconds as well. They're not in a hurry. They can do it quietly. As this gamble. Whoa, he's getting a bit interested now. Oh, he heard the smoke towards the jungle position. JDC's got the smoke push covered.
I don't know about that one.
Nice try.
I don't know about that one at all. 0 fix down to Searson's AWP, just to Chiller. He's spotted now as well on top of the van. They will try and hunt this one, I'm sure. Searson has him pinned. It looks like they've sprawled in the wrong direction. So Chiller heading back into what should have been enemy territory. Might just be able to hold on to this after all. And it's interesting, right? So I guess the decision-making worked like this for Passion. They spotted the bomb on Tabson in connector from short. And by doing so, they've assumed, okay, well, we know that that's likely the finish. There's no way they're going to continue over towards A. But that's not the case. I think Tabson thought he was trapped and needed the support because he was on his relative lonesome. So they capped the cat control, had connector. The B attackers came back, helped him out, and they waltzed on in towards A. Second tactical timeout now. So the pressure really is mounting on the young guns. And the worst case scenario for Passion, I'm getting a couple of best of threes ahead of myself here, but you walk away with wins over Spirit, MVP, and the BO1s, and you get labeled the best of one merchants. The community, they love a label, And that's one that unfortunately might be finding your way if you can't get through any of these best of threes. Now, it is just a 3-round gap. They're not done just yet.
That's the thing about labels. They're the killer of magic. And magic's still attainable, as you highlight.
Oh, this is where they need one of those pump-up rounds again, right? Zerofix had that massive round over towards B that they were able to pull off when the chips were down. They need Chiller on this save down 4 to be able to contribute something. Fear's gone the hero scout. There's some light upgrades for the rest of the team. And there you go. That's the start that you're looking for. The AWPer removed. Chiller does deliver an opening piece.
Magnificent, especially after a Tamsin team talk. He was very vigorous in his gesticulation. Rigon out and about. That's a very powerful position to be able to burrow into. Did he get spotted? I'm not sure. Zerofix overlooks him. Soundcue given. Wallbang provided through the floorboards. Finds an equalizer. Need more out of that rifle from S-Chiller. How about Odeagle flank into Rigon? He's considering it. His options, that bench position, spots the tip of the head as well. He's going to be so vulnerable. Can't hit the headshot.
Can't hit anything.
Can't hit a shot. And one by one they fall. There's S-Chiller's rifle. Rigon unable to provide the immediate trade. Stands in the flame, gets out with 19 points of health. Not much for the scout to be done here. JDC puts him down. And so that's the double digits. That's the 4-round gap now grown. We all get that Jambo warp in the mix. So I feel like that's a win condition I'd like to outline as well. This round in particular cannot be silent from Jambo.
Yeah, this is unfortunate timing for them for Zerofix, but Jacasmo, you can see just under so much pressure just trying to get that trade. Absolutely nothing landing on the Deagle. And Tabson making sure to stand on the comps, making... They don't forget that AWP drop from Sirison. This time, heavy towards B. This is a great call.
They are coming for you. S-Chiller. Alone on the site, trying to reposition and live. Fight. Into the fight. He does find Searson, puts him low. 15 points of health. Now into the smoke. He's been hard to find. Now Crimbo's the one to open up the account. In response, an aggression from Zerofix, but they're covered nicely. Crimbo and Searson providing the covering fire. And Jambo thinking twice. What a lovely little pace change thrown into the mix.
Yeah, and it couldn't have been better called. It was only Chiller on the side. It was a bit more of a lean from Passion elsewhere, and they've absolutely smoked him there.
He gave it a good go, did S-Chiller, in terms of being striking that balance between playing for your one early and living in order to be ready for that retake. They tried to disrupt as well, like some ideas were present. Zero pushing through that short with a flash.
It does feel that big. I've got this one locked up now, though, doesn't it? 17 kills for JDC, 17 for Rigon.
What's the damage in the finances? Max lost with what? 2 saved guns?
Yeah, so the drops can be there, sure, but like, this is miserable now. They haven't gotten a single round so far in this second half of play. It feels a whole lot more like Dust 2 than it does like Anubis.
Yeah, I'd agree. And what were the 2 maps in their best of ones? You said it already.
It was Anubis and Mirage, and they won on both of those. So, yeah, showing some weaknesses now. And something, you know, when having the conversation with Yanko after their matches yesterday, that he highlighted a lot of the rounds they were winning. They had that defuse on B versus Spirit on Anubis that they never should have gotten away with. That was Jambo. They were winning like 3v5s, a lot of rounds like that traditionally you shouldn't be seeing and getting converted. So if you're not pulling those off now, that is definitely a big reason for the discrepancy that we're seeing.
Yeah, not something they can count on, that's for sure. But as Yanko astutely outlined coming into this head-to-head and into this third map, experience over youth.
And this means a lot for Big as well. Obviously that this is a fairy tale story and there's a lot of sites on, 5 new players make their first major in triumphant fashion. Spirit, Virtus.pro and Big all fall. But for Big, this is a team that should be in the conversation, and they're not going international, right? They're sticking to their guns, staying with primarily German, the hope of the nation, and they've had a pretty rough rear. Made that year. Don't know about their rears, but right now they looking like they can close things down.
Yeah, which is exactly the expectation that they have for themselves. They know they're the favourites here. But that's not necessarily always gone to plan for Big Clan. You can see the nice double smoke from Crimbo. Throwing out a full util set, even throwing out a Molotov for good measure. They got everything covered. Other than Jambo on CT. And that is the punish. Nice work from him. Aware that CS2 might have been posting up to try and find that trade, but gets one, they cut noise. Let Rigon work. Zero Fix could be susceptible. Timing just as Rigon looks away. Zero Fix activates to extend their advantage. They cannot let this one slip. They cannot overplay this. Jambo gives them an opener. Zero Fix extends it. Now a missed shot from CS2 gives us even more hope for a Passion 7th. Bomb there on ramp, so faking the runaway.
Retreating now, and well, 30 seconds left on the clock. Rigon has plenty of cash. Tabson the same. Crimbo with a lot of residual. But it does look very likely that we will see a save. So not taking any chances big, and this is positive. You just run in, you give everything away, they pick up all the AKs, clean the board, allow to start making a bit of damage to our economy. But this is big, playing it by the book. Making sure that they have everything necessary to get this done. Fear does investigate. And now that he knows it's clear, it's, well, maybe just walking into Tabson, who's not looking at his screen, or wasn't currently.
Oh.
What did he do, start reading notes? He looked down at something.
He did. He averts his gaze at the wrong time. So, yeah, I mean, only 2 rifles brought through. They have got the cash. Tabson would have loved not to have had to splash, but regardless, it's a 7th for Passion, and, yeah, Tabson. You could, I mean, fair play. He actually started shooting. Oh. He's trying to finish his point. Stop distracting him.
The man's got things to say. Window smoke, cat smoke again. This time, maybe it's going to say a bit more pace. The Tabs are just lobbing out that connector Molotov. The exchange in middle, very standard. So they want to try and punish the B-bomb side again. Well, Crimbo pressed up. Chiller has used his utility to block completely Molly and the smoke, so we'll play up behind that because he's on an island, cannot get exploited once more.
Oh, lovely. Lovely opener. Tabson down first this time. Zero Fix, the young gun, 16 frags.
You know, pin drop with the way this is being approached, right? It's definitely not all in. It's not a slobber knocker. It's not a G2 versus FaZe, just throwing biffs and blows. It's a procedural Counter-Strike at the moment. As this gets ever closer to the magic number, maybe more will be let off the leash. Can they pull them? Ooh, that's some information. Fear on the jiggle.
Rigon avoids that shot from Jambo, now obscured by the smoke. CS2 peeks in, dead to Fear. Massive find. Still pressure onto that B site though. Zero Fix forced to extinguish to retreat. Pressure from multiple fronts here, and overlooked with Rigon. Messy spray gets it done. S Chiller securing it. Zero Fix finding Crimbo, so no longer worried about apartments. That's a crazy shot, but Jambo's there. And you've got yourselves 8-11 scoreline. Zero Fix. As many frags as he has years on this earth. Second tactical pause called by Big, just to screw their heads back on tight.
Yeah, and just taking a look, JDC only has 2.8, Tabson with 3k. Crimbo could drop something. Rigon's out of his chair as he listens to what has to be said for the 30 seconds. So standing up, shaking it off, and ready to lock in. We spoke about it throughout this series in terms of the types of financial decisions you see from Big. So I wonder if we see another one of these where they go, hey, we'll just partial invest, make sure that we all hold on to a bit of money, knowing that the loss bonus is going to be 2,400 into the next. So yeah, they just don't do the shove, where I feel like so many other teams would, right? They would buy all the AKs they can and, oh, okay, we operate with a Galil instead. But no, they need everything to make this one work. And with the lead that they had, maybe that's why.
Yeah, respect earned. Big Clan playing it by their book.
And it's just Jambo Big.
Oh, yeah.
It's just Jambo. And he has the AWP. He misses a shot, they're in.
Oh my goodness, this is already high pressure. He has missed his shot. Now screeching back as the assault comes in. Still gets one. JDC, the furthest forward, plucked from the pack. Jambo playing a reserve game. They're pushing him. CS2 leaps to action. Oh, CS2 nails a second. Quick flick with the recovered AWP. Jambo's AWP now used to pull his team apart on his partial. Zero Fix. He's been heroic. Still has to do so. 2 coming in from market side. Looking good from S Chiller, but it is now a 1v2. Rigon low. Position known, but held by CS2 with that AWP. Jambo's AWP being used against him. The wide swing, and Searson, a revolting 3K. Experience prevails on the partial into B. Heartbreak for Passion. Jambo gave it a good go, but that pesky P250 and this follow-up from Searson is a twist of the knife.
And you just have to wonder, Passion just doing the digits, looking at the finances, thinking, well, Big can buy, of course. They're not just going to do a B pop with all 5. That's not going to be the call. Why would it? But Big's conservative approach nets them a massive round. 4 opportunities now to get it done. 4 opportunities to lock themselves in for the top 16 of the major.
They don't have timeouts, Chad. They've already used their 3, so they just have to go off that round, stomach it, and keep playing. Have they got the mental to persevere in a situation like this? Eschilla does! He charges! He gives them a taste of their own medicine, holds W up mid in pursuit of the W. JDC, a shot from Jambo, cut clean by Chikazmo. How the hell have they kept their heads up, chin up, after a round loss like that?
And they've come in with aggression as well, just the added flavor. Eschilla leading the charge, and surely now you have to start 2B if you're Passion. How could you possibly leave that site undermanned?
But if you're Tabson, you're probably thinking the same. Like, they're probably going to play heavier B than they normally would.
Oh, this time Big are actually investing when it feels like they have even less. But knowing that they have to start 2B, or at least likely, they're going to try and knock on the door of A.
Oh, perfect call. It's a perfect call. Okay, Fear will be Con. Jambo not far away, so the AWP from window will be able to quickly get himself over there once the smoke starts to sail in. A bit of a limp throw there from Searson. Too many video games. There it is.
Well, they got the early B info, and they've actually been able to rotate. Look at this. Now there's 3 players to defend the site. Just depends on what type of execute that we see. That smoke's missed.
Yep.
That's missed.
Smoke. Big Clan starting to make some mistakes, and they're getting punished. Another opening death for JDC. Nice from Tabson. Claws back. Takes that CT player out of the equation. Rigon bringing that bomb through. Exposed is Jambo. Bodies dropping. Big Clan have hit the shots. It's all onto Eschilla to try and keep the dream alive, and commits to a double spray. But in the open he is. Falls to Big Clan. And the top 16 of the major is theirs. You can see what it means to them.
Oh, the organization returning since the first time since 2022. A couple of years, and you know what it means to them. The Germans have done it.
They certainly have, Chad, and they've done it when nobody really thought they had a chance. It was kind of certainly not for 3-0. Big have been one of those teams that have been in the wilderness for a while. As we've said many times, it's been 2 years away from the majors. 2 years, if we're being honest, of mediocrity. Not a lot of deep tournament runs in that time while they try and find the right balance in their lineup, but none of that matters today because they are back at the majors and back in a big way. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about Big, guys. I do just want to set up by saying Passion really pushed them the distance. You've got to give credit to this young team, and they've got 2 more bites at the cherry.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, everyone wanted that fairy tale, Rich, of this Passion going 3-0, making to the major. But if you've ever read a German fairy tale, you realize none of them have any happy endings.
That is true.
Unfortunately for Passion, they still have a couple of opportunities there. But yeah, congratulations to Big. There's always going to be the caveat that they didn't necessarily have to play the best of opposition. Hey, but they got the job done.
You've ever read a German joke? They don't have punchlines. Anyway, Yanko, over to you. I mean, Big. They did pretty much what you alluded to here. You said that they had a very good setup on this map, and they continued what they were able to do on Dust 2 with that kind of methodical approach, very smart, clinical fighting and control of the map.
And you can tell that their, game plan was really good, opening the both halves in a successful manner, especially the first one 6-0 up, right? Got a little bit shaky from that point on, but came out really well prepared, ready for everything Passion UA had to throw in them. And unfortunately for Passion, unlike the Virtus.pro game, this time losing both pistols, couldn't recover from it.
Yeah.
It did feel like for Big, if I could be a bit critical, maybe this is something they should try and at least, you know, kind of fix going into the major, would be when they were on the tear, the 6-0 tear in the first half. It did look like they were getting a little too overeager, taking unnecessary fights towards mid, getting caught out with the nades in hand and whatnot. That actually made them hemorrhage a little bit of the economy, which allowed Passion UA to come back into the second half, right? They were able to break the economy and whatnot. So yes, they did play, you know, it felt like they knew they had the game in the bag, in all honesty. So I really can't fault them because they were kind of running away with it overall for Big. But hopefully, you know, these small little mistakes, I hope they don't replicate it, because it's not going to get easy in the major.
Yeah, and I'm just going to talk about something quickly. We've got an interview coming in from Shanghai anytime now, guys, so we might need to cut off the point. But Rigon, we talked a lot about how his game has changed and Big have made adjustments to try and accommodate his skill set. We kind of saw that at play today on Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the RMR specialist, so to speak, very aggressive player. They Big themselves have been talking about, you know, trying to play catch up with him and him sort of slowing it down a little bit for the rest of the team at times. But yeah, definitely a guy when it comes to these high pressure games will deliver a lot of impact.
It's time for the interview.
Tabson goes through changes of players, changes of style, changes of coaching staff as well to make your 9th major for you personally and go 3-0. Feel good to be back?
Feels amazing to be back. Emotions are still kind of in pace, in space or whatever, you know, but it feels good to be back for sure, and I'm really happy that we made it, and I'm really proud that we also showed really good Counter-Strike, and Passion UA really made us sweat, and they played really amazing Counter-Strike, and I'm just really happy.
Let's start with this, because your first best of ones, right? You have a really good day yesterday. Heroic, a big name for you to take down as well, especially considering your recent form. But this Passion game, they were testing you even on Anubis, which I know you guys like as well. Dust 2 looked a bit more clean, but even here at the end of Mirage, they were able to never really give up. What was it like to go against these guys? Were they a tough team to play against?
100%. I feel definitely like they are an upcoming team. They work really hard. They proved themselves. They beat really top team Spirit and Virtus.pro in this tournament. So we didn't underestimate them. We knew that we were playing really good, and I'm just happy that we closed it out. And they showed beautiful CS. We showed beautiful CS, and in the end, I think they will still do it. They deserve it for sure, and I'm just happy.
In terms of being happy, you've gone from losing to teams like Gun5, Online and Yala, to then coming here at the RMR. And I would say Atlanta was a positive when we look at the LAN result you had there. Okay, you didn't lift the trophy, but it was a good step forward for the new Big. But what kind of a change were you able to make, and what did you do to come into the RMR in the shape you have?
Consistency is the key. We always believed, especially myself with the coaching stuff, we worked really hard and we implemented our system really well on the players as well. And I think everyone feels comfortable right now in the system and the strategies, strat books and individual places. And I feel also really confident myself. I call good, I play good, and yeah, everyone make click, and hopefully we can go further. And I'm just really happy that we made it 3-0 again. And yeah.
For this man, though, Rigon, who was sat here before, he's had some struggling moments, some adapting to you guys, right? It does seem like you're getting more out of him, at least this event. Has there been a turning point? Has there been a specific change? What does it come down to?
To be fair, he just needed also some time. He never played in the system like us before, you know, and he never threw grenades before, and he never played with like this kind of discipline and team play and stuff. So it took some time, and I'm happy that he proved that he can also play on this level and also deserve to be in this team. And therefore, I'm just really happy that we worked our asses off, and proud to be in this team with this coaching staff, with this team, and also everyone around. And we will see how far we will go.
And in terms of how far you'll go, I know you guys love a boot camp, so I'm assuming you're going to be staying here in Shanghai, right? No point in going home in between?
No, for sure not. I had a goal. Before this tournament, I wanted to visit the Chinese wall, you know, nice. And that was my goal, to make it like only if we do 3-0, we will do it. So I'm happy that I achieved my goal. Next goal, we will see how far we can go. And I'm just really happy again that, yeah, you know, emotions, and therefore let me go.
A well-deserved run of it. Before I let you go, though, anything you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, of course. Thank you for everyone for watching, especially German fans. It's really early in Germany right now, and I'm glad that Germany is back where we belong. It took some time for us, but yeah, you know, never stop believing, and especially the German fans, you know, like I was disappointed how much backlash we've received in the past, and hopefully it will change now, because of course we are working. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but I can just assure you guys that we are working, and we proved it.
And this man is the heart of Big. He's worked hard, consistently, gone through all these changes, and no matter what, he's never given up, and that's why he's standing here today. Big are through 3-0 to the elimination stage.
Yeah, thanks a lot. What I loved about that interview there was when Tabson was saying, on the day off, I'm going to check out the Great Wall of China. And James went, yeah, I've heard of that. It's visible from space, James. Everyone's heard of it. Anyway, look, I'm super happy for Tabson.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, it's true. They've been out of it for a while. They've worked really hard. He talked a little bit there about Rigon, which we were touching upon before we went to the interview, and how he hadn't played in a system like this and hadn't thrown nades.
Hadn't played in a system full stop
ever.
Yeah, exactly. And it's cool because, you know, we've seen appreciably the work and effort and changes that they've put in ahead of this tournament.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, he's still aggressive. He's still in your face. We saw him win the round single-handedly by himself in the Mirage, right? The connector, that spray down and whatnot. But it does feel like it's not fully in place yet. There were times we could see frustration writ large on his face when it just, you know, you go for this B apartments push to underpass and he just runs out by himself. 3 T's looking at you, you're dead, and he's like, well, God damn it. I'm like, small still errors, I feel, in how, you know, he envisioned the system as opposed to how Big are seeing it. But hey, they got the win. It's looking much better, and hopefully he'll fit even better in the system down the line.
And I think really redemption for almost everyone on this lineup in a way. I mean, Searson and JDC, you know, Searson from Big, JDC from Mouse, had their, you know, respective stints after that. Didn't go so great, 0-0 Nation, whatnot. Now back on Big, finding some really good impact. Rigon, who had so many great majors with BNE, you know, they failed to make the major last time around.
Correct, yeah.
Some of his teammates couldn't even get to the RMR, so he found his way back here with a different team, going to be back at the major. And I mean, Tabson, you know, the face of Big, the face of German CS, really turned down every single opportunity to go to an international team, and just stuck it out. And, you know, it's been a rough 2 years, but now they're back at the major, and, you know, you can see how much it means to them.
Loyalty is really rewarded in the scene, Rich, but you know what, Tabson finally gets his rewards.
Yeah, and one final point before we go to break as well. You know, at a time when organizations that have been historically successful, had money, had investment, and we're seeing so many of them kind of floundering, isn't it great for an organization like Big that's run in a responsible and efficient manner that they're getting their rewards? So, a great story, guys. And coming up after the break, there's a last dance brewing. We'll see you soon.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yeah, welcome back. I kind of gave the game away about what team is going to be in action. So much attention being paid to G2 at this major. Is it going to be their time to shine? We're going to talk about it. They have a chance to go 3-0. Blair, Yanko, I guess I should start with Yanko, really, because...
Why is that?
Well, look, it's like Bane says to Batman. We're making him watch all the G2 games because his punishment must be more severe. That's just how it is. So, look, I mean, we did a terrible job in a way yesterday setting it up. We were talking about the last dance and the vibes and how they were simpatico, and it just looked like they were going to be cold and clinical in the groups in the early stages. And they had an overtime map, which was like really shocking to everybody. Any chance of a repeat of a falter today?
There's always a chance with G2. There's always a chance. Although I do believe, Richard, that chance is minimal. I mean, the way they've been playing the last couple of tournaments and just the individuals on the team have been on point. Even Hunter yesterday having a good day. But yeah, I think it's just the 9 Pandas game is, they're 12-3 up and it goes to overtime. But it's not even that, which sounds crazy to say, right? It's that in that comeback, in those 9 rounds, they were not close to winning a single round. They did not get the bomb down a single time on a map like Dust2 on your T side, right? And that's what's so infuriating about this team. It's like there's no consistency. It's like at time it looks amazing, right? And a good part of that is, Wannacy playing really well, and Nico or Malbs or whoever, right? And then at times you're watching them play and you're like, do these guys talk to each other? What's the call here? What is the idea for this round? You were in freeze time and you said, let's do what? And because it's hard from watching the game to figure it out, and we have X-Ray. So, I don't know.
It's even more damning when you realize that 12-3 down, right? And they give up, 12-3 up, and they give up 9 rounds. I think it was like 11 kills. 11 kills in 9 rounds where a team has Mobs, Nico, and Monacy.
They were stuck on 4 for ages as well.
And I have to put the blame on the fact that the calling gets lazy. When they have the lead, the calling was so lazy. I don't know if it was Snacks, has to be Snacks obviously, or it was 1,000. Call a timeout and just approach it a little bit more default. Instead, it was just straight out of spawn calls. All 5 players grouped up together, and just it looks so uninspired, so insipid. And I don't expect to see that, especially when you're a team of that caliber, right? Don't get lazy. You can't take this for granted.
I think they were doing default though. That's what they were playing. They just were getting picked, people getting either picked
But
off.
everyone together admit, just 5 players after initial 20 seconds of default.
I mean, at some point, they do have to, you have guys coming from lower, you have guys coming from top.
But someone needs to hold something somewhere. Anyway, I hope we don't see that today.
Yeah, well, look, they're going up against 3D Max that have done very well to get here. Had one of the best games of RMRB.
That was a game
against Eternal Fire, which was just so back and forth. And as I said, the core of this lineup's been knocking on the door for a while. They've obviously had opportunities to get to majors in the past, and it hasn't quite panned out, or they've crashed out into the RMRs early and what have you. So let's talk about them, because so far so good. They've looked much improved.
They've looked much improved, but again, for me, it's I feel like the peak, the ceiling, so to speak, it's very evident. It's very dependent mainly on Maka. It used to be on Maka. Now we have Lucky, who's been having incredible run of form.
He was insane against Eternal Fire.
He was the absolute game changer and deciding factor in the win they had against Eternal Fire, even against TSM, which is a close affair in the first game they had there. But my problem is when it comes to the remainder of the players, right? They're just not quite up to snuff. Exercise might have a good game here or there, but then you have Gravity just dragging them down as well. The supporting cast
to arrive in the RMR.
Yeah, the supporting cast kind of struggled for 3D Max, and I feel that's a problem here.
Yeah, and Lucky has been, the tip of the spear really lately, even outshining Maka in games, right? And had an incredible game yesterday against the Eternal Fire, right? Being able to outlast that team was really impressive for them, but this is going to be their biggest test yet. And I think
the Veto is about to come in.
Yeah, I think it gets a little bit interesting because what does G2 really pick here? I mean, they're going to get rid of Vertigo, 3D Max gets rid of Mirage. And
Ancient, I guess, for G2?
I mean, it could be, but it's the most played map for 3D Max, but they have the lowest success rate on it. So I think the problem was even yesterday, G2 didn't have to go to Dust 2, but that's how they felt that it's strong, and it looked really strong until they had to go on the T side. The Anubis picks, there's no surprises there. Yeah. It's like the best map for 3D Max, and it's a map that G2 vetoes out in the second phase a lot. So there you go, Richard. We don't think our T side was bad yesterday. We'll go right back into it.
I mean,
and G2 picked to start T side.
Yeah. Can I ask you about that, Janko?
Yeah.
Why are they playing Dust 2 again?
Well, I think you look at what are the other opportunities, right? You could pick Ancient, most played map for 3D Max. G2 hasn't really picked it a whole lot lately with this lineup. Nuke, not necessarily a map they picked too much, right? Like that might have been an option. And then what else was there? Inferno, right? Which is the most successful.
It's 3D Max's best map.
Yeah, it's like kind of their best map alongside Anubis, and you could do that if you're G2, but you maybe feel that on a map like Dust 2, it's not as terrible to start on the T side, which would be interesting after yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not too worried with the pick coming in from Dust 2. I feel like G2, that first half was incredible, right? Just shutting it at Hunter being unkillable, just immortal at that point. And we could see, if it was so evident to us what was going wrong with the T side, I'm sure it was very evident for them as well. So I think I'm not going to be too worried about that map pick coming in. And honestly, overall, no crazy surprises. Anubis is absolutely going to be a challenge. Last time these two teams played, it was a 2-1 win for G2. I think it was an EPL the last season, but Anubis was the map pick from 3D Max, and they won it pretty convincingly as well, 13-9 and 13-10. This one just screams a 3-mapper to me.
I'll bring in our commentators and get their opinion. They're going to appear on the big screen. Here they are. Yes, it's Sponge and Machine. Thoughts on this one, guys? Do you have any fears about G2?
Oh, not so much fears about G2, maybe excitement about 3D Max.
I like that.
The brand of Counter-Strike they bring to the server is always like, they don't play scared, right, Chad?
I think it'll be a bit more brawly than the last series we just had, which would be nice, right? We get a bit more action-packed of a game, and yet G2 always deliver the content. I think the fear factor with G2, it's fair, but I've doubted them too much, so I'll back them in. I reckon it's going to be done 2-0. They'll take care of business. Someone's got to. Spirit's already faltered. We can't have another one, boys.
Well, I don't know about you, but I also have like a little bit of a soft spot for the French, as all the Brits do. But either way, just seeing a French team, that's the joke, irony. But what I wanted to talk about was the fact that the French CS returning to form. When was the last time? Rich, Janko, Chad, you can all regale me with stories of how dominant the French scene has been historically in Counter-Strike. Into CS2, it's a couple of spits and spats. It's an Apex over there. Where's gone are the days of the very games and more.
True. Yeah, I agree with that. And look, I mean, the reason I'm all in on G2 is because I would like to have a nice Destiny major, in the sense that every time we go to a major, we think we know what's up, and then the curveballs get thrown at us and we can't knock them out the park. I would just like Nico to get his major, get the last dance. Who knows what's going to happen in the future.
Sure.
That's kind of where I'm at. So, no disrespect to 3D Max, but I'm hoping G2 can get this one done.
Yeah, I'd probably back 3D Max as well to be able to bounce, into the next best of 3 with some conviction if this doesn't work out.
Yeah, look, with it beating Eternal Fire, so yeah, just seeing what teams are left in the mix. But look, I think that the Nico story, it would be a fitting way to end his time in the G2 jersey.
For sure.
So lots of storylines in this one.
Yeah. All right then, guys. Well, look, we're gonna hand it over to you. We're about to get into the action. So for all of you at home, the fire rises.
Damn, Richard, the bane of my existence. You see what he did there?
Now, I need to say I embarrassingly spilled water all over my chair.
You have?
So I'm going to be standing
Well,
for
see,
this
Macca's
whole...
just had a bit of a spillage as well, so there we go. I'll let you resolve that situation.
Only a little bit of water, but it does make sitting down quite difficult. But Macca's going to be one to watch. Orpa, in-game leader over there. Obviously, there's a bit of scrutiny about Gravity and his contribution so far. He's the least experienced. He's the newest addition to the team. I think he's been there ever since Haji's departure. And we got some okay moments from him out at EPL, I do believe. But we are looking like we're locked and loaded, ready to get this one underway. G2, as Janko noted, starting on the T side of their opponent's map choice. So we're going to get out the gate, setting the tone.
Lucky, you can see there, closest on the left side of your screens as well, in pursuit of returning to the major after what has been repeated failed ventures, and also typically very close. We're talking, you get into those 2-2s and you're in the last best of 3, and for what has been 5 years now, pursuit of returning to the Major. Now finds himself in a similar boat up against G2, and aggression immediately, a bit of a tone setter from the boys of 3D Max. They come gunning straight out B main and go 1 for 1. Odyssey works mid, Snacks contains on rugs. Up next on the test is Maka. Audible towards the doors. Monacy jumping for that info, gets it, and now will peek in with a very well-placed crosshair. Doesn't go down. Maka, he's stubborn. Will fight for this mid control, albeit alone.
Got to be swarmed.
Yeah, he's not going to reswing now. He hears those 3 different pairs of footsteps trundling towards him. A smoke as well that he can poke around a little bit, but it costs him a great deal of health. 98 to be exact. Maka gooshed. And now into the site, same can be said for Exercise. Maka and Exercise, regardless of the low HP, have got theirs. Monacy down after 1. How has Exercise got 2 from the back of site with low HP? This is winnable for Snacks. This is winnable for Snacks. A 1v3 materializing before our very eyes. As he's got a good idea as to where Gravity is. This would be a great confidence booster for Gravity, but Snacks denies, saves G2, and gets them started in the right direction.
Impactful pistol from the vet, the Polish in-game leader. He's got a team full of stars. He wants to let them play, but it's his turn to show them how it's done. Beautiful work with the clean and collect on the pistol.
Like, you had an overperformance from Maka and Exercise on their low HP contributions. Then your boys, your stars, they come running in, do the damage, get the dinks, but don't manage to convert it. And so it's up to Snacks, and he does exactly what he needs to. That's going to not only start G2 off on the right foot, but that's going to get the mentals absolutely perfect. Just look at the call now. Snacks, he's called his troops into a very direct approach, an eco approach from 3D Max, just going to be stacking up.
Well, it looks pretty. Yeah. But that's probably all it's good for.
Well, we know we like to talk about the Astralis, or at least that's what I've called it, behind the doors. This is the 3D Max.
So the slight variation of the Astralis.
Yeah.
Well, executing in towards A, they know they're more than an earshot, so going to swarm through. And Malbs, his opportunity to try and get a couple of freebies on the Mac 10. Snacks with 2 more, and that'll be that. The pistol's done with. It's going to be the guns into the next off the back of that eco. And I just got a chair delivery.
That was swift.
It was. Producer hooking me up in a big way.
Shout out to Seb one time.
I got caught off guard. It was like, and on camera I was having a swig of water, so I didn't put the lid back on correctly.
That's fair.
We just added our 18th team. That was big to the, 24 teams who will be contending for the major trophy. We're looking to add our 19th.
As we get ourselves situated for the long haul, 3D Max's map, and they're into the guns for the first time.
Yeah, and they're quite comfortable on this map with their aggressive maneuvers. Jocko's already out, Exercise searching, and Malbs, he wins the opening exchange.
Gets away as well from the flame. It's actually Jocko going for a very aggressive push solo. Now being considered and spotted out. Great awareness. They understand what they're up against here. So long as you're accounting for the hyper-aggressive response. Ooh, Nico nearly brought some aggression into the mix himself. Gravity saved by the smoke plume.
I'm not sure if we were casting this map together because it was during EPL and we obviously split up and cast with everybody. But Gravity was boosted in backside on one of the rounds that executed in, and it was against G2, and he drops down, he gets this massive spray. So they have had some moments before against G2. And their logos are now similar. That is apparently the biggest talking point, the 3D Max rebrand. People are saying that their logo now looks similar to G2's. Can you see it?
I see the 3 and the D. I do. And I do see the G and the 2. Maybe, yeah, slightly. Nice from Lucky. Claws one back onto Malbs, but he was just the lurk on A.
And speaking of Malbs, he's looking for his first major.
I can't quite believe.
I know, right? M80. That was his previous team. Not successful at doing so, but Malbs is now in a great position to make his first and part of a star-studded roster. Nico, Monacy.
What a pairing that is.
And then you've got Hunter and Snacks for good measure. As long as Snacks can find, his relative impact, which with the pistol round, he's done it, right? He doesn't get the most kills in every game, but at as long as he's contributing a clutch here or there, or an opening kill, a good call. I think it's one of the tough things when you do have such stars in your team as G2, because they all have their own plays and maneuvers that they would want to be making. And you don't want to force them into a system they don't feel comfortable. And you like it when you wake up one day, you play a game, and Nico's calling his shots, Monacy's doing the same, and then you can kind of just fill the gaps around them and pull it all together. But some days that's not possible, right? Some days your Monacy isn't feeling it, or your Nico's not feeling it, and then you turn to Snacks to try and dig them out of trouble, which can be a very difficult task.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, for sure, G2 having just strong starts is going to make a world of difference for them. Not having to fight back in, not having to play off the back foot. See if these save rifles and the facilitation of another buy, 3 saves, leads to anything for 3D Max to get off the starting mark. Looks like it's Jocko flashing himself out. Gets out. Hunter going to need some assistance with this. And actually, nice placement of the nades. Look how uncomfortable it is for Gravity. Oof. Oh man, you have got 0 health to work with, 6 points. Monacy's now looking to punish your return. He gets himself out of the dark smoke and a swift headshot as well. Audible reload on Jocko. G2 have got their number right now.
They've come in well prepared for the day, and I think that the pick was very obvious. So their prep work overnight with Taz obviously alongside as the coach. They can look at all the tendencies of 3D Max. There was something that we highlighted back in EPL. You know, a lot of teams throw the T-stairs smoke. 3D Max throw a rug smoke in certain variations of their aggressive CT gambits. Malbs is low. And a stack now from 3D Max over towards B. They don't have any utility to block, so they'll have to do it with the bullets. Maka, Jocko, and Lucky to lock down this side of the map. And the fight is coming their way. 44 seconds. There's no molly for platform.
Yeah, and that does mean that it's a valuable, potent crossfire here.
As long as they trade, this should still be fine for G2. It's the multi-kills necessary for 3D Max.
Smoke signifies the start of things. Mouse with low HP. He's going to be looking to be traded out, but there's a nice one from Jocko back. Ooh, Monacy the one to break through. Double kill, clears out the platform. And Exercise just a little late to the party.
It was almost, wasn't it? A good amount of damage, but G2 just put the individuals on display. And now his position will be noted. 4-0, spotless start. Now, as we know, in the 9 Pandas game, it doesn't matter how it starts for G2, it matters how it finishes, but this is really positive signs, right? It's not just crazy individuals popping off. They look pretty poised. They're ready for the aggressors. Sure, it started with a Snacks clutch.
Yeah, but you told me they got the content map out of the way, you know, so if anything, this should just be a nice open and shut G2 case.
Yeah, look, and it is going to be great to have G2 join the likes of Mouse, Vitality, FaZe, and Na'Vi, who already are in that top 16, the elimination stage, alongside of Big. They're the odd ones out.
Yeah, but you know what? They're already in the room anti-strang all 4 of those names.
Yeah, well, that is true. It does buy them a buffer, right? It definitely gives them a lot more time, and they'll be able to sit, stay, and practice against the world's best, because a lot of these teams, FaZe, are heading back to Europe. I'm not sure if everybody read the news, but people can go and check that out. But yeah, I think you kind of get this boot camp. You stay in the environment. You only become more and more acclimatized to not only the diet, because it is a big change for a lot of Westerners, and then the time zone, which is GMT +8 in Shanghai. So I think it's 6 hours difference from where we are remote broadcasting in Romania. That's 6 hours ahead. So 7 from Central Europe. Saved M4. With some investments around it, and understandably so, Maka, he wants to get his AWP out.
Yeah, still investing in some util to try and help his boys. Block on A. Ooh, Jocko again up to no good. Charging straight through, aggressive flashes as well to get him set up to actually be... It's a crazy route. It's a crazy route. But
hey guys, nobody A.
Yeah, I've cleared it out.
There was actually meant to be a volley to land up in Malb's position, but I think Maka missed through that.
Well, now it is a bit weird, because chances are, after that smoke fades, Exercise is going to have his work cut out unless he gets a supporting cast. Maka with a USP doesn't clear out Malbs. He has no idea how much has gone on underneath his crosshair.
They're aware of the push. It's just questionable how much room Snacks wants to take. He does have the bomb, so he should be passive. Never mind. They activate in unison, locking this down. And all the threats seemingly removed.
Oh, yep. You're not getting away with the same tricks here. It seems G2 have definitely done their homework. Good restraint there and just letting that round and the smokes fade before they started their re-clears.
I am loving this start from G2. This is not the G2 that you and I cast in Rio. That G2 was a curious case.
A curious case.
A curious case. They just looked out of sorts. They were disconnected. One of the highlights was like a Modesty 1v4 on the A side, if you remember rightly. And it wasn't a cohesive looking unit. This is exactly that. And what I like about this, and I've had to change my opinion on dead rosters because, well, Nico won't be here after the major cycle, and there might be even more changes as well, is these guys are professionals, right? They're not letting the fact that things are going to be changing in the future change what's in front of them right now.
Maka. Oh! He's lucky that the Malbs were swapping over to the Molotov there, gets away.
The Molotov of faith from Malbs.
Bloody hell. Okay. Maka flashing himself in for a re-clear. He's quick with this AWP, and looks like G2 have thought twice about continuing their advance.
Well, minute on the clock, and still a few key pieces of utility remaining for 3D Max to make this more awkward for G2. Malb's still parked outside A, so is no push available. Mid's forward positioning from Exercise could always be the drop down, the Geronimo play to assist the B defenders, who are now starting to scout through the U2. But as they search canals, G2 could just be waltzing in through the open door of B main. Lucky's here, but it's going to be tough fights against AKs.
Yeah, Lucky's leaving. Sure, block smoke. Nico has the HE though if they want to clear and go. Double molly. Gravity still has the cross, and through the smoke into his crosshair. And a double kill from Gravity. Now the flank comes through. Gravity, too many bodies to worry about. Malbs does find high impact. Now the bomb can go down. Still a man advantage for 3D Max in pursuit of... Ooh, he nearly dinks him out and converts it. Lucky does eventually find Hunter, but the bomb goes down. Malbs, ace clutch demanded of him. Understands where 2 of the 3 are. Now pushing in from double P. Okay, nice work from Lucky. Lovely push as well to try and deny that plant as well. It wasn't too far off of not even letting that bomb go down.
Yeah, and look, if 3D Max weren't converting those type of rounds, they were going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Now, we will remind everybody this is the CT side of a predominantly T-biased map, so G2 with 5 already, they're going to be looking for 7+. For 3D Max, it's just about piling a couple on the board, and the best way to get there is consecutive CT rounds breaking the finances of the Ts. So that's the first of what needs to be a few. You win this one, and then the next, and a conversation that G2 might just be on that breaking point. So a lot of hard work ahead of 3D Max. Yeah.
Oh, good damage.
There was a missed smoke for the 3D Max aggress. I'm not sure if that got caught by our ops team. I wasn't looking at the PGM, I apologize, but I think Lucky threw that one. It didn't quite land, got stuck on the tippy top of a tower. But you see the back and forth game of this A main control, just this cat and mouse between the two.
Monasty's holding your B investigation here, and he's not letting that one go unpunished. Takes down Gravity. Maka reveals the AWP there as well. Action on A. Exercise looking to take the space away. Malbs goes down, good find. Lucky makes that work. Nico in the mid gap with Hunter by his side. God, there's so many moving pieces now.
Yeah, Modesty dueling with the B push. Mid space taken. 50 seconds, still plenty of options for G2. 3D Max comms, they need to try and piece the round back together, decide what they have to fortify.
Oh, that's a lot of info. Exercise getting questions.
Too deep.
Peeking into Nico is a dangerous game. Snacks arriving main. This is the duel. Nico confirms Lucky's angle. Exercise as well to be noted. Oh, their timing is everything here. And just like that, Nico and Hunter connect. A open for business. Lovely restraint from G2, like making sure everyone's arriving at the same time. The trade potential at its highest. Waltz into the A site for their 6th round. Jocko and Mac are just going to try and save what they can.
Just the pensive moment there. If your 3D Max sucks, it's like, well, we know they have full mid control. We can't really push into A main. We're boxed in the site. We have to wait for them to make the move, and then bang, it happens. And it's like, oh, and you don't even know if that's the end commitment. So right now for 3D Max, it does feel like they're fighting out of a box. G2, beautiful work. Some really put together Counter-Strike at the moment, and not looking too flustered either. So the save of the AWP and AK short. Gravity can buy, drops are available. 3D Max can continue to contend, but oof, it's feeling rough.
I can't help but feel as well a valuable asset to this T side from G2 is that you've got Malbs working A. You've got such a crazy aimer taking these A fights. Your A anchor can't, like, they're no longer 50-50s for him. He can't back himself in these 50-50 duels if Malbs is on a mad one.
Well, that's why when you think about a team like Na'Vi, you have a bit in those type of positions as well.
Yeah.
It just is scary. You can't give them the chance.
Look at him go.
But you have to go aggro. Oh, did Snack see him? His mouth was moving.
Yeah, now they know. Maybe we can work our way through this lurk smoke. Maka arrives in time to tend to it. 4 members of G2 outside the front door. Do we still see this nice structured Counter-Strike out of G2? We can see that they aren't rushing anything. Snack's smoked off by Jocko.
I think that's fine. Snack still has the molly, so if they set up for the B hit, I say set up for the B hitters. Never mind, they're backpedaling. A complete reroute being called. So a 4-1.
Reclearing Hunter on B. Oh, just as he swaps to his Molotov. That's a good find from Maka. Mid, perhaps, the gap. Lucky's just spotting it for info with the smoke in his hands.
No need
40
to break.
seconds, you know, this actually gets awkward if he does get the smoke down. Ooh, Nico gave it a good go. They're going to run through. They're coming through it. Oh, Nico jumps into the angle, spams him through the smoke. Exercise got a lot of work from A main. Play retake, you got the man advantage, but I don't know. G2, they're looking dialed in. Malbs defending A main now.
Nico can flash again.
One more. This time they eat it. Oh! What is that? Moving! The Malbs signature! No, he gets 3! Who needs to counter-strafe? Malbs gets 1 completely mobile.
Oh, the RNG on G2's side.
Bro, he's done that on Ancient before as well. The Malbs full blind moving headshot, of course.
And again, you just have to sing G2's praises. Sure, it's magnificent from Malbs, but the poise under pressure to make sure that they're flashing for the fights.
Bro, like, as you said, like, you highlighted it perfectly. If Lucky throws that smoke safely, but never mind, he doesn't, because Nico does, what, 70 damage before he gets it down? Then, not only that, Nico jumps in. Oh, mate. What the hell? Flash from Nico, nice, but Malbs, he wins the round just like that. Top of the scoreboard now after that one, and yeah, timeout taken. 3D Max, I'd be rattled. This G2 just feels like insurmountable. Unbeatable right now.
It's a different beast at the moment. And this is great, right? Obviously, Richard, talking on the desk, wanted G2 to get it done. Give us a major that we can predict. Give us all the best teams.
Yeah.
And the best teams in good form.
One more. Sorry for the smoke, guys.
Oh, look how nonchalant he was as well after that one. Yeah, good boy. Round, boys. Yeah.
Well, he's joined the team and they've won trophies. You know, so it's all working. Even though a lot of criticism gets levied to G2, right? They have a great tournament, and then they go to Rio and they come last. But you look at their playoff placement.
I'd rather get the surprise win. Oh, sorry, the surprise, like, bottom finish, last finish. I'd rather get that out of the way just before the major.
Sure.
You know, like, oh, we had our accidental mess up. Oh, Maka again, he loves this. With the T-Stairs smoke, sending Europa to post on rugs.
But they're going back for the same round?
Yeah, right. Just make it work this time. Ooh, good nade damage from Gravity, but they are going to come knocking. And Snax spams away on Jocko. They know what's up. Gravity can't find the double. Maka chips in. Catches Hunter on the cross through. 3v3. How's he done that? Runs him down with the USP. Snax humiliated. Maka's having a round. Picks off Monacy. Lucky punishes the Malbs hunt. That's a big round to post. And twice now we've seen G2 attempt to set up for that one. This time, surely going to have to look at a different page. Maka repels the invaders.
Yeah, I wonder with the Wozink timeout, that's the coach of 3D Max, if he just said, hey boys, it's all good. I know that the score feels pretty bleak, but if we can just post 4 rounds, we know that we can work with that. So at this point, that's still more than available.
I think Jocko's been pretty solved as well in his dark adventures, or E-Box, or Con, whatever you want to call it.
Got back to a bit more of a default. So the direct approach stunted.
Okay, Maka's feeling himself. Malb's punished. Looking for answers towards A main.
Nico just wanted to make sure he's definitely got that lineup correct. Whew, Jesus.
Brave.
He's just swung into the open there.
Does that nullify it? Unless they break it.
Which they
or
could.
Flash push it. Exercise is under a lot of scrutiny here. And in the open, going to be completely overlooked. He's done very well under scrutiny.
Yeah, I think normally you don't expect players to play in the open like that because you would get spammed, but because of the layering of util, he felt that he had that room to work with. So 3v5.
Less susceptible to the flashes, plays it well. Into Maka.
Which the rotation is now on the way. Lucky's just jet setting over.
Backing his aim on this one, open to be overlooked. Exercise on finds Monacy, nice incendiary. Flushes them into the Exercise Jocko push. Hunter, ready for this, caught on the mantle. Oh, it's clean. 5 alive for 3D Max, and 2 consecutive off the back of a timeout.
Yeah, and there's enough for one more buy for G2. Nico is going to be able to drop an AWP to Monacy. Monacy can give his AK to Snax, and then Nico can buy himself. So it's going to be all good in the hood. I wonder if we see a G2 timeout now just to make sure that they can keep a buffer. Looking for 9, I'm sure. But you look at the last 3 events for G2. 4 finals, they win over Na'Vi. IM Rio, they come last place, losing to Eternal Fire and Heroic. World Finals, they win over Spirit. And now they're at the RMR. So, you know, if you were expecting the up and downs, this isn't crypto. So I think maybe we're going to get a few more ups out of them, which is nice.
Exercise in the open. And deleted. Punished for his arrogance. Maka, he's not ready for this. They're so close, but Malbs was unprepared for an AWP up close. Prepared for the swing, hits the flick, but Snax has flattened the A defense. Man, advantage, bomb to be planted. It's Jocko and Gravity to have a conversation about working back in. Nico and Hunter, as it currently stands, all focused on clearing out Gravity's position. He's about to have a lot to do. Side by side, back to back, isolates the Jules well. Gravity, good jiggle. And now a chance for Jocko in the 1v1.
In heaven, you wouldn't expect it. You wouldn't expect it in a million years.
Snax is in the smoke. You're just not going to consider that. He has a smoke of his own, but... Oh, Snax times it to perfection. The triple heaven setup. And another clutch for Snax.
Clax is on 9 pandas.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, I think you bang on in highlighting that. Something to note with Snax, I think a little bit earlier in the year, even with these trophies attested to his name, is there was a certain point where he didn't look confident in the decisions that he was making. Because we all know that he is a better fragger than what has been displayed. And his impact in this round, it's a multi-kill, and then it comes down to a 1v1. So he has the pistol, he has this attested to his name, and the pistol's worth more than 1, right? It's worth an awful lot. So Snax has done a great job of setting them up, and now they are on track for 9. Monacy opens the account. Jocko down the B bomb site, currently very understaffed. Lucky addressing that as Gravity, he might just get lurked upon. Yeah. Hunter, this is naughty.
Hunter to be exposed, but oh, quick flick.
It's the bomb.
And that's a crazy push. That is a crazy
They might run him down.
That's the bomb on his back. Yeah, Lucky wants him. Doesn't want to let him get out of here for free. And there's the bomb on the ground. Big find from Lucky, not scared.
A necessary decision to be made.
Yeah, risky, but rewarding. Nico to take this head on with Lucky. Oh, an audible reload. Nico licks his lips. Anticipating a second supportive element. Exercise is close by. He knows he's got Lucky trapped. And he's into him, controls his spray. Lucky puts him on 25, but still, G2 a man advantage. The aggress from Exercise. This is very scary scenes as the bomb is picked up with 40 seconds on the clock. It's not comfortable for G2.
No, it's not. And that nade, not far off the mark either. It really comes down to what type of space is made from Maka, and he's just holding the mid line. This could work out perfectly.
Yeah, they are walking back into him, and he's active on it. Boom! Modesty deleted, equalizing us into a 2v2, and now even favored towards 3D Max. That's a repeat he didn't need to take.
Dear.
An Exercise resigns himself to the 1v2.
They've heard him on the
they
wood.
know where you are. Missed his flash. 14 seconds. Bomb needs to go through. Nico, ooh, safe from the spam.
You can see he realizes that was his one chance. The bomb will get planted in just enough time. Malbs and Nico to close this down.
Uncomfortable for Exercise. He's just got himself his M4 and that kid. See how far he can push things. Needs the flash. Team plays there. G2 rustle up a 9th, recovering a threatening last attempt from 3D Max. 3, is it enough to work with?
Yeah, it feels tough, right? Because I think a lot of the early rounds within the piece were quite dominant, looked well put together, wasn't individualistic. And then when the clutches were on the table, where you get Snacks winning 2, so you add that with the pistol, G2 are sitting pretty right now. I think, 4 rounds, maybe 3D Max could still be believing. This is going to be a long road back in.
Yeah, and on their comfort zone as well, right? This is what they chose and elected to pick.
I don't know what was just said, but the notes flipped over. So I have been back and forth in the room. The coach has got a lot to say. Oh, and Ralph's just giving us a little look there, straight into the camera.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they are watching.
You seeing me at the top of the scoreboard, boys? Good half from him. And Modesty didn't need to be too much of an impact to still render a 9-3. In fact, more impact felt by that Snacks clutch.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think if you take a little bit of a look at where the main points of impact came from in the tougher rounds, it would have been Snacks and Malbs. So really good work from the two of them. But a good team approach from G2,
yeah,
right?
100%.
So you're not leaning on Nico and Modesty right now to be dropping bombs. Dual Berettas for Modesty, smoke for Snacks, and a flash in the hands of Hunter. Now, Hunter does the pistols, and when I say he does the pistols, he calls them. So let's see, has he given them another little master stroke? Snacks on A, Malb solo on B. The nucleus of 3 in middle, ready and raring. Flash.
I'm sorry, Hunter is talking a lot there. I just saw him having a full conversation, checking people's screens, making sure everyone understands the plan. Waiting for a sound cue, and nothing's coming. Slow, methodical crawl. Oh, not slow. I tell a lie. Maka was loud about that, so now reaction required.
Oh, it is a fake, though. He's made those steps and backpedals immediately. They're going to crawl through middle to try and catch this.
Oh, and Lucky and Gravity are holding for this. Oh, perfect. Nico, Modesty, down to Lucky.
Beautiful.
Triple. Oh, it's like an ante of their ante. Snacks going to be hard-pressed to find a pistol here. Nice tap, nice tap. Whoa. Snacks rolling back the years with the quick clicks, but Exercise puts him down. And we return to a threatening round. 3D Max have got this. Just got to get past Malbs. Easier said than done, but not ready for Lucky as he gets round. 4. He is determined to make it to the major once more.
Yeah, some crispy shots in middle, and he didn't just panic. He just took each of those fights as they came. But that little bait of the sound cue from Maka initiated the crawl forward from G2. So that was, look, premeditated to give away some sound. Whether or not it was to get them to push mid, it worked out perfectly. And I thought Snacks was bending bullets on that second one.
Yeah, if it looked like it. Gravity spent, what, 50 seconds holding that angle? And eventually gets that push that he was so desperate to hold for. Very cool.
Well, you have to convert this one. This is a must-win against the Force.
Oh, and you're fully blind. Lucky full blind pulls the trigger, gets Hunter. Exercise has bomb. Shadow advantage for Malbs as he's a deadly threat with this 5-7. Still finishes off another. Good God, look at the damage. 24 points of health. Revolting. 3D Max, palms are sweaty. You can't get past Nico Deeg, or maybe you can with a swift headshot from Maka.
Snacks can win this.
Yeah, another one. Another Snags clutch. Will he really pull off another one? Maka into the dark smoke. And Jocko Beach. They'd love an indicator as to Snags' position, but they're not going to get one. The Maka could be getting a real jump scare here. He's going to be completely overlooked. Oh my god,
barrel,
oh my god! Spots him out. His teammates shout at him. And now Jocko with 7 HP and a bomb to retrieve, and Snags time to reposition wherever he fancies. This just got so difficult for the 3D Max second round conversion. This force buy, thanks to the handiwork of Malbs and that 5-7 primarily. Okay, an AK. Time and Snags head on collision, head on collision. He's planting for Temple. Snags, another clutch for G2. Sealing the deal, locks it in. Impact continues from Snags.
I can't quite believe that. Neither player ready for Snags whatsoever. Just walking around, the shift key down, and the easiest kills of his life as he secures the 10th.
2024, and we're still walking around in a Snags wonderland.
So 3 big clutches.
Oh my god, how did I do this?
No one's looking.
Almost a little bit of disbelief from some of his teammates in that situation, but that was the must-win for 3D Max.
Oh, it was. It was. I just can't get over how much damage was dealt by that 5-7. Gets 2 kills and a dink on the third. Bruh. What an asset Malbs is. Deeper stairs smoke than we've seen from other teams.
I think when you have someone who has the aim like Malbs, but you also have Nico in your team, and Monacy, it's kind of a bit unfair.
I agree. They should have to play with one hand behind their back.
Yeah, left-handed.
Yep. And obviously when you've got the best clutcher in Counter-Strike in Snags right now.
Course.
Let's not forget.
No, exactly.
Let's not forget. Every single one of them as well, it's been like low HP, unknown last player, really, really making the most of those opportunities as Snags.
Using that brain, those years of experience.
I mean, positionally, sound throughout.
Well, it would be crazy. Imagine if Snags didn't make it, but Gamer Legion did. That's where he was in-game leading earlier on in the year. Made a bit of a name for himself in that role. He was in the tier 2, tier 3s doing Polish weird mixed teams. Then he gets picked up by Gamer Legion. He's reinvented himself from a star player to an in-game leader, and now he's at G2.
Oh, that's a mess. That's a mess. And now Nico's flash. There was some opportunities, and the second flash is brilliant. Jocko allowed to find the opening onto Nico that gets that bomb down.
No way main presence.
Gonna be tough to retake without that. You're gonna be locked out by that smoke on cam only for a moment, but still, this is gonna get awkward quickly. Jocko run down by Snags. Need a headshot there, and Exercise does deliver it. Lucky finds Malbs. Exercise down. Now onto Gravity. It's his turn to clutch. Oh, and Monacy resists. How has he done that? 24 points of health, dips out of the angle, peeking back in with the pre-fire. The clutches keep on coming. And 3D Max can't catch a break.
And Gravity's not to know it, but I didn't see a defuse kit. So if he had played for the time as opposed to the duel, maybe he could have juked Monacy. It would have got tough. He would have been stuck dancing around the cake. They keep it threatening, sure, but that's all it is. Such a massive lead for G2, and they're actually going to take a tactical timeout.
Yeah, wow. How does Monacy get away from that spray as well? Just dodging bullets.
You feel this is too far gone at this point?
I mean, yeah, there was a case to be made until that second round.
You win the pistol, you get the follow-up, right? You're back in it. The rounds just keep on coming. First gun round goes your way. Okay, we're only in a few rounds difference at that point. On your map choice, you got the comfort, you got the confidence. Now you're feeling stressed, and you just have been granted that 30 seconds. You will force buy again. 2 MAC-10s, a Deagle, a Galil for Lucky, Maka. What's your weapon of choice? Lots are looking towards Gravity right now. The youngest of the bunch, the newest to the team.
Gravity gets set up for a quick mid-pop with his MAC-10. Actually, no, tell a lie, drops out window, testing dark. You've got to get past Hunter and Malbs in this position, but it's a great little pop flash. Malbs still full blind, manages to get his crosshair in the right place, but they're into B. Nice, pacey, poppy pressure. B site taken. Full retake belt from m0NESY. 2 smokes available as the first flash is thrown. Actually, no, he's actually equipping Nico to set him up. This is going to be hard to hold, so exercise jail. Snacks late B main. Exercise flashed off the line, but Snacks not taking the fight now. Oh, the second is great. Perfect setup. Nico has blinds 3 members of 3D Max. A third flash as well connects onto Maka. They can get on that bomb now for the defuse. Nico's doing just that. All shy, needs to adjust his spam, and oh, misjudging it. Maka can't get him off the bomb. Just from bad to worse for 3D Max. They're getting into these sites, but G2, they keep a stiff upper lip.
Snacks is 17-8. He is at the tippy top of the scoreboard. This is Snacks flourishing right now.
He top fragged in their last bout with 9 pandas, I think, as well.
Snacks is back.
Snacks is back. Snack.
Well, again, you know, it's a good opening move. They get into the site, they get the bomb down, they give themselves a bit of cash. It's just holding on. And the fact that the retake's coming in so late, at that point, you go, well, are they saving? Are they coming? What's going on? And the second flash to deal with Jail, a thing of beauty. So this is showing me that G2, they have the T side was really nicely put together. The clutches are going their way, the post plants are going their way, and the comms need to be on point to be pulling off scenarios like that. So right now, they've woken up on the right side of the bed down there in Shanghai.
Yeah, man. I mean, it just every single one of those flashes well timed. You can see their composure in the communication of who's throwing them, who's pushing. When you watch it from 3D Max's perspective, you watch this demo back, X-ray off, it's going to just feel like you're playing against gods. Unbelievable just how diligent everything has been and how minimal the counterplay is. Now aggression. Whoa, whoa, that's a lot of info. Snacks just spotted the entire team heading A. m0NESY tasked with containing that, but Nico does go down to a lucky hold on B. Maka finds Snacks, so these aggressions not being rewarded as of yet. Hang on, M&M are here. m0NESY and Malbs fill the feed. A 1-man defense of the A site, and he gets 2 and gets away. Okay, wasn't ready for Jocko, slipped the net. What do you reckon, Chad? Is it really going to be
They keep going in G2's favour, don't they?
They really do.
How can you bet against them?
Okay, pushing through the camera, smoke and punish. That's what you wanted to see for a 3D Max. Jocko double. G2, one of the first times we've seen a retake go awry.
Yeah. Well, they will cause a couple of extra rounds here, 3D Max. Money for Malbs and m0NESY is at the higher end. And these are the easiest kills of Jocko's life, just running through the smoke. Doesn't have to adjust his crosshair too far. And of course, we will see the force. Could still end here. I wouldn't put it past it because the key element of this G2 team that hasn't been necessary in this map is the m0NESY Nico individual takeover. Like the absolute mauling. It's a B-pop.
Through the lurk smoke. Malbs gets 2 on the farmhouse. Hunter here to chip in as well. Oh, chaos. And not in favor of 3D Max. Smoke temple. Maybe you can get that bomb planted. Oh, fumble the util. Nervous. Maka walking straight into Snacks. He's going to have another try. Try and occupy Snacks' position. This can really go south quickly. Catch a glimpse. Takes him down. Maka in the 1v3. Oh, lots of damage. Pushing in now. Looking to isolate these jewels. A crazy one-tap from Maka, but it's not enough. m0NESY secures it for G2. A stomping, a thrashing, a dominant force 1 map away from the Major.
Panel live indeed. Yes, guys, we weren't expecting it. I wasn't expecting it. I've been here before. Every time G2 gets to 12 rounds, they never close it out. I was expecting overtime. But no, we're ready. We're here. G2 are doing it, Janka.
Yet another untrained eye, Richard. You see, what G2 does to you is they raise your expectations, but by playing well, then they mess it up, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, same old G2. this is going to be a struggle fest. Who knows what might happen? And then they pull out a clean win like that. So you just need to, whatever you expect, the opposite will happen.
Yeah, it's like their content quota got completed yesterday, Rich, and they're like, listen, no BS, we're just going for the win here, and they got it done. It was clean, it was easy, and look, jokes aside, this T side from G2 was clinical.
Yeah.
You love to see it. I was critical about the lazy calling we saw from Snax and Dust2. Wasn't the case here, and they look so much better.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, it's one of these things where it's like, for 3D Max, this is obviously a tall order to like elevate your game in a situation like this. And they had some nice rounds, but you could really see the gulf in class between the two teams. And in particular, as you said, in that first half where they just called a pretty immaculate game, they gave themselves enough opportunities. It didn't look like this one was going to slip it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, the individuals were on point, most notably Snax and Mal.
This has been the tale of the major in a lot of ways. I mean, obviously on Dust 2, it was him that dragged them through overtime. Secondary AWPing, doing all sorts of crazy stuff. And this is what I mean. Look, I've said it before. I thought Snax got a lot of heat when he was brought into G2, when probably... Yeah, he didn't really deserve the call-up, I think it's fair to say. He hadn't done anything stellar at Gamer Legion, but honestly, I think you just needed someone in the chair that just had a bit more about them than the previous IGL, the previous guy, and it's been working out.
And someone who's maybe a bit more calm and composed, right?
Yeah.
And I think for Snax, the misconception is like, oh, he's terrible or he's playing like really poorly and badly. I think what you saw in a couple of tournaments there is a player who had zero confidence. Not a bad player, but a player who played with zero confidence.
Yes.
Like, first instinct always was, oh, I just don't want to mess up. I want to still, I try to set up one of my teammates, bait for one of my teammates, right? Like, things like that. And that's not a way to play Counter-Strike. You can't play Tier 1 Counter-Strike on that level. You have to trust your instincts. You have to play with confidence, and you need to go for plays when they present themselves to you.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what Snax started doing a little bit more of. Isn't in that mindset anymore. I just need to facilitate everyone else. Like, he's finally playing some counter, and I think that's why you're seeing him have better performances on the server.
So there was a round you liked, Blair, that we're going to get into.
Yeah, I think this is a round which highlights, how everything seemed to be going right for G2, and also just good calling, right? Early, they wanted to go for a B hit here. It was going to be an early B hit, but then they got countered by Maka, an aggressive peek, he gets taken down, and then they quietly just walk back, reroute towards mid. A little not lucky here from Nico, but just the way they're pacing this together, right? All players just working together in tandem, and this is just ridiculous for Mobs. They're just spraying, blinded by his own teammate as well. But it was, I think, a combination of two things. Firstly, I like how calm and collected they were. If plan A doesn't work out, it's okay. We pumped the brakes. We have Mobs looking outside A. Let's reroute towards mid. And then, of course, a little bit of Lady Luck's shining down on them as well. We saw a couple of rounds, that Snax 1v2, for example, a couple of lucky moments going their way as well, but that was just a cherry, the icing on the top, so to speak. It was just such a very well constructed, very well called game coming from Snax.
Yeah, and like we saw in other maps, Snax as well, he's getting his clutching back. We've seen him clutch a few rounds at this tournament, and this one, it's the Big Apple guy.
I don't think the importance of this clutch can be overstated. I mean, a 1v2, they just won the pistol, second round, it's not looking too great. 3D Max a little bit caught in between. Do we want to go A? Do we want to just plant the bomb B? And we've seen G2 struggle yesterday with closing out games. So winning this clutch for Snax and keeping that momentum, not being reset early and letting 3D Max back into the game, I think was very important.
Got to be said as well, unsung hero in that clutch was Malbs, because he got that pistol kill, and then I think he dinked two other players with a pistol, so they were low HP. So Snax, the easiest clutch of his incredible career to date, probably. So look, for 3D Max, not really a lot of positives on their map pick. I guess looking at Dust 2, is there anything that we can say positive that they might be able to get back into it? I mean, surely they watched the demo.
Yeah, Rich, but here's the problem.
G2's terrible Dust 2 the other day.
The last time I saw 3D Max play Dust 2 was against OG. And I was there we were there for that event.
Thanks for your service. Listen, I would never watch that.
They lost 30. Listen, I deserve to be paid more for that. They lost 13-6 to OG, where they got absolutely smackered. I think they had 2 rounds on a T side. And now, just throw your mind back to G2 CT side yesterday, and despite the fact they almost choked that lead they had, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to be a 3-mapper. It's going to be 2-0.
And G2 maybe a little bit complacent yesterday with how well things are going. I mean, Nico had an absolutely abysmal T side, 0 impact, and he's the player who is the space creator, who finds gaps, who finds you openings. Didn't do any of that yesterday. You sort of believe that that's not going to happen 2 times in a row, right? And if you want to play well against G2 on your CT side, like, you have to be aggressive, you have to try and break their default. Will 3D Max be in that mindset after how their map pick went? It's going to be tough.
And everyone in Twitch chat, make sure you clip that. That was Yanko saying something negative about Nico, which Reddit tells me never happened. So let's get that to the front page, I think. All right, guys, we're going to go into a break. We're going to see if G2 can close this one out and go 3-0 in the RMR by winning Dust2 in just a few moments.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
G2 just one map away, separating them from the Shanghai Major. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready to see this perfect world Shanghai Major RMR. We're wrapping it up. We are just getting those last few seats at the table. And for Nico, hopefully not breaking any, as he is in pursuit of really completing this last dance in that G2 jersey. Rather fantastic looking new G2 jersey, but they are going to be in pursuit of that. 4 years he's been in this G2 roster, and the last dance before he goes on to an alternative.
He had some decent runs with G2. Obviously, second place in the PWE Major Stockholm 2021. And third, fourth in Copenhagen as well. But this will be, as Petsa, the manager of the team, put it out there on the socials, the last dance. And, well, the rumor is he's going to Falcons.
That's what they're saying.
Not so much a rumor anymore. So we'll get one final crack, just one map away to secure it, and the top 16 will be theirs.
Snacks in strong form as well. First map, and as well in their best of one against 9 Pandas. He found himself at the top of the scoreboard. On Dust 2, on Anubis, and now, well, we find ourselves there again. Dust 2 is the G2 pick.
And I don't know about you, but there's an air of a formality for this matchup. It does feel like after they handled Anubis in such quick, concise fashion that they should be able to take care of similar scenes here on Dust 2. Now, let me tell you, while we do have the madness, actually no, this isn't madness, the calm. The madness is happening next door.
Yes.
If you want to go and check out that secondary stream, we've got Astralis versus Bait. Harry and Hugo are casting that action. The map pool is Mirage, Nuke, Ancient. Maybe you're thinking, oh yeah, that's all right, Astralis, they're probably in a 1-1. It's a best of one, it's going to be all good. That's an elimination game. Now, if you don't want to hear the result, I'm going to give you to the count of 3 to mute the stream. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Bait, a 1-0 up against Astralis. They could be eliminating them in one map's time.
It's Captain Kurt versus Captain Cadian. See how that one boils down. You can, of course, throw that one up on your screen as well. And we'll find out whether or not this is just going to be as comfortable for G2 as that first map. It did feel like everything went their way, right? Like, they look good, but there was also like 3 clutches that went in their favor.
Exactly. So everything was coming up trumps for G2. Now, right now, the team talk shouldn't be consisting of what the game plan's going to look like. That should have happened overnight in preparation, maybe even this morning. What it should be now is keeping the necessary level of intensity and focus as a team to get the job done. Oh.
That's a quick start.
Isn't it just? Infiltrating lower tunnels and upper B. Completely clear.
Lucky.
He's been good on the pistols.
Yeah, and bravely does venture back into the duel on top mid with Nico. That P250 doesn't get anything done. Drive-by from Lucky, double trouble.
Well, out long with the smoke of Malb, so the possibility to block and cross, if they could, getting the bomb down would be a boon considering the number disadvantage. Smoke's in the air. Might run through exercise. Oh, it's missed.
That's a bad smoke, and he had an opportunity that he's been punished for missing. Want to see in Malbs, watch out for these two, otherwise it's going to all have to be Lucky. Not anymore, he's down. A 2 versus 2, falling apart, falling through their fingers. Nice tracking, Maka actually gets it from long side, taps away. One more bullet would do it. 3 HP, and Jocko converts. Got a little sketchy there, a little scary. A pistol start for 3D Max. It's going to be the second round conversion that's compulsory as well.
Well, yeah, we just had that same conversation on Anubis, didn't we? So the bomb going down there will be investments to work with.
Yeah, thanks to Monacy. Great little contribution there. Punishes Exercise for not being able to finish the job. That's the one tap into Hunter. And then on to Nico. So a double onto the Kovac cousins. A third contribution from Lucky. And yeah, Maka very important to ensure this doesn't go awry.
Yeah, you bring up the family element of that as well. So you would assume that Hunter won't be joining Nico over at Falcons. So the end of the ride, the two of them always wanting to play together. They've had that opportunity.
They've lifted trophies together.
Oh, yes, indeed.
It's
Katowice's, Cologne's.
It's been fantastic run. And G2, as you highlighted as well, you know, just full-on professionals, despite the knowledge that this may be their last opportunity as a 5-man roster. And
he's taking hefty damage again.
An early lick. Yeah, that's through mid. Maka inflicts some early damage and finishes off the job as well. Jocko is in a lot of trouble. I say that, I'd like to take it back. He's no longer in a spot of bother. I thought I saw that Molotov being thrown towards the platform, but they do strike in unison and defend successfully. A force buy from G2 getting them nowhere.
Hunter can't go anywhere. Yeah, call the ambulance, but not for 3D Max. Hunter will... I thought he was considering throwing the AK away. if Gravity is able to get his hands on this, it'll be a title upgrade. Everyone have rifles. Look at the little stack set up. Dealt with. As,
Gravity, run.
He is going to take his little legs as far as they'll go, and he will not be retrieving any of the rifles. So it will just be the MP9, but that might work out okay. It should be the Eco. So maybe, just maybe, Gravity gets to go for a farm fest, and then they can bring out the Maka AWP into the next. No crazy drops from G2. You can see a deagle for Malbs. Same to be said for Nico. So might play past the parcel. Oh, even Monacy's invested. That's 3 scary names on the Deegs. Corralling them for now.
You have to strike a balance, don't you, of not playing scared against them, but simultaneously not giving them too many chances.
Yeah, precisely.
Sorry, it sounds like Harry's giving birth next door.
Yeah, which he knows a lot about these days, doesn't he? Mr. Russell, we can hear you through the walls, sir. What do you reckon? He's trying to touch his toes or something?
I'm trying to work out.
Him and Hugo are wrestling?
Yeah.
Wrestling?
Not much here for them. They will get that little sight line over the smoke. And Maka making short work of the two of them. That's Nico and Monacy's threat neutralized. And you've even got that nice little contingency in Gravity up close on the doors. Oh, Maka, clean with it.
Nice round from him. I know it's just farming unarmored opponents. Gravity, there you go. All right, 2 on the MP9. Can drop an AWP across to Maka. You can take Maka's M4.
I understand Gravity hasn't had a fantastic start here at in Shanghai.
I wouldn't be surprised if nerves are playing on the kid, right?
Oh,
you just
sure.
take a look at him. He's a young buck.
Yeah, what was it on Anubis? Okay, yeah, so he did get more than his previous total, but it is still yet to be the double-digit frag total. From
21 years of age.
And what, some of his first LAN games with the 3D Max roster?
Well, he's part of Gen 1, so had an opportunity to come up through, I guess that's the grassroots of French Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Touch of aggression, experimented with it, but I think twice.
I just think it's always good if you're going to either show the option of pushing into lower tunnels with that smoke that obscures, because it just slows down the default and forces more utility out of the Ts to take this space. But they didn't invest into the AWP, curiously enough. I thought they would have wanted to bring that out ASAP, knowing it was less than likely for G2, considering the way that these rounds have funneled forward. Not many kills, still on the goose egg, Nico, Snax, and Hunter.
So after those early 30 seconds, they start their pincer through mid. Got that lower control, top mid, Malbs and Monacy, and Gravity's going to play in front of this door smoke. Forced into the fight is Maka. How has he got 2? Nico and Monacy again, this time on the guns, and now with activation of Gravity. It does boil down to a 2v2, so Malbs and Hunter have done great work to equalize, but momentary success. Jocko down, Hunter drops into the fight. Jocko going to be kicking himself that he didn't finish the job right there. Now up to Lucky. And Hunter, so good in the clutch! Going G2's way again, Hunter saves them. No Nico, no Monacy, no problem.
This is massive for Maka though, isn't it? And you think he's done enough as the trades just start coming in left, right, and center. They pincer down the aggressive maneuver as they take the space. Hunter removes Gravity and then just has to win out. Quite a difficult round indeed. Good shooting from Hunter. It's not Snax coming up clutch, but Hunter this time round.
Oh, the beast.
And we talk about him as a big game player, or a stage player at least. Well, this is an important matchup, and, well, Taz didn't like the way that one felt. Sure, they convert it. We'll be taking a timeout to discuss their options. Now, the fact that you only had one player staying alive, you can only drop one gun. Everybody around that, 3 and a bit mark. And another key factor is also looking at the spawns available on Dust 2, because that will limit your options on the T side. Malbs and Hunter with okay-ish long spawns, so we'll see what that timeout has netted them in the approach. Monacy into a scout against Maka's AWP. Tough round.
Look at them. Jocko charging with Gravity. And spotted now. This is it. The jig is up. You have to hit your shots, and bombs loose. They take down one. Hunter down. Monacy low. Oof. An aggressive nade. Jocko nails it onto Monacy. And now a 3v3 thanks to Nico's handiwork. He has punished that mid-aggress.
So they're playing a casual server with this type of
Sure.
aggression.
Look at Exercise. Again, pushing the 3D Max aggressive CT side. Ooh, nearly channeled him straight into Maka there. He is still unknown. You just won't believe it if you're Nico.
Well, he needs to live.
Oh, Exercise keeps him busy. Nico, 9 bullets, and now out long as Snacks and Malb. So Lucky, completely distracted by all of this. It's just Nico keeping 2 players very busy as Maka looks to hard clear this one through. Spots out Nico. You're going to be...
Freebie.
I mean, I can't believe it. There's an open upper. There's an open upper, says Nico, but now they'll accelerate to the cross. Lucky, that looks like a well-placed nade. Malbs gets across. Not spotted on it. Ooh, and gets away. Playing for the retake. Kit on Exercise, working his way up the ramp. Malbs, though, in that sweet spot, manages to get the walk up here. Snacks exposed. More of a distraction. Lucky, good awareness that Malbs could be here in the smoke. They spam away. They will connect. It's Maka again. His 11th. Snacks, has he got another clutch in him? First Hunter, but this is asking a little too much. As it's going to be 3D Max returning to their winning ways immediately off of the Hunter clutch.
Yeah, and I love the approach, right? They're actually not backing down from going toe-to-toe with G2. Really in their face, happy to take the jewels, disrespecting and making sure they salvage that AWP. So Maka ran back, scooped that up, and will keep that to his advantage. 11-1 currently, Maka.
Yeah, he's looked fantastic. On the rifle as well. I mean, his M4 shots we saw when he's Molotoved into the fights towards middle, and now on his AWP, we'll see if he can match that output. 11-1 short. 5 rounds in. Oh! That's a Monacy special. Nails Jocko on the cross. Just a scout, all he needs. Lucky, hang on. Tested. Gonna be in trouble if he does wait around here. Malb sweeps into short. Very early days, and Lucky sticking around or drops off. Thinks twice about that. You're at a man disadvantage, and G2 congregate short.
If Lucky tucks in Goose, he can actually just hide. He has a flash to set himself up for the palm tree. Exercise to chip in as well. And, well, Maka's not too far behind. I like this gamble, right? They didn't heavy rotate to help B. They're sitting down, ready to lock this.
Yeah, Nico drops CT. The rest starting to advance. Oh, good flash. Fantastic setup. Exercise and Lucky knock him down. Nico, the unknown entity, so I guess it's a question of how Gravity rotates and whether or not he feels the need to, with Monacy yet to commit with the bomb.
Gravity is aware of everything that's open, so he's just going to park the bus as well. I think it's okay to give up the site.
Maka's even investigating this. Oh, good shot from Nico. Punishes the unnecessary search.
This gets tough now.
It does. Exercise and Gravity either side of the map. Monacy scout, already a fantastic headshot. Now spots out Gravity and Nico delivers the headshot. B is open for business. Exercise realizes it's a race now between the two of them. Nico tracking him, ear pressed to the wall. Here's this as Monacy scarpers over to bring that bomb. Gets himself tucked into the site. Nico spotted the advance of Exercise, picks himself up an incendiary, which could prove useful. Nade and swing. Nico. Oh, he gets another. Monacy and Nico, with their powers combined, turn that round on its head.
Well, there's the star power of the two of them coming into play for G2. I liked it from 3D Max because when you lose a B player early, you're going to assume they're going to try and pressure that side of the map and deal with the rotations. You would expect them to have to cheat a player like CT Spawn to deal with mid doors so you can still lock down B, but that wasn't the case. 3D Max had all the bodies ready to clamp down on the short play, so they had read the maneuver of G2 correctly. They stalled them out completely, but they couldn't get the conversion, and that one really hurts, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the star power kicking in. And now they're just going to disrespect you, charge into your B-bomb site despite your stack. You're not going to get a single frag. I tell a lie, they get 2. Exercise and Maka's USP's connecting, but the round is G2's. Snacks makes it so. But yeah, you're right, that round is going to have echoes throughout this half now.
Yeah, that's the one that got away.
Yeah.
It could have been a really, really strong start, and now it's just a one-round game, so how quick the tables can turn.
And after what was an incredible start to the half as well from Maka, that's just a little bit of an unforced error on the search from Nico. But then, wow, with brilliant players, they can punish that mistake and make a round out of it. This is a different call.
Yeah, so back to B again.
Okay, we get to see the protocols of 3D Max put to the test. And walking into the angle. A team kill onto Malbs, but it doesn't matter. Nico's mad.
Save. Oh no, they're coming tunnels. They'll give it a look. They're closer than I thought.
Monacy responsible for that and actually juggles an additional Molotov to ensure this post plant. But will he be surprised by their progress?
Oh, he will be.
He is, yeah. He's still not considering it as an option. Now he is just going to be playing a very smart Molotov jiggle defense. I think for 3D Max, they've seen enough. A deep smoke on your tunnels advance. Not going to be going for this one.
I don't think G2 knew how much danger they were in, really, with the dark pressure. It's a quick rotation from 3D Max, but we're all tied up. And literally just bullying the B bomb site. So that is really quite difficult to stomach considering the flow of the last 3 rounds. G2 now in the driver's seat. So loss bonus 2,400.
Terrorists win.
They save 3 guns. But
So,
yeah, you can't drop M4s.
Yeah. Jocko just was not anticipating anything more than a standard default on that engagement B. Gets run over.
Wasn't on the mic. I think you take the eco. Well, you don't. You play behind the saved guns. Sorry. And then you can buy next round anyway, and you could still make something work. So how do you want to try and facilitate Maka? I think, and if we take a look at what spawn he's been presented with, it's not a great one. It's quite literally in the middle of the pack. So if you wanted to go for a long pick, they are going with Famises. All right, fair enough. They think they can lock horn. So Famises for the likes of Exercise and Gravity. Isn't it crazy, right? You see the difference in approach. You look at Big, and then you look at 3D Max, and in the same situation, you get 2 completely different outcomes.
Yeah, Big would have had a game plan around the safe rifles. Now, 3D Max has got a game plan around everything. Chips to the center of the table. A smoke on the cross. And a long test. Monacy straight out, ready to push through that long corner smoke. Exercise gets out of there.
Malps?
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
He's
Malps.
had a couple of rounds with sticky nades. Remember
Sticky,
the 1v3 that he was on Beyond Anubis? He went to Molly Dark behind him, but it didn't go. Hello. Hello indeed. Heart stopped for a moment, did Jocko's, but gets the kill, and now you know they're condemned to long. At least for the interim.
Okay. Your protocols are in place. Calm Molly. Jocko killing Hunter does kind of slow you down. I think Nico's worried about this. Exact. Oh, eventuality.
What did he even see?
I don't even know, bro. He's shooting at follicles right now.
Well, now you have to send an individual back to B. That's an overstep from Jocko.
Bro, I mean, yeah, only players like Nico are hitting that one, but it is a punished overstep. And there's a chance at a return, bro. He is in pursuit of glory right now. He's just trying to get that major ticket booked. Good bowling there from Exercise. Will punish and convert the damage of gravity.
Well, Mabs is still low from lacking the extinguish.
No one's holding him right now. Of course, not to know. But there is a little window of opportunity where he could have slipped past.
Well, that's just because 3D Max opened up too many options.
Now Mac has realized, yeah, they could be ramp actually. Ooh, Malbs gets him! Important trade. Awkward for everyone. Missed shot from the AWP, gets punished. Now up to Snacks in the 1v2 as he got one in him. The answer doesn't look clear. Jumping USP! Oh, lucky the new Kelly. Same spot, same flag. 3D Max given a gift as Lucky denies the 1v2.
Oh, Lucky has had some impact there, hasn't he? And then on the clear on the smoke, he even had a kill, so the comms must have been raw. It must have been quite erratic for G2 because Sax wasn't quite sure where he was coming from. This is, yeah, Mal's not being able to get the smoke off in time. Almost cost him his life, but Lucky closes it down. And the famous investment behind the saves pays off.
Wow.
They're starting 4 long.
Okay, they'll get early info there. Nico, look at him, just determined to get towards the doors as quick as possible.
He's 1 minute 40. He's going to walk through it.
He is walking through the door smoke, and it's young gun Gravity with an MP9 on the other side of this. The chances of him being prepared for this are slim. Oh, he wins the 1v1. Takes down Nico, takes his rifle, takes an opening.
Mac is going to get blindsided.
Yeah,
look at Hunter's position.
Right. He's not ready for this.
He'll trade no matter what, or Hunter should. Oh, he's got away!
I can't believe it. With 1 HP to spare, Maka punishes Monacy. He's incredibly lucky. Gravity and Maka. 3 points of health between them as Exercise activates. That's a big boatload of info. Jocko, high alert here, goes looking, trying to catch that timing on the jump up. Good find, puts Malbs down. Bomb heard, Hunter's rebuttal denied. Jocko can't find the third, but Snax, imminent death. Fate sealed by the FAMAS tags in the flank and pushes into his demise. 6 now for 3D Max as they are making a half out of this.
Yeah, you can see the importance of that 2v4, 2v3 scenario that Nico and m0NESY won, right? So these rounds for G2 are not going to come easily. I think on the CT side is where you expect the individual shut down. So how many more can 3D Max post? 8-4 possible and potentially likely. This will have to be an eco of sorts for G2. Again, it's just a couple of deagles.
I like the way that B site tasted. Nico fed an AWP bullet. Missed opportunities for Snax' dig. Jocko, well aware of just the one though. Now spots out a second, commits to the spray while blind. And now supported by the nade of gravity. Some solid nades out of 3D Max here, and he pieces together the round. Hunter's Glock actually gets the job done. Now a deagle upgrade off his teammate's corpse, just hoping for another one before he gets run down.
Now we'll return to the best of ones yesterday for the openers of Group B here for the European RMRs, and it was 9 Pandas versus G2, and G2 won the first half 93 on the CT side. And then it was the T side where they had their struggles. They had to take it to overtime and get it done there, where it was 4-1. So they really turned it on once the finances was not so much of a worry. But there was definitely some scrutiny, and in those T rounds they were getting dominated. It was lack of kills in just the spread as part of that 9 Pandas comeback. So you do expect G2 to do their better work on the CT side.
Testing and winning the head-to-head. Exercise brings down Malbs and Nico dinked by gravity.
Pushes keep coming.
Yeah, m0NESY ready for this one. Missed his flick. Lucky punishes. This is some high-octane Counter-Strike. Just full aggressive defense. Nice tap. Traded by AWP, who's of course pushed mid. The dust will settle for a moment, but those CTs are not standing still.
No, and Nico, if he catches a sound cue, does he fire? I'm not sure the CTs will push this far. Okay, he's heard 2.
Yeah.
He's definitely heard 2. So we need to look at the map now. Snax has the bomb available palm tree. We'll be able to scoop that up for free. Mac has left the AWP to opt for the AK-47. And still looking for room are Maka and Jocko. They are searching here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, but this is the chance. That's the shot.
Wow.
What a banger. Maka.
Nico was laughing after that one.
He's hit that, I guess. Wallbang headshot.
17-4, Alex.
Yeah, dude. He's absolutely having the best of games. Snax in a 1 versus 3.
Not another clutch, Snax. Come on now.
Yeah,
mate.
he's had his quota.
Let's be sensible, shall we?
Exercise, why is he... I mean, if he's flashed, if he gets flashed, hoping to be overlooked. Oh no, Exercise, why? Standing in the open. Worried about long, I suppose, from Snax, and so as a product of that, the 1v3 is taking shape. It has to be Maka, the laser beam. Can he hit another, or will Snax steal a 5th round for G2's T-side campaign? Uncertain is Snax. No idea as to where Maka's coming from and bides his time, hoping Snax overplays his hand, plants for short, walks into his crosshairs. Snax looking the wrong way. It's Maka to save the day. A valiant attempt from Snax. 2 of the 3 attained by their leader, and it will be that 8-round half.
Oh, it's getting a bit hot in there. You can see Gravity taking off the hoodie.
Warmed himself into things.
What a great half. Look at the scoreboard. That is Maka just putting on a show. And I know that he had a few eco bashes in there, but it was the aim against those pistols that was the highlight. But they have gone on the offensive and taken it to G2, locking horns and...
One more. 2 more. 2
yeah,
more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It is a demonic CT side, actually.
Oh, dear.
I mean, just... Their CT side is what, like, you know, when I feel like, okay, this team obviously thinks they're better than me, and they're just running at me.
Yeah.
But they're doing it to G2.
Yeah, well, how many times did you see m0NESY on 3 kills?
True.
So this is his chance to turn things around in the second half, or we'll be going the distance. 3rd and deciding map of Ancient, I believe. Let me double check. Yes, indeed.
What a talent Maka is showing up to be. Albeit volatile, incredibly so.
Oh, yeah.
But when he's on, he looks fantastic. I still have that ancient throw in my head. I can't stop thinking about it. The 3D Max, do you remember the 1v3 where he jump peeks CT with the bomb, spinning the bomb on his hands, and they throw a 1 versus 3?
There's been a couple of 3D Max
okay, I
moments
watched it like
that.
24 times.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay, you've got that on repeat in your brain.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking about it anymore, right? So 3D Max will probably...
Yeah, it's out of your system.
Yeah, exactly. Malv's ready to receive, and oh, okay, good tap onto Exercise. The trade not there immediately. He's making them work for it, which is good. Buys time. Jocko does eventually bring him down.
Had the info on the bomb, so a rotation on the way.
Yeah, looks like they're going to piece together the commit here. Monacy, there's Monacy in the feed. Just for one, Gravity humbles him. Great flashes, all 3.
Oh, needed that.
Oh, yeah, lost vision. Hunter, actually a little bit of a cheeky play, implies he's one where. And now, unfortunately, the sound cue heard. They'll know that he's near that new box. They're 3-man pushing the smoke, and they're going to be unable to find him. Hunter communicates that, relays the information to Snacks as they're running B. What? Who are these men?
The French flavor.
What is going on? Lucky gets away with the bomb. What a pivot.
The creativity at an all-time high.
Yeah, creative is a great word for it.
Well, 3D Max, you just have to pump this one in now, 9-4.
With Maka holding the cross. Like, it's just so dreamy. Yeah, he has 3 bullets. And 3 bullets do not connect. So now they know there's just 2 to find. A crossfire on the site, and Maka keeping him busy. Hunter down, Snacks, 3 bullets, 3 targets. Lucky will run him down to make it 9, and another pistol win. We saw the stats come up. It was like 35% pistol win in Dust 2 for 3D Max. They've just won both of them against G2. So we said, Anubis, everything goes G2's way. Seems, here on Dust 2, the opposite.
Yeah, well, both teams come in more than prepared for their opponents today. It does look like Ancient's necessary.
If you're Hunter, after that half, and you saw his reaction, then you just hear 3 players running past you in the cross smoke. Baffling.
Oh, they're forced.
Fine line between brilliance and stupidity. Ooh, Snacks is in a very powerful position if he goes overlooked. Unlikely. Maka's Mac 10 to drive by and clear. Oh, even more diligent. A Molotov confirms his presence. Forced into the fight, and Maka collects. Hard shots to be hitting here, but it's Malvs. It's Malvs after all. 1.5, but still cleaned up nice and neat. And Monacy finds himself with 3 to find. Smoked on the doors, needs to be good.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a bad smoke, but he's not going to be looking to punish it.
He's trying to... Oh, I thought he was trying to beat them to the A rotation, but he's going to get sprung through the smoke on the Mac 10. Hits the tag, but not the frag. That's 10 and surely 11 for 3D Max.
We have a game, folks. A 13-5 punish onto 3D Max's Anubis.
It is so fun, though, the way that they've won this. It's not by the book. You know, they've kind of torn it up and thrown it out the window and said, let's fight fire with fire.
They tore up the whole book, and they've made a very nice French flag collage with the pieces.
Eiffel Tower, croissants.
Yeah. Cigarettes. Nico trying to give them a taste of their own medicine with just that mid-occupation. It is just that Desert Eagle. And Gravity not shy. Peeks into Nico, successful. Clean shots from Lucky as well. Maka long range on the Mac 10.
And Lucky's the one who started things off in great fashion. Remember the CT pistol, the USP frags. He was in lower tunnels, killed Nico and Hunter, even had to get a third. As Snacks will get something, but it's a consolation at this stage. We'll be able to just wrap this one up, put a little bow on it, and call it 11. Hunter wants to take something home for Christmas, but Gravity says no. As G2 have been brought back to Earth.
And this is what I was saying when I said I'm excited for 3D Max.
There you go.
Because this is the kind of Counter-Strike. It is exciting. And also, you get to see both sides of the coin in this series alone. Do you see a tech called by Lucky? See if that's going to be a quick, easy issue to resolve while they're working that one out.
Done already.
Oh, boom.
Whatever it was, not that big of a problem. But this is where an opportunity for a crazy comeback story.
Yes.
G2, you get Monacy on the AWP. Just an alt tab. That's fair enough. We know that sometimes it can take a while to alt tab back in.
Yeah, rather be safe than sorry.
Depends on your resolution.
16:9 is the fastest, but
I heard that Nico's on native. Is that true?
Has he gone native?
So I read the other day, and I was someone in our little group, but
Confirm
I'm
or
not
deny?
sure.
G2 stands? Tell me. Let me know.
Oh, Monacy needs to activate and now. It's not all on him, but this is the CT side, and you're the AWPer. Quickly springing into action to grab this mid control. Wary of lower tunnels because of that CT smoke that you can see about to fade on your screens right now.
Yeah, in combination with Lucky sweeping through as well, they're feeling comfortable enough to play the next stage, which is that Molotov from Jocko. Clears out the angle for the drop-off AWPing. Monacy's got a different angle, actually, on the baskets. Same philosophy, can re-peek through.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, there is potential that Jocko goes overlooked here. Oh, quick pop! Nice frag. Gravity combines. Nico a dink. Gravity still swinging, going as wide as he can, testing Nico's aim just on the tip of the head, and Malbs combines with Nico to repel the double swing. Lucky, during the meantime, has managed to get himself across and snacks. Oh, perfect. Maka's flash actually gets the assist. He threw that through doors.
Bombs on the way.
It's 3v3, and now look at this. The pendulum swinging. Malbs is going to overlook it. The flank
annoying.
from Exercise. These guys are so cheeky. Clean taps, back of the head. Exercise with 3. Revolting flank. Pulling G2, making them dance to the French national anthem.
That is just so frustrating if you're G2. Oh, wait, they're in B. Oh, no, there's still a guy long and just obliterates 3 at range with the Galil. Makes it look serviceable.
What? This is going to be an equivalent. This could even be a better result than the stomp on Anubis.
Oh, well, well. We got a series after all.
Everything has gone 3D Max's way.
Yeah, and that's the exact conversation we had with Anubis in G2's favor.
Okay. Ooh, a little flirt of aggression here, Hunter. I mean, he made a step. Gravity. Up against that MP9, tussling with Hunter, a messy one. And now Nico there to bail out his cousin. Okay, this is a chance for G2 to take a less favorable round. They've already got themselves the 2 frags. Boosting over, trying to find that angle onto Malbs, playing this one safe. And the rotation's already here. So is the flashbang. They're all doing the dance, and it's his turn for damage. Malbs swings on out. Clean conversion, 3 flash assists for Hunter. A well-timed flash is everything on this CT side.
Oh, and they all got an AK. Stacks out there in time.
Okay, yeah, perfect. But if only you could get the AWP on Monacy, you'd have the Royal Flush.
This is what happened on Anubis, though. Like, felt that 3D Max won a round where they probably shouldn't have, and then G2 got things done. So we'll find out just how similar the scripts are. Oh, I wanted to get it done before things get out of control.
The players always type .p instead of, you know, like .pause, whatever, the alternatives. But I have yet to not think it's just they're doing like the tongue out emoji.
Oh, that's what you see every time, but with only one eye.
Well, yeah, he's winking.
Oh, he's winking.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
But it is going to be a moment to catch their breath, compose themselves, and probably just work out how you can get this finish done right here and right now. You've got everything you need, bar some nades on Maka. Sooner rather than later, or G2 find a crazy comeback of their own on Dust 2.
Taking a look at the spawns, Maka has the worst, right? So maybe they boost him suicide, but he'll be there late for information. And these are all the little details you got to keep in mind. So he will drop down, and he will get boosted, but having to deal with the short push, can't give them info on the mid-cross. Door smoke lands, then the flash, and the molly towards blue bin. So you can see how that's layered, right, from G2. It's not just stop them immediately to try and catch them in the open, and they will retain long control. Mid-doors. Gravity?
Brave.
But I love it because he's had a hard time at the RMRs. Right now, 14 kills, and he's making plays. I enjoy the fact that we're seeing him find himself.
Yeah, this has been his best map so far, and emboldened to go for that fight. Nico just quicker this time around on that new box angle. Jocko considering it. They're coming to test Hunter. Jocko, an easy pick in for Hunter. Trying to finish B. Maka opts for the rifle. Does he lose his life from that flashbang? Snags spotted out by Exercise, gets that info. That's valuable information for G2. Now they are trying to push for the punish. 19. Very little health for Snags to work with, but he still gets the job done, supported nicely by Hunter. Maka last heard double doors. A couple of kills to remove the AKs would be nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to get that. Yeah, they spammed him, and Nico will remove him.
Now the Royal Flush is on. G2, that is the comeback package if ever I saw it. 4 AKs, AWP. 3D Max economy broken.
I think that if you're G2, you're definitely still believing, and not even like a cliche perspective. You know that this is your better half. You know this is where your individuals get to come online. Obviously, you can't have a single footfall. When that's the tightrope that you have to walk, it's a long way down and it's a long way back. You're going to have to play a whole new map. Whereas, sure, to build all the way back into this, I'm sure Richard, Yanko, and Blair are already at the analyst desk just having to sit idly by. But it could be a storied comeback. Now, they get a freebie right now. But this is where the flair or the creative nature, or we could even call it randomness, it really depends on what side of the fence you're sitting, gets to come in for 3D Max. Because you have a few rounds where you get to throw anything their way, and you just have to stick the landing on one. So try something out of the box.
Yeah, well,
like this. Oh.
Not quite. But like the gravity walk mid, you know, that was kind of,
sure.
That's an equivalent.
Yeah, I don't hate it. How about a Glock round?
Oh, what is going on?
It's a 2v2.
And they're going for pace. Gap in that smoke. Jocko could be swung upon. No trade available. Wait, Maka gets it. 25 frags, 6 bullets, and he's up against Snags to save G2 from a third map. The slate being wiped clean. He's walked under his crosshair. Snags none the wiser. Now he gets a sound cue.
He has the jump on him.
Maka, complete and perfect timing here. You heard the dismount. Snags has opted for car. 30 seconds and bomb on his back. Snags. Another clutch demanded of him. And G2 could fumble on just a full Glock eco. Patience. Likely. Oh, he just looked away. Snags is there and Maka's done it! How on earth is that the round? Talking about the chances of a comeback, Maka, he converts an incredible Dust 2 performance. The best we've seen out of Gravity, 26 for Maka. And a clutch unlike anything Snags has seen.
Glocks.
Glocks. That's the kind of throw we like around here. So, Yanko, look, I have a question, mate.
What did you expect after the first map, Richard? After
well,
G2 dominantly won their opponent's map pick.
No, but like that isn't the question. The question isn't what happened, right? Because, yeah, it's a very G2 thing that happened. But the question is, why do they think they can play Dust 2?
I mean, they had a lot of success on Dust 2 in the last couple of months.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't lost too many Dust 2s. They beat a lot of the world's best teams on it. Navi a couple of times, FaZe, Spirit, Vitality. These are the teams that G2 has taken down. Some of this is semi-final, grand final of a big tournament, right? Being able to do it on T side, on CT side, just the track record has been pretty good.
But what about today?
well, I mean, look, jokes memes aside, right? I think 3D Max played a very in-your-face, screw it, we got nothing to lose brand of Counter-Strike. It had to be so frustrating to CT side. You could see it on the player cam as well. You could see Nico and Hunter going like, what are the 3 tunnels? It's a buy round, what are the 3 tunnels? And of course, gonna take it away from Mac. Chad mentioned it as well. You know, it feels like he had kind of relinquished the reins of being a star of this team and being lucky, you're doing it all, I just have to call and just be, just the off presence in the server. But on this map, he absolutely tore one through G2.
Talk about the off presence on the server. Look at that.
Yeah, the disparity.
Honestly, 5 kills compared to the 26 of Maka, and unfortunately, I mean, that's also one of the big reasons why G2 has not been able to put up a better show on Dust 2 today. It's just not even if you take the AWP out of the game, just m0NESY not having more frags.
Yeah, it's also like, if you're talking about the AWP as well, just the fact that it was so back and forth, and then you could see once 3D Max started to tighten the screws, they never really had much of a buy going. So many times we had like Nico the Deagle, we had Galil's coming out of place, so not really having his weapon of choice. But even despite that, man, like 3D Max, you're looking at it, it feels like it is chaotic, and it was chaotic, but it was controlled chaos. They're working together in tandem, just hit and run tactics, and G2, it's just no answer.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's crazy to think, because I thought 3D Max, you could see that there was a few rounds that were kind of in the balance. It's back and forth, and eventually, when you have a lot of those in a matchup, the class, the form, the firepower, the ability, whatever you want to call it, it's going to win more often than not over time. 3D Max, though, were just constantly adapting and changing, and G2 were just getting more and more frustrated, couldn't get a footing in the game. And yeah, I mean, you've just got to give it to them. They were really up against it. I agree. G2 obviously do have some big scalps on Dust 2, but they were just ready for it. And I have to wonder if they did prepare based on, the previous day's game.
And the problem a couple of times when they did lose, like, it could look pretty bad sometimes on the T side. But I think we have a great example of what you just talked about towards the tail end of that first half round. That puts G2 in a position to really break 3D Max. It could be 7-5 for G2. But here Nico played around this smoke and just like couldn't find the kill. Here you see Hunter tucked into the corner. Maka forward with the op. He's gonna kill m0NESY. Hunter can't get the trade. He escapes with his life. Like this is a 5v3 for 3D Max that realistically could have easily been a 5v3 for G2. Also, the first kill on Nico, that's 3D Max opening 4A, right? So if he kills Gravity, cuts off rotation, they do a B split. I mean, Maka can't hold that bomb site on his own, and that would have been the money tapped out for 3D Max, half to eco, 6-5 for G2. Like that's how it snowballs. Problem for G2 was they could never sort of completely break the economy for 3D Max, and the rounds that they were winning came down to only 1-2 players left alive for them. So it's tough to combat aggression from the CTs when you don't have a full utility set, and 3D Max was aware of that. That's why they were so aggressive and did a great job of punishing G2.
Yeah, and you've got a round as well that stood out for you.
Yeah, right? Just a couple of rounds after this, right? So they break the money of G2 that round, and then the final round of that first half, it's again going to be just aggression, right? We should be just playing it out here. Just look at the time. You're going to say this early duel being taken by m0NESY, and then of course 3D Max just in your face counter-strike. It's going to be the first kill being taken towards long, and look at Nico. He was able to get the first kill here, and then just continuing to push at this point you kind of give up, right? As CT, you're like, all right, we got his initial duels going our way. They continue to poke and prod, and that's like 1 minute and 25 seconds, and you've lost like half the players on the server. A nice try from Snaxer, a little lucky to get that 1v1 in the end, but not quite able to clutch it out.
I think seeing Hunter do the sign of the cross after dying there kind of tells you the mental state in which G2 was. Like, it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, doesn't really matter when you're down 4-8, does it?
I mean,
it's working.
I mean, if you look at the logo of 3D Max, it is the devil, so,
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's no exercising these demons in G2, I'll tell you that for nothing. So we got to Ancient.
Yeah.
I'll come to you for this one, Yanko, because you know what to expect by expecting the unexpected. So I've seen G2 on this map a few times, and obviously quite famously in Copenhagen, this was the map where things kind of went wrong and prevented them from going to a final. How have they adapted and changed since the previous major?
Well, now you're looking, they actually improved on their Ancient, and towards the start with this lineup, it was one of their better maps. The addition of Malves changed everything.
Sure.
Like, this dude's a menace on the T side. He took Hunter's roles, so he's the one playing around mid, trying to find the openings, getting out mid, late, and all of that stuff, and doing a tremendous job at that. So he's the player to watch. But in general, you're expecting a close third map, right? You had like two exchanging map picks and whatnot. This is where we'll finally get a close game. So No, obviously. Another stop probably in the cards. I think G2 probably the conversation has to be outside. Listen, they did like some out-of-the-box stuff, like just threw bodies at us on Dust 2 to throw us off. Let's just be a little bit more ready for that at the back of our heads. Let's make sure the guys who are not in the action take the space that's being left for them. Let's make sure we react to what they're doing and not just sort of let them dictate the pace of the game the entire time.
What worries me a little bit is the fact that the last time I saw that's how I'm feeling. What worries me right now for G2 is the fact the last time they played it was a 0-13 loss to Liquid, which a series they won, a series they did win, of course, as a caveat there. So that is worrying.
I didn't think of
13-0. So Rich, if you're asking me, you had to go all the way back to Copenhagen. After Copenhagen, they're better. Well, but they got 13-0, right?
Yeah. I'm building it up.
I still feel that G2 are going to take care of business here on Ancient, because the thing is, 3D Max, as we looked at the numbers, they played it a lot, but boy, have they failed at it a lot as well.
We watched them at the Thunder Pick
against
right?
OG,
and it was really poor, even on Ancient. Like they just disjointed, right? Like not really on the same page. Individuals feeling out of sorts. So yeah, I mean, it would be a massive upset if somehow they've managed to turn it around so quickly that they're able to take G2 down here.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We're going to go to a break. The decider will be Ancient. It's appropriate because it's ancient history since 3D Max were competing at the highest level, and G2 are looking to break an ancient curse of underachievement that's plagued them for as long as I've been around. Anyway, we're going to go to the break and have the decider very soon. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
On one side of the server, we have 4 players looking to make their first major. And up against them, a championship caliber squad destined to go for a last dance at the major before the departure of NiKo. One of them is going to make that dream a reality right here and now on Ancient. Both teams have looked very well prepared for their opponent's map pick. Chad, what does that mean for our decider?
Hopefully sets the scene for a chaotic close. I want Ancient to be closer than the last 2 maps. I want to see these teams really locking horns, and I think Ancient is the perfect ground to do that. We know it's going to get brawly towards mid and B lane. That's a classic staple of this map, and with the aggression that we've seen from 3D Max, especially on Dust 2, that's more than likely. You get the Veto up on screen, and here it is, 13-5, Anubis going the way of G2, 13-6, a crazy Glock round to end it, and Ancient, here we are. Teams are locked and loaded. We will have 3D Max on the attack. We will have G2 on the defense, but last time we saw G2 take to Ancient, they lost 13-0 to Liquid.
13-0 to Liquid?
13-0. Now, 3D Max are no Liquid.
Okay.
But
That's
they are
true.
3D Max.
They are 3D Max, though. And I can't help but wonder, can you play Ancient, even remotely similar style to that of Dust 2, which was just up in your face disrespect with a capital D?
Now, look, it's definitely possible with mid and B lane, but I would say that the port that you wouldn't expect it through was going to be like A main pushes,
True,
right?
true.
So if you want to think about mid and its functionality, maybe we'll see A main as a bit of a port of call.
Yeah, well, we're going to be seeing G2 start on the defense of Ancient. 3D Max take to the attack. And we'll see how this one fares. Hunter audible as he heads towards the donut position. Starting 4 towards the B site and no early commitment. Look at this kind of split and pick. Searching is Maka. NiKo in this little off angle, hoping to be overlooked, and he does profit. Lovely positioning and a lovely headshot to start off G2's campaign for a pistol win.
Important to put him down early. He was on an absolute tear on Dust 2, the hero for the French. As Hunter takes next contact. He will need to call over the cavalry, but how many? That's the question. Pivoting into A now, he's spotted mid and A main gooshed, and under pressure is Hunter.
Yeah, it's going to lead a bit of a rotation. Gravity lingers in red to catch their rotation as Exercise brings him down. Look at the bomb, though, as Gravity is going to be waiting for that rotation. NiKo and Snacks already CT. Malb's cautious of Gravity potentially holding this rotation. Jocko's bringing the bomb now.
Ooh, long rotation point.
50 seconds to do this.
Well, they're frozen in place. Statues, 3D Max, while they wait for this. Feels like they will get the bomb down.
Good patience from Gravity, not overplaying his hand. He is the late piece, and that bomb will go down now. That will get m0NESY moving. Smoking a kit on NiKo. Nalb's audible as he leaves. m0NESY's going to be making sound as well if Gravity waits a little longer. He'll be behind the whole squad. Oh, this patience from Gravity could very well be round defining. Exercise needs one at least. Dual Berettas from Mouse. Oh, plucked from the skies, but traded. There's m0NESY. NiKo should hit this one, but Lucky, good work on the Glock. Gravity late arrival. Snacks, no hope here. Too many bodies. Another big pistol out of Lucky.
Well, on Anubis T-side pistol, he had 4 kills. I think he had
3
or 4 on the Dust 2 CT side pistol, and now 3 more to kick off the third and deciding map.
It ain't luck. You can't keep calling it luck at this point. This dude has got the skills to pay the bills and to start with the right foot forward up on this third and deciding map.
Well, this is where 3D Max's playstyle might get them into a bit of, well, a spot of bother. We want to keep it British.
Oh, wow, that's some crazy pushes.
Yeah.
Hunter gets lucky, but the flames will catch him from the grave. m0NESY loses his AK just like that. That was the hero rifle gone. So a spot of aggression. Now a spot of Jocko. Snacks gets info.
Had his hands on it for a moment, didn't he? But that's what I was talking about. If you are going to play this high intensity against a force buy, it can be a little bit coin tossy. So they're fortunate that they've come out on top of those duels.
Good smoke. Good smoke from Snacks. It will slow their search and confirmation of presence. Hang on, Maka's even knocking on Nico's door. Malbs cheats over and Nico hits a banger.
Clean up crew.
Okay, taking shape. Exercise and Jocko. Can molly out. Oh, you've fumbled the molly. You've mollied yourself. You've pushed through it and isolated yourself. Now Jocko isolated. Oh, perfect for Nico to profit. Second round conversions, eluding 3D Max at times. And this one seems like they've tripped over their own shoelaces. Can Exercise tie things up a little bit now? He knows there's two dancing with him on the site. Smoke to facilitate, but Nico destroys. The Desert Eagle Blaze fills the feed and breaks the backs of 3D Max.
Okay. This is the exact type of Counter-Strike they were hoping for. Let's see. 3D Max, your turn to force and lock horns again.
Oh.
Bomb doesn't go down, so it is going to be a tough one to piece together. But they look like they're facilitating with a bit of U2. Exercise quite heavy in that level of investment. He just has a Glock to go along with his nades. He's thrown out the red smoke, has flashes. They're just going to force this you straight through middle, Alex.
Okay, Monacy and Hunter, you had a bit of a mess last time. Will it be cleaner here? Extinguish.
Here comes the second flash.
Second flash. Hunter's anti. Monacy clears. Lucky hits a long-range one. Oh, hang on. Hunter's dead after one. So if Malbs falls, A is open. Oh, no way he gets them all. Full control, my friends. 4 on the Galil. Quad kill spray. Doesn't let go of the trigger.
And that feels a bit tough for 3D Max. They know that Malbs is the A anchor. They get both mid kills and they just hold W. They run into their demise and this is it. See them all just lining up. This is where you'd hope they could take a breath, but Momentum trying to use that as their biggest weapon.
Monacy's had a rough start.
Exactly, and I was just going to have a question regarding his last map's disappearance and Maka's revolution. Well, Monacy, you have been able to be bailed out.
Yeah, first Nico, now Malbs. So they're both putting in a good shift.
They did miss the elbow molly, but it's not the end of the world because it is the fullest of ecos. Maka just with a deagle, so not the fullest of ecos. We'll recommend everybody goes and whack the match between Bait and Astralis on your secondary monitor as well. Won't spoil the result for you over there. It's still ongoing. It is on map number 2. And Astralis, they're in a 0-2 bucket right now. Elimination on the line. Malbs, are you going to eco bash some more? Well, a warning shot fired and 3D Max will silently ping pong elsewhere. Give Monacy a couple. Let him start building a bit of confidence. 3. There you go.
That Desert Eagle from Maka has resulted in him having to make a choice. Does he want to have some nades? Yes, he does. Just the Galil. We'll see if that comes back to haunt him. Nico and actually Malbs are still working with their recovered scavenged Galils of their own. It's a relatively even playing field for the majority. Up 3D Max. Oh, okay, Hunter boosted and actually braves the flame. So 50 HP as he emerges through this. Where was the flashbang? Jocko had full vision of that push through the smoke. An opening kill for 3D Max. Now a little boost erected to try and confirm that Jag is under their control. They've got the nice little flow state in action here and ahead of the incendiary. That's okay. Wow, this is some pacey counter-strike. Nico peeks in, challenges out by gravity. Can he convert? A tough head-to-head, but he connects, and the wallbang does too. Snacks collapses. G2's round disintegrates.
I love how premeditated a lot of that was. Mantling that boost up immediately after they get the kill on a Hunter, clearing out Cave, and then it was just pacey, as you mentioned. Lucky. If you clear your corners, you might get Monacy for free. Quick changing. Okay. An AK grab for a moment's time. There is going to be money for the buy into the next, regardless of these two holding onto their weapons or not. But it's more about the future rounds. 3D Max will make it a one-round game. The nice explosive approach. And this is where it can get a bit dicey for G2. If you are going to go for the full mid and lane press and play right into the hands of 3D Max, they get to thrive in the chaos through the smokes. And there's definitely ways that you can make those situations a little bit easier for yourself. You highlighted where's the flash. Well, it's tough to really look at everything that's going on in that moment. But that's where you can see if they dodge a flash, maybe next round they don't. Like it's quite truly the tiniest of margins that can be the difference makers.
There is no team that I've seen that pulls it off as consistently as Na'Vi. Their procedures on their aggresses with those flashbangs, Alexi B's got some mad ones. Their synergy, their unity in that aggress, it's hard to beat. Already a guarantee, we'll be seeing them at the Major.
Yeah, top 16 locked in elimination stage.
Well, top 16 available for G2 to put their hat in that ring of the biggest names, the giants of our scene. But 3D Max are giving them a good run for their money. Jocko not this time, unable to put a bullet onto Malbs. Lucky just contacts out. Malbs playing a jiggle defense. Now spotted. Relays that information. m0NESY readies his aim on red.
NiKo's starting to pivot back. Maybe he works in tandem with m0NESY to clear out red. And then Malbs can come through Donut and they can sweep middle.
That's exactly what they're doing. Oh, a sound cue given away. That's
he wants to molly. Oh, he thought he wanted to molly.
Yeah, as he's fumbling with his util. He gets them both. How's he done that? And then a double from Exercise as they leave Donut. Not expecting still there to be presence in the elbow. Snax thrust into an unwinnable 1 versus 4. Caught on his quick switch, brought low through the wallbang of gravity.
Oh,
just shy.
Yeah, he just gets to live for a moment longer, doesn't he? So he should be walking to his demise, but it looked like m0NESY wanted to get the incendiary on red, which I understand the reason for that clear. Those angles are tough.
Yeah, but the timing Lucky finds there, as m0NESY fumbles with his nades, admittedly, it leads to an incredible sequence. Lucky getting m0NESY and NiKo down individually, brilliant.
And Exercise also gets 2 kills with back's turn, because this is a very common maneuver that you're about to see. The CTs with multiple bodies through red, and the same for Donut. Look at these. They're not even looking. They're literally not even looking. They're so focused on the red kill. Exercise is sitting there thinking, boys, they're the easiest kills of my life. Oh, we haven't had any live French translation.
No, but if anyone's listening can give us some additional insights, that would be lovely.
Well. G2. Looking as their buy comes together, you can see the M4s slowly being donned. Snax can do the same, and will. The round opened so nicely with that initial exchange, but unable to hold on to it. Exercise with the red smoke. Cave smoke as well. So just classic openers from 3D Max. Nothing crazy.
Will Hunter have more success the second time? Oh.
Nope.
No. A resounding no. Jocko plugs him before he can even turn his tail and start to focus on lane. Regrouping towards Snax and NiKo's bomb site. Exercise the late piece elbow. Keeps their flanks safe. m0NESY and Malbs starting to cheat over, and it may be too late. Oh, it's definitely too late. Catching Snax out. Now m0NESY tries to kick up a fuss, but next victim for Jocko. Massive round out of the Frenchman. Gets himself the triple, doesn't even need his nades where he's going. Goes hunting for Malbs very early into the piece, and oops. Missed comm on the team flash there. But he is going to clear this corner. Reaction speed test for Malbs. Elbow spotted, and 1. And a second, making it a bit more costly than they would have liked.
Yeah, that's called Maka back to deal with the bomb, just in case, the worst case. And he's looking for the save. Needs to try and burrow his way out of this, and he'll get a third. So Malbs padding those stats.
Yeah, nice. As far as keeping himself going. Mismanaged hunt. Leads to some additional economic stress, and Gravity might be this next victim. He's played this so well. 4 kills. Make sure they know just how happy he is to be leaving with an AK-47.
Well, this is a map that Malbs really likes, right? Especially, I would say more so on the T side. He gets to take a few more fights. He has to be the A anchor on the CT side, so he has to. He's slowly become more and more comfortable with those type of positions.
Because also, isn't that a position which you doesn't always have to be, you know, deady to the A main
Of course, yes. So like when m0NESY gets an AWP, for example, m0NESY may AWP from Temple or CT spawn, and Malbs gets to go for the mid control alongside a Hunter.
Get some freedoms eventually.
Well, that's a misread smoke, but it looks like they're just gearing up to go towards B. But this is really positive signs for 3D Max. We are getting more of the tussle, but they get to extend their lead with what should be a pretty straightforward round.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, Snaxer is ahead of the smoke. Oh, and easy clear for Jocko. He's just using that MAC-10 to great efficiency for the first, and make it a multi. Sprays down 2 more, Hunter and m0NESY on rotation, and Malbs late to the party with that saved AK, and they know an AK was saved. Maka attending to the potential on ramp. Slips under the crosshair of Malbs. And nails it.
I'm a little bit worried about the lack of m0NESY AWP so far, and not because of the reason of I think it's hugely integral, but maybe he's feeling a lack of confidence. So if he doesn't pull out the AWP, which he hasn't, he only had 4750, so it would have just been glass cannon, he's just going to be continuing to operate with these rifles. And look, he is very good on the rifle too, right? m0NESY is an all-rounder, and that's traditionally the case with these superstars, your Simples, your Zywus, m0NESY in that conversation. They can do it all. Miss Molly.
Snax peeks through, jump spot, dips away. Nico and Snax are trying to bring some aggression here, but they get flashed off. Undeterred, they continue their advance. Jocko unprepared for this. What's the response? Lucky does manage to get his crosshair in the right spot, as does Gravity. Another chance as well. Spots out m0NESY. Hunter's there as well on B, ready to react. Malbs versus Exercise. Good awareness, catches the smoke walk. He pulls them back into a 3v3, and Noise will be cut silent for a moment. Say that as Maka actually unloads his mag into the wallbang. But I suppose that Malbs kill makes them feel like they have to go B.
Yeah, it's a few more risks, right? He could be tucked into that cubby, he could have pivoted back towards Donut or Red. And I think hitting the brakes with so much time on the clock means the CTs might want to linger forward for more information, but right now it's going to be the gamble. Malbs has rotated over. How good is Lucky on the clear? And, well, m0NESY could also chip in quite quickly. So they've just completely hit the brakes.
Is m0NESY going to get curious? 10 more seconds, you start getting a little anxious. Malbs leaves mid, starts worrying about A. Lucky low HP. Advantage m0NESY on this fight. Oh, not anymore. Lucky nails his shot. Hunter hoping to be overlooked here. Lucky does go down. It's a trade from Gravity. And again, making a strong case for a 6th here, 3D Max. Malbs in the right spot. Can he have some impact? Smoke, good diligence there. Gravity audible on the exit of Cave. Maka as well, trying to catch the timing. It's Gravity, a huge round from Gravity. That trade, round defining.
Yeah, and that right there, you know, G2, they gambled correctly. They had the bodies in the right place to deal with it. Towers open, Snax got the opening exchange, but Nico couldn't find one. There was more flashes, so the support network for 3D Max was ready for that type of maneuver, even though the first individual was found with his back turned. You can see how easy that last one is for Gravity. Malbs having to take a Hail Mary. And they are in control of this first half. Look at the type of buy that G2 have to bring forward. m0NESY's also taken essentially the full eco.
And this is with losing the second round off the pistol. G2, after that little burst of 3 rounds, after Nico's Deeg filled the feed, it's been one-way traffic.
This is getting a little bit worrisome now for G2. Can they get another miracle moment? Nico and Malbs with the Deagles again. Smokes to assist, and this time A is the affections of 3D Max. They're coming out with intent.
MAC-10, unable to get it working for him. Now Hunter and Malbs making it work. It's the pistols, they're Bane. They can't get past them. It just falls apart, falls flat. G2. Oh, they're isolating, double peeking Gravity here. Oh, and another headshot for Malbs. A monstrous 3K with the pistol.
And it puts Lucky into a 1 versus 5. He'll give it everything it's worth. Spotted out by m0NESY, playing this one safe, playing this one by the book. Even Nico arriving towards a main to ensure he's fully boxed in. Look at that mini-map. Look at that mini-map. There's no way out other than his crosshair on heads. Finds the first onto Nico. Deploys his Molotov. And loses his head. G2, you wanted a miracle, Chad. Well, Malb's the magician, the messiah, with a miracle to pull home a 4th.
Yeah, I can't quite believe it, right? They had the util there. Maka plays ahead of it, and they just get sat on their ass. Actually, there was no donut smoke, right?
No. Well, I guess the plan was you just get your Mac 10 drive by and clear it, but first bullets, headshots all across the board.
I don't know, I think, huh?
Wow, okay. Well, that's the lifeline for G2.
What a lifeline.
And look, in the big picture, it doesn't matter, but those 2 rounds for 3D Max, if they end up losing this series, if they end up not making the major, they're going to haunt this roster.
They're going to haunt all of French Counter-Strike.
Well, the core has been close, right? Lucky, Exercise, Jocko, they've had plenty of chances in the last couple of years. They just haven't been able to get across the line.
Yeah, you start feeling cursed if it keeps happening.
And they're no spring chickens. A couple of them 27, 26. They're not old by any means, but definitely not fresh on our screens.
Look at Malbs now. He's been emboldened to go for a more aggressive A-main push. Hang on. Gravity does clear out m0NESY. Bots of bodies. Nico hits another. Jocko, that's a dangerous game he's playing with low HP. Spamming smokes. Nico walks up, walks through. Exercise not ready. Nico steps up to the plate, delivers for G2. As 3D Max's numbers dwindle, Jocko doesn't have the health. And Snacks taps it away to make it 5. Yeah, you're right. The 3D Max core, close but no cigar, becoming a recurring theme for them. And after they picked up such a incredible response to the thrashing they received on their map pick, you thought perhaps the curse was being lifted before our very eyes.
Well, Malbs is putting in a shift. He wants that first major for him. 14 kills. Yeah.
Still baffles me, but I mean, he is such a quick... Oh, sorry, he's risen so quickly.
I think that speaks to the pedigree of the Counter-Strike that he delivers.
Yes. Oh, spots out. Maka, ready for the re-swing. Actually wins the head-to-head with Malbs, and Nico's just exhausted all of his bullets. Oh, and now he's volleyed himself, so fumbled the bag there. Into a... Not going to be running in willy-nilly, making sure they find a clean finish here for their 7th to take the edge on this attacking half.
Still a very good half.
It's still going to be, yeah, not to be sniffed at, but just the knowledge of what could have been. 2 faults against pistols.
Yeah, and hopefully they can hold on to this one. m0NESY, he's yet to really make a splash in these last 2 maps. 2v4 that they have to go for. This would be the time, young... Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, hang on. Exercise is just out of his vision and waits for Snacks to get... Ooh, cooking and cookie shell. Revealed by Gravity's death. Maka low HP as well. Snacks, good chance in this head-to-head, but the pre-fire, good work on the shadow advantage. m0NESY, 1 versus 3. Time really against him at this point. The smoke on the bomb is his last hope. Hopes he can try and draw fire. Oh, and Maka denies it. A quad kill to secure the 7th. A highly competitive half here. 3D Max with an edge as we swap sides.
Yeah, and it's really, without those 2 Deagle rounds from Nico and Malbs in combination, this half is rough, very rough indeed. And this is the CT side. We discussed the last time we saw them on this map was against Liquid at the World Finals. They lost 13-0, but then they bounced back and won the series and won the whole goddamn event. But it's just Ancient is something which we haven't seen a lot of playtime. And maybe understandably so. Now, can Malbs keep up this top-flying performance? He will be tasked with taking a lot of this mid-space on the T side. But this is where just a couple of those bogey, random, aggressive CT rounds in your face can completely ruin this half of Counter-Strike and snatch that top 16 spot for 3D Max. They've been on the grind, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, do we get a CT side like Anubis or a CT side like Dust2?
And that's the thing. It wasn't like they didn't have aggression on Anubis. It just didn't work.
They were ready for everything.
Yeah, the B main pushes, they snuffed it out, tried to push Canal, on the fader. Smokes dealt with handedly.
It's weird, but when 3D Max are playing CT like that, it almost feels like for G2, their T side, they have to have like CT protocols, re-clearing, flashing for each other, and hang on. We've got a quick pistol taking shape here. Contact. Walking towards the cave position. Hunter to meet them, elbow smoked. And Jocko with the dual Berettas. Tested and gets nothing. m0NESY, a big find. Gets himself his pistol of preference. Now Gravity feels a lot of pressure coming his way. Concedes cave. Being spotted by Lucky. Does have a flash if they wanted to aggress, but the fight's coming to them. Short smoked. Snacks spotted out. Lucky needs help. Cavalry not on its way. They're very static here. Nice deep Molotov forced back and now into the site with 5. Oh, and Gravity punished for just a couple of cursory bullets through the smoke. G2, strong case for a clean pistol.
Oh, Macca's backing off already. Are they just looking to keep the Kevlar? Lucky can investigate. He was the one to buy, so for him, no Kevlar to keep. And he's been great on these pistol rounds. Let's see if he can pull off something magical. It would have to be absolutely insane. He's noted now. They've triangulated his position. It's literally just him here. And if he can make sure that they don't walk away with everybody getting cheap upgrades into head armor.
Oh, God.
He's crisp, isn't he?
He is crispy. Yeah, 2 extra. On the way out. It was weird, though. It felt like 3D Max were not buying it. You know, like I saw Exercise and Maka, and they were so static. It's almost like they were expecting a pivot. It wasn't like they were convinced that it was going to be that B finish, so perhaps a misread. What is that?
He's had some blinders on these pistol rounds, hasn't he? Now, I know they were just to hold on to something, but he will be able to get an MP9 and head armor for his troubles. Exercise into a FAMAS with the Kev. So the force buy for 3D Max.
Do they have any more bright ideas? Their CT sides has been inspiring, I'm sure, to many. A deviation from the norm in their approach. Snacks, dangerous game in that elbow smoke.
But knowing that they're so close middle kind of feels that you should be able to get into A. I just think the timing for G2 is really slow.
Does Maka have a way to block? He does have his smoke.
If it goes down now, these rifles won't run through, or they shouldn't.
Oh, they're ahead of it. They're ahead of it. Isolated. CT's hit a good flash. Lucky hits a good headshot with that MP9. And now Exercise is causing a problem as well. FAMAS does damage. G2 fighting back in. It's Nico with a lovely triple. m0NESY's ready for the smoke walk. m0NESY holding for him, blocking right in front of him. m0NESY pulls the trigger. So close. Fine margins. It took him a business day to find and pull the trigger onto Jocko, but we get it done. How does Nico find 3 there? Bails his team out of losing that one. The second round conversion was 2 frags away from 3D Max. And it's Nico and m0NESY that secure it.
Oh, that almost got out of control. Look at this.
Hello.
What? I wonder what it looks like from his POV.
Yeah, right. Smoke on screen. Jocko didn't clock it either. Okay, well, that's another one going G2's way. 3D Max, a threatening second round attempt. Ties us up even, and G2 set to take the lead on this one.
Well, m0NESY finding some impact in this second half, and it's not too late, that's for sure. So pissed around with a couple of kills there. When the chips were down, steps up as well. Right now, they just need to make sure that 3D Max don't get out undetected. Nico down towards doors. They could peer out heaven behind multiple bodies because it's currently not being covered. There he is again. m0NESY with a double. Maka gets 1 short, but that's all that'll be. Nico to finish things off. Lucky. He's pistols. Insta-dink.
It's terrifying.
He's grabbed himself an AK.
Hunter thinks twice about the fight there.
Yeah.
As I would too.
Let's not give them anything more, shall we? I know he can only carry 1 AK into the next round. Wait until the update next year, guys. You can put a weapon in the backpack.
Added backpack to your inventory.
That'll be the next Valorant update, you wait.
Backpacks.
Regen shields legitimately in the game now. Regen shield. Anyway. This one's going to get tense, isn't it? G2, they do take the lead. And they take the lead for Only the second time.
Oh, look how hard Lucky's fighting for this. I mean, look at the kill discrepancy between him and the next highest. No one else in double digits. He's closing in on 20. And there's been one hell of a hiatus for Lucky. 2019 Star Ladder Berlin Major. It's the last time he found himself in the major circuit.
Well, Body's back.
Body's back.
Pulled it off with Fnatic. Could it be Lucky's turn? Now, in case you're not too sure how this works, you lose this one. Well, you're not out. You get plenty more best of 3 opportunities. 2 more. Maybe you need a third. After that, there could be 4. We all know how it went for Gamer Legion, but that was the reverse sweep from the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, this would be the... Oops, Max, he's fumbled the donut smoke. Maybe he saved it. Lucky's here with that AK-47 and flashes barrage towards him. What's he got? What's he got? He's got bodies on his screen, but an immediate trade. Mouth turns, flicks around. Good clear. Lovely break of the smoke, and now they're stubborn. They want to swing through this. Snacks in transition. Exercise just the one. Good cover. And now Gravity thrust into a 1 versus 2. He knows where they both were. They have no idea. Does m0NESY clear this? Does he overcook it? Does he overstep? Patience, and he is rewarded now. It's up to Nico in the 1v1. Gravity, the young gun, up against the seasoned vet. 8 bullets is all he has, and now knows where Nico is. A smoke to sow some seeds of doubt. Which angle does he approach from? Nico throws the HE, wise to the tricks. Gravity dips away, now using that smoke to try and advance, but Nico uses that as an opportunity. Sound effect gives him info. Nico calls the bluff, he just knifes out Temple. Gravity's gonna force to touch it again, picks up the kit and fakes it out again. Nico's not gonna panic. Nico doesn't panic. Nico swings through. Oh, Gravity, he gets the crosshair, but Nico saves them. So much impact from Nico in this one. This half already, I mean, no, across the map, Nico's been doing the dirty. Lovely work on his Deagle that started to disrupt. Then we've come into the second half. Nico winning that incredible round on A. 3 kills against that second round force buy. And here again, in the absence of m0NESY, Nico comes up clutch and doesn't budge. There were so many ways that could have gone wrong. Called the bluff on the defuse twice. Walks in on the second, and yeah, we are going to see attack pause here from 3D Max. They can feel they're losing their grip.
Yeah, and only their first so far. So, look, at this point of the game, Lucky has himself 7.1k, and that's facilitated because he saved that AK. We got 4k on Exercise, 4k on Maka, so that's 3 M4s right there. Lucky, did he even drop one? I think he may have. So it will be the buy. Gravity operating with the MP9.
What a potent rifling pair, Malbs and Nico.
I am glad that they're getting pushed, though, that we are getting to see this level of the 3D Max, right? Them beating EF yesterday in the best of 1, that went overtime.
Yeah.
It's good that, you know, both teams are having to work for this. No one should get to the major easily. Harassment nades out middle. Maka and Jocko feeling the brunt of those, and Maka cautious now. Malbs is a demon around this mid position.
Ooh, Nico swallows a nade and returns the favor towards Lucky longside. So they've actually given up Cave completely here. It's Lucky and Gravity actually playing towards this ramp smoke. Risky business. On the boost. What on earth? Lucky hits it.
It felt like they were peppering for exactly that.
They knew what was up. They knew what to expect, and still Lucky hits it. Nice angle from Maka for this exact kind of fight.
But Snacks shouldn't go past this point until he has mid assistance.
It's coming. Confirms it. Now Malbs will advance, but that might bait them in. They might overlook Jocko, which they do. Oh, messy spray. Still clears it. That's awkward. They've lost Malbs as well. Both Malbs and m0NESY gone empty-handed. And they retool into a double cave setup. They're so advanced on the CT side.
But look how far Nico's pushed.
Yeah, I mean, there is grounds for a full 2v5 here between Hunter and Nico. Cousins in arms.
3 going to come up B ramp behind.
Yeah, Nico can't watch Speedway and ramp simultaneously. Hunter worried about this advance. Now he starts to punch in the code. Nico trying to cover from every angle. Maka's even got the wall bang! And Nico still hitting shots. Still a threat. His aim, unlike anything else. Oh, this could be sensational. Denied. And the last hurdle. He is a threat. He is terrifying in the form he's found. 19 frags, that was nearly unbelievable. Nearly heartbreaking for 3D Max, but Exercise holds his nerve and gets a very important kill. Yeah, the unicorn of Counter-Strike is Nico.
That one got sweaty as all hell, didn't it?
What is this?
Yeah, he was prepared for the third, just couldn't get away from Exercise, and a great attempt. Celebrations on one side, focus on the other.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of a pang of fear after Nico gets the first three. Lovely wallbang from Maka as a little sidebar.
This puts Hunter on notice, and they step up the ramp. Well, second tactical timeout. This one called from the Frenchman, 3D Max. And you can understand why. They only had one player survive. So you would want to discuss exactly what the finance is going to look like, and then what does that look like in terms of where are we going to block? Are we going to target an area early? What are we expecting from them? Give yourself that breathing room, because that was a round that you could have had 3 or 4 players stay alive. You only had one. So you won the round still. You've kept it as just a one-round game, but it's still very tough. I mean, you can see the finances for both of these teams. They haven't broken out of control. Yeah. The loss bonus is actually in favor of the Frenchmen. 2,900 if they lose a round. Only 1,900 for G2.
And look at the buy. It's a diverse cast of weaponry. Door smoke disrespect straight through. Nico. Monacy boosted up. Might start an early crawl. Lucky and Maka to be tested at Gravity. Gravity pushes out of the cave. Lucky charging down the ramp. Hyper aggression. Monacy having a moment. As does Maka, leaping into action with a double of his own. Ooh, chaos. The 3D Max G2 brand of chaos. Inject it into my veins. Gravity pushing smokes, firing shots, pulling attention. Maka leaping into action with an MP9, and now a slow, methodical 2v2. Nice from Malbs. Jocko in the 1v1, and Snax holds on. Nails it on the AWP. Puts Monacy's AWP to good use. And Monacy gets a shout out as well. I think he get a quick no-scope in the action there.
Yeah, and he jumped up to see if any more were pushing. He got greeted with an MP9 in the face. That is the type of rounds that we're looking for down the home stretch.
This is so much fun. Charging down into one. Monacy doesn't react. Bang. Maka responds. Gets 2 for his trouble. Snax has had a huge round there. He doesn't kill Maka. The round is done. He doesn't kill Jocko. The round is done. High impact round from Snax.
Straight back underway, 3 starting mid, 2B, 3D Max 4 going the A side completely, and we're on for the same type of brawl. This time, not down B lane, but maybe through middle. It's a bit too quiet for 3D Max. They've had to send bodies back towards the A side to deal with the potential leak. Jocko dropping back from middle as well. Gravity in cave. We'll get an SMG bout with Snax if they both continue forward.
Contingency on A established with the boost.
Oh, but look how light the util is for 3D Max to defend their honor with 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. It's literally just an incendiary. A miss smoke, sure, it's not going to mean a whole lot because the XQ getting lined up now. Smokes are in the air, flashes and mollies to follow.
They're going to be in so much trouble. Maybe this boost on the box can give
they
them an
missed it
off
twice. Okay, yeah, it does matter.
It does. Nico still finds Jocko. Exposed on that boosted box. Good clear. Lucky being stared at, picks his moment, picks his poison, only the one. Malbs, what is that? This is his favorite half of Counter-Strike. Loves the T side of Ancient. And an immediate second.
You have to save now.
Just a knee-jerk flick on the transfer.
Well, this was 3D Max with the half lead. Doesn't feel like that anymore. 11-8, 3-round game. Loss bonus short. Guns can be dropped.
Is that 2 missed long smokes from G2?
Yeah, so I guess same player threw it with the same lineup.
Yeah.
It didn't look like it was going to cause an issue when J-Raz highlighted it initially, but the fact that they missed it the second time round, yeah, maybe some problems.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I mean, massive, massive from Malbs. Just keeps Gravity humble in that one. Lucky gets the first. You can see how that would cause a distraction for Gravity to profit, but Malbs just happens to get both.
It's been a pretty prosperous 6 months since the addition of Malbs and Snax for this G2 roster.
He is such a valuable asset.
Right, they've second place EWC, third, fourth EPL, first place Fall Finals, first place World Finals. It's not shabby whatsoever. Nothing to be sniffed at.
I mean, yeah, certainly a contender for the trophy into the major. That's, of course, assuming they pick it up in qualification, at least. And 3D Max are making them work for it. No doubt about that. CT timeout. So this is just 3D Max trying to compose themselves. It has started to run away from them. Just one CT round to boast after 7 of play.
And they shovel in again. So again, there's going to be some emissions. There's Diffuse Kit short. The util almost there. It's 3 incendiaries. Missing 1 smoke.
More of a mid-focus. That's a suspicious CT smoke, though. Oh, lucky. Tested by Nico, and he punishes. He wins his head-to-head and gives 3D Max an advantage.
But now the round is obvious, because they threw the B lurk smoke mid-site to draw a player forward. Nico's meant to get space and keep boots planted. But Lucky said, hey, boys, coast clear. Maka gets to just focus fire on A, and his support is not too far away. Jocko is just in donut. Both of them, side by side.
Yeah, and yet, Exercise lucky. Gravity still static. Gravity calls it clear. Could be too little, too late. They might have to play for the retake. G2 can't believe their luck. Hey, quiet. Now resistance found. Donut occupied. Jocko and Maka with Exercise in tow. A flash. Does he go? Oh, team flash. Awkward. Miscom leads to his demise. Jocko will go down. High pressure. You can start to see that. A couple of missed pieces of utility. But now they've taken so much time to get this bomb down. They don't have a smoke for Donut, so how do you get the bomb down? You have to fight. Exercise is on CT, could peek this out. Doesn't search, Gravity punished, Monacy holds, good cover. Famas fills the feeds onto Hunter. 2 on that big box, Monacy misses his shot, goes down. Still up for debate, Snacks and Malbs trying to hold on to this bomb. Peeks through, loses his head, Snacks in the clutch. Has he really got another one in him? Doesn't have the bullets. And 3D Max weather the storm.
Some erratic peeks around that big box. You can see Snacks knowing he was going to get run down upon. 3D Max hold it together. They pick up that AWP, but these rounds being fought for tooth and nail. Lucky, 23. He's doing his best Maka impression from the map before. The 2 of them putting in shifts. Dust2, now Ancient.
Oh, look at the opening duels. Lucky 6 and 1. Good gracious. He just had one onto Nico, so that's the 6th we just witnessed. But yeah, 3D Max, every time I think they're going to buckle, I think they've given it everything it was worth, they find a way to fight back. And recovered AWP, Maka, with his Zoom banger equipped. Malbs working on the smoke, Gravity aggressive. Jocko punishes the Malbs push and overlooked completely. Lovely work around the T-smoke. Oh no, a second as well. The AWP goes down with 5 alive, Chad.
That's a really bad round to lose.
Hunter spotted, owned. Gravity plays it to perfection. A double AWP save,
It's 1900 loss.
Oh, dear.
It's 11-11.
Yep.
It's 11-11. Sure, G2 lost to Glocks on Dust2 as the final round, sure. But they were having to mount this massive, crazy comeback story that never really even got started. But this is to tie things up. In the 3rd and deciding map.
Oh, in the thick of it.
And they have to take a spotless round. What can you justify investing? You only get 2,400 into the next round. Like, unless you get the plant here, which, how are you meant to do that?
3D Max drop their mice off their mouse pads. It's the only way. Comfortable, hang on, some damage. I'll fix it onto Lucky, but good supportive flashes. Look at that, lovely Gravity, Exercise, all just throwing them in, making sure there's no resistance available. And you can see they're starting to believe as 11-11. I know what 3D Max are wishing for.
Wow, Wozink very happy that G2 have just taken a timeout. He can chip back in, settle them, focus them. 3 straight now.
One of the most important rounds of their career, 3D Max. Full guns versus full guns.
And I like the fact that they do play a little bit more direct in the nerve category. The only thing that could really make them unravel is if they miss opening utility, right? But because they want to take heads-up duels, you're getting a lot of the round done in the first 20 seconds. So it's not like we're sitting, simmering, waiting, allowing G2 to explode upon us. We're taking the fight. We're trying to grab this space on the CT side.
You've got 3 AK-47s, you've got your AWP, and you're 2 rounds away from the top 16 of the major. your first for 4 of them.
May as well feel like the first for Lucky. It's been that long.
Red smoke in. Gravity and Jocko starting mid. Same for Monacy and Malbs. Ooh, flash is scary. Nico and Snacks working on some Jag control. Look at Maka walking down the ramp with the AWP. With the AWP. He's calling lane clear, and he takes down Snacks. Outrageous maneuver. Malbs will activate. Gravity confirms presence in mid. Clears out the smoke. Now Jocko throws out his. Malbs comes testing him. Jocko needs to live, and he does maintain control of Donut as Exercise starts to flank. Is Hunter ready for this? Is Hunter prepared? Oh, he still loses his head. 3D Max, they're doing it their way. Their aggressive style, and a double kill from Exercise. Now Jocko's pushed through. Every single kill, a CT pushing into a T. G2 pantsed. 5 alive for 3D Max as they're 1 round away from doing what they've never done before. Gravity, Maka, Jocko and Exercise. 1 single round separating them from the major.
And they've got G2 right where they want them. The loss bonus hasn't built. The bomb wasn't down. The money for the buy. It is lacking, and the aggressive stance from all the members of 3D Max in their face, taking G2 on. A star-studded roster. Getting dictated to. Fired up now is just this last round. Tech9's, Mac-10's, Deagle's in play, and they are rushing A.
Can they hold on? Can they convert cleanly? The advantage is now theirs. Is the comms clean? Is there a fumble? Do the nerves get the better of you, or do you convert? Flashes and go. Snacks trying to charge in. Good flashes, keeping the 2 defenders down. Jocko and Exercise vision restored, and there's bodies on their screen. Jocko 1 and done. Malb saves G2 with a double. Clears out the site. Maka's close, and so is Gravity. Lucky working on the donut. G2 have broken through. In pursuit of overtime. Gravity coming in from Temple, now noted, but Lucky continues his way. Finds Monacy. Nico stubborn. Malbs and Nico hard to get past, but Lucky manages another 28 frags from Lucky.
They're both A main.
Holding on. Nico towards A main. Hunter there as well. Maka, time sensitive, does need to take this fight eventually. Only 4 bullets in the AK. Lucky is hesitant as well. Need to get on that bomb. Smoke comes through. Oh, he's missed his shots. Nico down. It's up to Hunter. He goes down. Have they done it? 3D Max do what they've never done before. It's theirs. And for Lucky since 2019, converts French Counter-Strike back on the major map. And a first for the 4 of them. And the contrast is heartbreaking.
Not today, G2. 3D Max are the ones who will be celebrating tonight. Top 16 confirmed.
Well, if this is to be a last dance, they've forgotten a step or 2. No rhythm, disjointed. Horrible to see if you're a G2 fan, but for 3D Max, absolute ecstasy. You can see there they're in disbelief at what they've achieved by going 3-0. We're going to be breaking it down on the desk. I'll get your reaction first, Blair. I'll let Yanko.
Yeah, I'm not touching G2. I'm not touching G2. I'm going to leave that one for Yanko. But I want to give credit to 3D Max. The final few rounds in that second half, and it was back and forth, it looked like G2 had their foot on the throat of the Frenchmen. They said no. They said no, and they laid down the law. It was aggressive. It was in your face. It was at times, I was flabbergasted. I didn't know what the hell they were doing, but they were playing like they had everything on the line, unlike G2. They seem to always have a step ahead of G2, just in your face, getting G2 just getting caught with the pants down. So a very, very well-deserved win, especially considering it was a reverse sweep. It was after getting battered on their map pick, which was the first map pick, and playing, in my opinion, punching way above their weight. Congratulations to the French.
Yeah, absolutely incredible achievement for 3D Max, considering, you know, their contracts were expiring with the org, like what was going to happen. Are they going to have an organization coming into the major? That was all resolved. We learned from Lucky, and now they're in the top 16 at the major. Not only stickers secured, but also that top 16 spot. And yeah, I mean, they were just sending it on the CT side on both Ancient and Dust2. That was the game plan, and the protocols just were not there for G2. Like every time they would throw aggression there, even this
look at the
round,
smokes, man.
Even the 2v2 that Malbs and Snacks won in the end, like that was 3D Max opening with aggression towards Banana, towards lane, and Monacy hits a no-scope and a blinder of a shot. So they were not ready for it. They just got lucky a little bit with getting the kills. So outside of a couple of early A rushes and a clutch or two, you know, G2 couldn't really get much done on their T side.
And the crazy thing is that even a couple of rounds later, it was a very similar round where they had probably the final full-fledged buy. And once again, you see 3D Max full sending out towards the lane area and taking, I believe, 16 points of damage, just completely decimating them. So G2 were not ready. Smokes everywhere. I don't know what else to say, Rich.
All right, well, we're going to the interview. We'll see what they've got to say over in Shanghai.
For you guys right here and now, from looking for orgs to now 3D Max, keeping the core together, adding a new player to the mix and changing things. What the hell happened to change all this for you guys?
I guess we just trust like that we are able to win, and that's what changed, I guess, from before. Like we were in our mindset, we are like, let's fuck it, like we have only one chance now, so after there is no RMR anymore, so just fuck it. Especially there in Asia, like far away from our home, we're like, we are lost anyway, so just do it, you know.
Just do it, and you did do it. But talk to me about these last few rounds on Ancient in particular, because Anubis didn't go your way. You slapped back on Dust 2. It looked absolutely amazing from you. But here on Ancient, there was times where it looked like you had control, then it quickly slipped away. Last few rounds, G2 were in control, and then something switched. So talk to me what was happening inside the server.
We took way too many like one tap from Malbs and Nico when they were eco, like that was absolutely insane. We get fucked for real, like we couldn't do anything when we are like in anti-eco round. Yeah. Then as you said, like they were like close round, like they have only one man left. Then we are like, okay, if we do it like they are in eco, then we lost. Yeah. Then we're like, okay, we're fucked again. Then I don't know what happened. As you said, like even the last round it's lose, then I don't know what happened. I was like, oh fuck, I throw, and I retake backside, I start spamming. And I was like, oh no, not like this, not again, 12-11, one round away from the major, and finally, like my mate have my back, and that's the best, I guess.
Your teammates really did have your back as well. And what's interesting here for you guys is you played, every map was a different map, right? You didn't play any map twice. You went through Vertigo, we got Nuke in there, then you had the Anubis, Dust 2, Ancient. How much work had you guys been putting in just to the map pool and where you're at prior to the RMR?
I guess we had like enough time to work before the RMR, so that means we were able to prepare all the map. Because when we predict kind of the Veto we were gonna play in BO1, we fucked. That was not supposed to happen, but really? Yeah, it does, kinda. And then we were just like, okay, let's just trust what we have done, and we work for it, so do it. And that's what happened, I guess.
And for the core of you guys, right, you've been working this for a long time, and you've had constant setbacks, you've had constant moments where we weren't sure what was going to happen, especially for the French scene that's been looking to come back up. I think it was, Vitality 2021 was the last French roster to make a major. You guys now break that. Did you ever feel at some point, though, of like giving up along the way?
No, not really. I mean, the few RMR we did before, we like very close, you know. Yeah. So we're like, we can do it. And then that's why I guess we just keep going, because like we trust in ourselves. I play with Lucky from like 2021. I play with Joko for more even longer. So we're like, let's grind together. I really trust the process, and that's what happened. Like we are able to do it, so that's good.
And does the new logo maybe give you a buff? Was the old logo a curse?
This is the old G2 logo. I'm joking. No.
You're gonna get fired for that.
Yeah. No, but like the new logo is fine, I guess. Like it's always okay, bad logo stuff. Then you change and you're like bad logo stuff. It's always the same thing. But I guess change is good, so I'm happy with it.
It gave you some luck though, right? Because things changed when you had the new logo.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that. Maybe let's say it this way.
Anything last you want to say to all the fans out there, especially the French scene that's been supporting you guys so much?
In French?
You can do whatever you want, man.
Et franchement, ça fait un petit moment, on s'est fait trash un petit peu, on a cassé du sel sur notre dos. Et franchement, venir là, gagner 3-0 en Chine, de l'autre côté de la planète, franchement, bah, de rien, ça fait plaisir, et allez la France.
You're going to take some days off after this, though? You're going to then get ready back to preparation? What's it looking like? Any ideas?
No, I guess we have like 2 weeks left because we are in elimination
stage, man.
Which is great. Yeah. And then I don't know, like from now. Yeah,
they'll figure it out.
Day off tomorrow, the day after, the day after.
Okay. Lots of days off, no practice at all, and maybe, you know what, they'll go all the way to playoffs and win the whole thing. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, great interview there. Now, Yanko, what do I and G2 have in common? We're both scared of exercise. Yeah, not bad. No, anyway,
bad.
look, let's get into the post-mortem for G2.
Oh, God.
Should we start by talking about Munacy and how it was a rough series for him overall, or do you not want to single people out? Do you think it's a bigger problem than that?
He did have a poor series, and I think you could even tell when they were shaking hands, like he's not happy at all. And I think that's more so than about his performance than necessarily how the team did. But yeah, to stick around G2 a little bit, like really atrocious in gun rounds. I mean, I think they've only won 3 gun versus gun rounds in that whole map. Exercise very eloquently put it that the Deagles from Nico and Mal
thought really I was watching Scarface for a moment there, mate.
Really put the number on them in the first half, but just no really good protocols, completely unprepared for the aggression that came from the side of 3D Max, and really had to claw their way just to have a chance in some of these rounds, and relied on the individuals to really just find some quick kills to be able to win some of those rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not just about the T side or the CT side, both sides. So many mistakes being made, so many unforced errors on the CT side, which we can probably talk about a little bit later. But on the T side as well, sure, 3D Max, they're basically throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at G2. But you're G2. You should have your protocols ready, or at least learn from what happened or what transpired a couple of rounds prior. It didn't seem they did. It seemed like the answer to that was, all right, guys, this is it. We're going to rush into the site. No flashes, no right protocols. This is the map you play, by the way. This is the map you're playing against some of the best teams in the world. This is the map you got 13-0'd by Liquid last time you played. Hopefully you've learned something playing as a decider to qualify for the major. I didn't see any lessons learned.
You picked a round out. I think you wanted to highlight something here.
Yeah, I mean, in the first half, G2 was struggling to win rounds consecutively, and it's just another example of this is going to be a 5v4. Right now, finds the initial kill, and Lucky manages to tuck into red. G2 is trying to late re-clear red. Both Nico and Monacy died to Lucky. Yeah. 2 players from Donut died to the Lurk. I think it was Exercise, and it's just round over, right? And this was a sort of reset round for G2, and you're like, that's a 5v4 you have. The pressure should be on the T's.
On 3D
and in a span of 2 seconds, from a 5v4, you're in a 1v4. Like, that's just, how things go. And sometimes a little bit, even how they were opening a lot of these CT-sided rounds, like Hunter being run boosted, doing all of this aggression. It's, yes, map control is important, of course, but you are playing 3D Max, who has struggled on this map. Like, maybe don't go for moves every single round where if they don't work out, you're in a 4v5, you're in a 3v4 or whatever it is, and you make the round easier for 3D Max. Make them work for it a little bit, right? Like, give them space at the beginning of the round, then re-aggress in the mid-round. Like, try to catch them in that transition. Seemed like a little bit one-dimensional for the G2 defense.
And especially considering, 3D Max were the massive underdogs in this matchup. It did look like G2 played like the underdogs. That re-aggression towards mid, for example, 5v4, sure, want to go for an info play, but you have 2 players coming out red, 2 players coming out donut, and no one's really, or you're not using a util to at least block off shelf or lane or block off elbow or something. And of course, great round from I think it was Lucky inside of, from red getting a couple of kills there, but immediately both the players just pivoting, looking at him, completely ignoring the fact that could be someone lying in wait for you, right? So massive mistakes from G2, but also credit to 3D Max. They seem to be aware that, the G2 seem very antsy, just on their toes looking to find something. And for majority of the rounds that 3D Max won, they just pumped the brakes. They'll just wait for a sec, wait for them to come to us, and they won the round.
On the server with Nico, Monacy, Malbs, and Hunter, Lucky and Maka were the 2 best players. Like, no doubt about it, and just putting in a lot of work, having moments on every single map, and they were the ones who played like the favorite.
Last question then, just about G2. Is this just a matter of weird stylistic matchups, because 3D Max did play a very, let's say, kind of off-kilter kind of a game designed to keep G2 off-kilter, I guess I should say? Or is there something more fundamentally wrong with G2 at the moment? We saw an overtime on Dust 2. We saw them lose Dust 2 again here. We've seen them lose an Ancient now. all with very elementary mistakes that are uncharacteristic.
I think there's definitely things that are wrong fundamentally. There have been throughout the iteration of this roster. It was getting a little bit more polished, right? But it was always going to be, anytime G2 has, success, it's the individuals that are leading the way, right? I mean, you have the best player in the world, you have Nico on the team, Malbs, Hunter, right? And those fundamental issues, they really show themselves when the players are having bad games, right? When m0NESY isn't just bailing you out by hitting some good shots and doing his thing. And for a player also, I mean, the experience that they have in terms of Snacks and Nico, like very tenured players, seen it all, like you need to do a better job at adjusting just in the game itself. Like it was very apparent from the outside, and you don't need the X-ray to realize in the game, they're just sending it.
Yeah.
Like they are just sending it. And if you don't have a plan for that, like something set in your playbook for that, and you can't even adjust for it in the mid game, like, Snacks or even Nico or Taz, just come in and say, listen, guys, like this is all that they're doing. So this is how we're going to play. And at least we're not going to lose to that, right? And if something changes, you will adjust or whatever. And there was none of that from G2. They got beaten by one thing on their T-side.
And it's kind of crazy because, like you pointed out, 3 names right there. Nico with the veterans, you have the IGL in the form of Snacks, and you have Taz as well. So there were timeouts available, at least one timeout available at that point in time. So what happened there? Why either you haven't prepped for this, you don't have a contingency plan in place for a map that you are going to be playing in this major cycle, in the major, or at least if they qualify for it, which they should still. In which case you haven't done the prep work right there. On the flip side, you don't know how to counter it on the fly. It's nothing too crazy. It's not rocket science. Like Yango said, it was just aggression everywhere. There are ways to counter it. There are ways to deal with it. And the fact that they didn't either have a contingency plan in the playbook, or B, able to adapt on the fly, is very worrying against a team which is not even top 10 in whatever ranking you look at.
Yeah, okay. Well, guys, we're going to do a little recap of the action that you may have missed today. You can see these are the results from the main stream. G2 Esports versus 3D Max. We just had the upset there. Big were able to pump the brakes on the Cinderella story for Passion with a 2-1 win. They're going 3-0. And earlier than that, we had Heroic beat NIP 13-5, not really a surprise there, and Spirit course corrected with a 13-7 win over Aurora. Now the final game is going on still. Astralis versus Bait. It's gone to a third map. It's ongoing right now. What that means is you should get yourself over to there if you want to see how that's going to play out. Currently at 1-1, obviously. We also had TSM beat PWE. So TSM back in the game, kind of crazy. Eternal Fire lost to Sashi 7-13, so they're going to be fighting for their tournament lives tomorrow. And Virtus.pro were able to overcome 9 Pandas in a slow, trundling game that is typical of Virtus.pro. Anything that jumps out there to you guys?
I think, obviously the game we just saw right now in the A stream, but secondly would be Eternal Fire losing in that fashion. I know it's the best one and everything, but I think Eternal Fire, despite the really good ups they've had this year and the slight downs, everyone has them pegged to make it to the major, and now 1 and 2. That's a surprise for me.
Yeah, it's brutal. I believe if Astralis manages to close out the game on the B stream, tomorrow you have G2 and Spirit in the 2-1 bracket, right? Meaning one of those teams will go to the 2-2 bracket, and you have VP is still in there, Heroic is in there, Astralis, Eternal Fire might be in there if they can even make it. Like a lot of these teams are just going to have a tougher time than they could have had right now to make it into the major.
It's also crazy, like compare RMR A to B and how A was just so clean, and now we have the Germans and the French in a group consisting of G2 and Spirit. They're the ones who are going to make it through. So pure absolute cinema, Rich. I love it.
Yeah, well, look, this is what we've got going on at the elimination stage. Obviously, you can see from Europe A, Na'Vi, Vitality, Mao's phase, as you were saying, Blair, not really a lot of surprises and how that one played out, but Europe B is just crazy immediately. We've got Big and 3D Max, and who knows what are the 2 names are going to be in there now.
2 teams that were on the bubble to even qualify at all, they're in the elimination stage, which of course has, repercussions on how the opening stage will end up looking like and all of that. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Still 2 more days of the last RMR group.
Indeed, the last RMR, the last dance, the last RMR, everything's coming to an end, including this show. Thanks a lot, guys, for your support through this long day of Counter-Strike. Thanks to all of you at home for tuning in, and what you need to do now is go over to the alternate stream, watch Astralis versus Bait. At the end of that, they'll be able to show you all of tomorrow's matchups. Get yourself across there, but from us on the main stream, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Shanghai time.